All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, January 28th. It is 9:02 a.m., and I'd like to call this hearing to order. We're here starting the first day of a three-day hearing on the Bay Delta Plan. I'm joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. This is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're viewing us through our traditional webcast, you're either viewing on the Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's hearing, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions on how to do so at the top of the notice. But if you're having any challenges getting onto the Zoom platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you on the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak during today's hearing. For those of you here in the room, good morning. Good to see you, everyone. We're here in the Sacramento Environmental Public Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on today's hearing, there is a laptop at the side of the room in order to sign up. If you're having any challenges, though, please do just email the clerk of the board or just talk to the clerk, and the clerk will be able to make sure you're signed up. Today's public hearing is an opportunity for the board to receive comments on two recently released documents related to the potential Sacramento Delta update to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Watershed, or Bay Delta Plan. On December 12th, 2025, staff released a revised draft of the updates to the plan, along with a new Chapter 13 of the supporting draft staff report. That release initiated a public comment period, and we're here today to listen to your input. I will now provide some information on how the hearing will be conducted. The hearing is being held in accordance with the notice dated December 12th and fulfills the requirements for receipt of oral comments as described in the board's regulations and the state and federal law. There will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board will not take any action today or during either of the two remaining board hearing days. Rather, board action will occur at a later publicly noticed board meeting. Please keep your comments limited to the December 2025 revised draft of the Bay Delta Plan and the new Chapter 13 of the draft staff report. While I or my fellow board members may ask staff for clarification, staff and board members will not be responding to oral comments today. Board staff will prepare written responses to oral and written comments prior to the board taking final action on the report and updates to the Bay Delta Plan at a future meeting. Finally, folks may feel inclined to comment on how the Bay Delta Plan updates will interact with specific water right applications or change petition projects that are part of a pending State Water Board water right hearing process. Those projects are subject to a prohibition on ex parte or off-the-record communications, and the board may not discuss those projects outside of their respective proceedings. Therefore, any reference to new projects must be made generally. If you reference specific projects by name during your comments, I will politely ask you to refrain and remind you of these restrictions. Just a quick overview of the agenda. Today's order of proceedings will begin with any opening remarks that my fellow board members would like to make. Then we will hear remarks from Secretary Wade Crowfoot of the Natural Resources Agency, followed by remarks from Director Carla Namath of the Department of Water Resources. We will then hear an overview presentation from staff. Following the staff presentation, we will hear from any elected officials and tribal leaders who may be present or are not already part of your panel presentations. Then we will move to those groups who have requested to make panel presentations and individual comments. Staff will provide an overview of the panel presentations and times for individual comments in their presentation. Please plan to take a short break in the afternoon and lunch, and we'll take another break in the morning here. As described in the notice, we are limiting speaking times to ensure a productive, efficient, and fair hearing. Oral comments by individuals will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Panels will be limited to 20 minutes unless otherwise arranged. Speakers should also make their comments at only one of the 3 hearing days to ensure all interested participants have an opportunity to speak. As a reminder, we are accepting written comments as well, and we encourage you to keep oral comments as concise as possible and submit more extensive written comments. I just want to take a moment and to really recognize that the Bay Delta Watershed, as we know, is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for the state. It provides drinking water for millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California Native American tribes whose cultures are deeply entwined and ways of life entwined with the watershed and the ecosystem. Providing balanced protection for all beneficial uses is incredibly important and requires careful consideration. For those of you that are joining us, you may have been tracking what is now a decadal project before the board and the update of the Bay Delta Plan. For those of you that have been tracking and have been part of this conversation, welcome back to this hearing and workshop. For those of you that may be just tuning in and trying to orient yourself and where we are with the board's process and work, I just offer a few remarks. I think it's important to remember that the last time the state board significantly updated the Bay Delta Plan was in the mid-90s. The grand compromise at that time was that the state water project and the Central Valley project would be on the hook for water quality standards, and other water right holders and users within the broader Bay Delta watershed were left out of requirements when it comes to water quality standards. What happened since the mid-90s was the Endangered Species Act came along and continued to further clamp down on project operations in the South Delta. What I think we can all acknowledge and admit is that while the Endangered Species Act is very critical, and certainly project operations and pumping operations in the South Delta are important, it is not enough to recover this watershed. And this project has been one of trying to expand the scope of participants in the watershed to contribute to the health of this critical ecosystem. And so we find ourselves here now, the board having adopted the first component of the Bay Delta watershed, the Lower San Joaquin, in 2018, and now coming to conclusion and attempting to come to conclusion on the Sacramento Delta components. It has taken us time to get here. And I think it's important to acknowledge, though, that in that time, when the board first put out its notice for this project in 2008, 2009, this state went through 2 historic back-to-back droughts. And I think only further emphasize the need to bring ourselves into a modern regulatory regime when it comes to protection of beneficial uses within the Bay Delta, where, yes, the Endangered Species Act is an important component out there, but the broader needs here are evident, and the need in this century to move to, again, a modern regulatory approach is incredibly needed. So thank you all for the efforts that I know have gone in to help the board complete this update. And thank you for those that have critiques. We're here to openly discuss those, to understand them, and collectively move forward as a state on how best to provide protection, again, of this critical watershed and resource. Given the value and complexity of the system, it's important that we deliberately and intentionally move through this update process with the balancing and protection of beneficial uses as our main goal. The revised proposed plan amendments contain 2 implementation pathways for new water quality objectives: a regulatory pathway and a voluntary agreement, or VA pathway. The VA pathway, which also constitutes regulatory requirements, allows for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, or HRL flow, habitat, and related commitments to be implemented for an 8-year period with the possibility of extension. I know that people have strong opinions and concerns regarding various details on both pathways, and I want to be clear that while we will listen and attempt to resolve concerns to the extent possible, we need to move forward with adopting the update and getting to the more difficult work of actual implementation. Because of the complexity of the watershed and the time it takes to move the process forward, it is imperative that we have a plan that can adjust to changing circumstances that without having to start all over again. Yes, the plan is broad and contains some experimental components, but that is how it should and needs to be. The board has moved forward with voluntary efforts in the past and remains generally supportive of this approach if it works. But too often, if the voluntary approach ends or is not successful, the board is left to start over from scratch, and the system is left without protections for too long while that work gets done. Here, the board will annually and periodically review implementation of the Bay Delta Plan and the board may consider modification or termination of the VA pathway if commitments are not met or if a significant evidence shows that beneficial uses are not being protected. The board may determine that some or all of the HL water rights are subject to the provisions described under the regulatory pathway. I know that some water users will not like that, but it is imperative that we have regulatory provisions in place to serve as a backfall. There are other provisions for course corrections as well, and this approach has not been implemented in Bay Delta before. But I have said all along that the update cannot be an either-or, and the revised proposed plan amendments reflect this view and represents a novel approach to achieving both ecological and water management benefits. Your input on the newly released Chapter 13 of the draft staff report and the revised draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan will help inform the next steps the board will take to update the plan. We're intently listening to your feedback and really appreciate everyone's time and attention here. Next, I'd like to turn to my fellow board colleagues in case there's any comments that anyone would like to make here at the top. Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next 3 days. The board's public process is critical in making sure that we can get broad input from all the parties that are impacted by the various aspects of this proposal, getting expertise from folks that are implementing different pieces from our tribal sovereign governments, from water users, agencies, community members, and we are really fortunate to be structured in a way where we can transparently and iteratively take feedback, make sure that that we as decision makers are understanding the implications of what we're adopting, that we can make sure that we are adopting something as intended, that it can be implemented, and we're clearly thinking through the implications. As the chair eloquently and stated, this is really high stakes. This is a long time coming. The proposal that is currently in front of us that we'll be discussing today is really a reflection of the comments and input that we've received, and how the board as a whole, the 5 of us, are weighing the extremely difficult trade-offs that the chair set forth and the extreme complexities of the Bay Delta system, not just both from an engineering and natural ecosystem perspective. As we said, this is really the time that we're looking that I think it's really important for us as a board to share the intent of what we're proposing so that folks can meaningfully comment and help us ensure that we're achieving that intent, that we're fleshing out remaining issues, and that we're hearing from folks not just in written comments, but helping us make sure that we're on a path to success. I think as we've said, there's and the chair has said, this current revised proposal is clear in that it recognizes that the state and federal governments and major water rights holders have put together a package, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, that they believe will be able to stabilize the estuary's declining fish populations and support achieving the salmon doubling goal by 2050. And I think what's clear is that this board as a whole wants to give that program a chance to work. But we also recognize, as the chair said, that we need to have a functioning regulatory structure that can one, cover those that are not part of the VA pathway, protect flows that are being delivered by the HRL program so that they can have their intended effect, and have a clear and implementable pathway if the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program stops or parties of that program fail to perform their commitments. And I think SGMA has shown us how important it is to set up regional collaborations for success by having a strong, clear backstop. So this proposal is intended to do that. And without a regulatory program that's implemented to do each of those things, we are really undermining the ability of the HRL program to succeed. So as I'm listening to comments over the next 3 days, things that I'm particularly interested in is how we can make sure that the VA pathway is set up to succeed in its goals. Specifically, I'm most concerned about addressing the changing baseline that could significantly harm the ability of the HRL flows to have any real effect. And I'm particularly, given the uncertainty coming from our federal government, I am wanting to make sure that it's clear that if parties from the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes withdraw or fail to perform, that we have a realistic and implementable regulatory pathway that will apply to those parties. And that we, as the chair said, we're not stuck without a pathway forward as we've seen in the past. So really appreciate everyone's time over the next 3 days and look forward to hearing how we can be successful in this critical effort.
Thank you very much, Board Member. Appreciate those words. Next, I'd like to call up Secretary Wade Crowfoot. Good morning, Secretary. Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you here.
Well, thanks so much, and thanks for letting me kick off your 3-day hearing today. First of all, just huge thanks for all the work that you do that has nothing to do with the topic we discussed today. My favorite news to read over the last several years is all of the progress that SAFER is making, your program to ensure clean and safe drinking water across the state. I pinged you, Chair, last week when I was delighted to read about the success with the Allensworth community in Tulare County. So just huge kudos to your staff and to all the partnerships that are delivering clean and safe drinking water. Perhaps one of the most important accomplishments across the state over the last decade that really doesn't get the attention that it deserves. Also, thank you for your steadfastness updating the Bay Delta Plan, decades in the making. This is poised to happen under your watch, and I know Governor Newsom and we are all really proud of your piloting this complicated, careful process to its conclusion because our nature and our people desperately need it. It's been a journey over the last several years, 7+ years that we've been working towards this effort and parallel pathway. I got involved with the development of the so-called voluntary agreements probably the first week that I was in this role, and even before in my capacity working for an NGO. And it's been a journey. You know, the effort was called the voluntary agreements initially because it was a set of groups coming together in a voluntary way to identify a pathway to meet the state's legal obligations in a way that could work for everybody. It has since been renamed, as you know, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes for a couple of reasons. One, so we can explain what our vision is of building truly healthy river systems and landscapes. And two, because there's really nothing voluntary about this program of implementation. It's detailed, it's science-based, and it's outcomes-focused. And I appreciate the comments that Member Firestone made and Chair, you made about the importance of the regulatory framework along with Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. I and we support that. It's important. As you point out, it shouldn't be an either or, it's a both and. Those parties that are not participating in Healthy Rivers and Landscapes should be under the regulatory construct that the board has set forward. And there needs to be accountability on agencies like mine implementing the actions within Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. And if we're not meeting those actions or those outcomes, there needs to be clearly another pathway, and it's not back to the starting point. So appreciate the important point you make there. Look, what gets me up in the morning and why I've done a really challenging job for the last 7 years is my passion for helping people and nature thrive together. At the end of the day, we face an uncertain future in California. It was only 3 years ago when we we really hit the depths of some of our salmon populations, scraping towards extinction. And at the same time, we had 5 million Californians underwater rationing. We were planning within a series of weeks in the winter of 22 going into 23 to half the state to being underwater rationing. And it was those 9 atmospheric rivers that created their own challenges that saved us from that. But at the end of the day, this is a really important update, and this update has to protect all beneficial uses. I am passionate that this is the pathway to recover fish, and all of the people, tribes, fishermen, all of us who rely on those fisheries. I also think it's the most effective way to protect the beneficial uses, which is the majority of Californians that rely on water supply that comes through these river systems. Why? Really four reasons that I just want to set forth. It's holistic. Yes, we need to restore flows. We know that fish and aquatic species need more flows than have historically run through our rivers and the Delta. But nobody would argue that we also need to restore habitat. We've lost upwards of 95% of spawning and rearing habitat for these fish. We need to expand habitat. We need to do that in a way that's thought through and with the flows. And right now, as I've understood it over the last decade, the Water Board doesn't have the regulatory gear or regulatory mechanism to really drive that habitat. And so this habitat is we're accountable for delivering this habitat at massive scale in healthy rivers and landscapes. So holistic, but also adaptive. Our systems are changing year to year, even within seasons. We have to be more adaptive to help fish and wildlife recover and manage our water supply. And at the end of the day, I think none of us expected to have as dynamic a water system as we have and are now facing. And simply put, regulations or court orders can't be the way that we manage our system. We have to do it more adaptively, with scientific monitoring and in a transparent manner. And I'm really proud that HRL sets up both. The idea that we have these assets, so-called assets, restored flow, habitat, and we scientifically monitor how they're working with the hydrology that's coming in a given season or between seasons, and we can adapt. And we want to do that in a transparent and inclusive way. And I'll talk at the end a little bit about process and what we've learned. But our commitment as state agencies implementing this is to bring everybody who wants to the table to understand the decisions that we're making, the science that we're using. Because at the end of the day, this is the paradigm we need: collaborative, adaptive management versus conflict and litigation. Third, it's science-based. Your staff has been tremendously diligent, as it should be, to really run this proposal and planned implementation or program of implementation through its paces, based on a scientific basis report, a blind scientific peer review, months, I think years of analysis on this proposal. And as you point out, this does include some actions that could be considered experimental. But we are in that mode. We can't work on the margins. We can't do what we've done before because it's brought us to where we are now. We need to remain science focused. We need to ensure that the monitoring is better than ever. We need to be transparent about that. And frankly, you then ultimately need to decide, or not even decide, but determine whether the actions that we've taken, habitat, restored flows, achieve the outcomes that is required. And if we don't, then there's obviously another pathway. It's not back to zero. Lastly, this is fast moving. I'm super passionate about getting things done quickly. And this has been a long process, and it's needed to be a long process. But we haven't waited for this process to take action. We know there are no regrets, improvements that we need to make. So I want to just draw your attention to, and huge thanks to the Water Board for your leadership in the cutting green tape effort. How do we get more environmental restoration on the ground more quickly? I couldn't be prouder and more thankful of your work at the Water Board to do that in partnership with our Department of Fish and Wildlife. But we've got Prospect Island project in Solano County, 1,600 acres of restoration that is all about fish recovery, salmon smelt recovery. A portion of that wouldn't happen without this plan that's been developed through HRL. The Lower Elkhorn Basin Slough setback project, I should say. 1,000 acres of levee setback on the Sacramento and the Yolo Basin, again, driven by this process. Just last week, we were in the Sacramento Valley focused on the implementation of an MOU that we created last year called Floodplains Forward to accelerate the expansion of seasonal floodplains, driven by healthy rivers and landscapes, where our federal agencies and state agencies and partners are working together to say, okay, how do we roll up sleeves and get projects on the ground at the scale we need, driven by the accountability that HRL has and the very ambitious habitat restoration goals. So I can just tell you with everything that I bring to this job that I'm passionate about this approach. I'm passionate about us attempting this approach. And, you know, as long as I'm in the job and after I'm in this job, I'm committed to actually getting this done. Last point on process, because I know there's been a lot of concern on process. I'm really proud that in this building with Secretary Blumenfeld that many years ago, we invited an inclusive table to help us develop what became HRL. And it was a long, complicated, and at times rocky process. I was proud that conservation groups were invited to the table, and I also understood and respected their choice when they stepped away because they didn't feel like it was headed in a place that they could support. But I want to be clear, this has always been meant to be an inclusive process. We've also been on a journey with tribal governments and sovereign tribes. I'm very proud of our government-to-government consultation and all that we're doing at our agency to partner and to support the leadership of tribes. But candidly, our government-to-government consultation process and policy, 7 years ago was not what it is today. So I am glad that in the last 2 to 3 years, there have been much more proactive outreach with tribal governments and communities. And my commitment to you publicly is that if this moves forward, everything we implement within the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes part of the Bay Delta Plan will have a very high standard of government-to-government consultation with California tribes. So huge thanks for all the work that you and importantly your staff has done in coming years, and appreciate your consideration of this draft proposal.
Thank you, Secretary, for those words, the support, the continued leadership. I agree that we are in an exciting time where we're really, I feel, ready to take a step into this modern approach to how we're going to manage the Bay Delta. I think, for me, what gives me hope as well is that, when it comes to the MOU that was signed with the water users, it agrees that there's a program of, there's an implementation methodology that needs to be developed. Putting water into the system but protecting it as outflow is something we have never done as a state. And it's because we've had a light touch on the water rights side. We've neglected water rights administration for decades. And I think what this helps usher in with agreement from water users is that we need to implement the water rights system. We need to be able to protect blocks of water. We need to move into a time here that California has long needed to if we're going to really start to not just see the water rights system as sort of a problem to overcome, but as a central tool to be able to achieve the needs of the watershed when it comes to bringing in water right holders, protecting senior water rights in the system, but importantly also ensuring that there's basic protections for the ecosystem. So just thank you. Thank you for your leadership in helping bring us to this moment. We still have a good amount of work to do this year before this comes to final consideration before the board, but I feel a narrowing and a responsiveness that I'm just, again, appreciative of. So thank you, Secretary. Thank you for your continued leadership in this. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just seeing if there's anything from the board comments, and if not, I'd be glad to hear now from Carla Namath, Director of the Department of Water Resources. Good to see you.
Good to see you all. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board, Vice Chair Diadamo. It's good to be here. We've been at it a long time together, marking our progress, and I share in your satisfaction of narrowing of issues. It's been a big job, and I want to just offer my sincere thanks to you all and the board staff who have been working so intensely on this for so long. Picking up a little bit on what the secretary said, I don't want to be redundant. Maybe I'll just say, I agree. I associate myself with those comments. But, for me, who's a little bit closer to the water user side, I think one of the things that is most important from my perspective is a sense of shared responsibility among water users. And that is really what the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is about. I think to a person, this DWR director included, I know a lot more about other water users and what they're concerned about, what they believe about their systems and how their systems operate than I definitely did at the beginning. And it's a complicated system. And so instead of throwing up our hands at the complications, it really is a testament to everybody's dedication to improving our system is to get in there and understand it. We have a few arguments on the water user side, just a few. And really this opportunity to understand how these systems operate, help us I think dispel some of the mythology. Everybody thinks the next person over has it better. And that's the dynamic that we live in. So all of the effort to date, and I think also excitingly, the effort that it's going to take to implement this is something that the department is very eager to pursue. I want to start on something that may feel like a degree of tangent, although I did hear Board Member Firestone's comments, and I think this is responsive to that, and I think those are important comments that you are raising, Board Member Firestone. And it's important to me to do maybe a little bit more than I traditionally do with a PowerPoint, to really talk about what we just experienced with this first flush and our under California ESA permit, our permit amendment to enable the department to make these certain real-time assessments. We care very much about how we understand pumping operations and the rules and regulations that guide those pumping operations and how they relate. They are not the same as, but they do relate to separate regulations that you all are responsible for. So even heading into this in December, that was very much on our mind. How do all these pieces work together? And so I think this is an important presentation because we have to understand each other better. We keep talking about moving water when it's wet so that we can leave more in the system when it's dry. We talk about affordability. We talk about safe and clean drinking water. All these pieces come together around these issues. And this really does give us an opportunity to describe the process that the department went through with our colleagues at the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the things that we were considering, what was happening in real time in the system, and then our process to keep you all up to date, which will be part and parcel to how we work through the implementation of HRL. So I do have a set of slides. And so this first slide is a beauty, and it's a beauty because it's the YOLO Big Notch, which was a long time in the making. So that's some drone footage of operations this year. And what's important about that is it provides a real significant scale of floodplain habitat. This project is something that has been a requirement of the projects for a while. It's not part of HRL, but I consider it a sort of a proof point, if you will. And what has been so great about starting to activate this floodplain in this particular year is we've had a couple of really wet years, and we're starting to see better salmon numbers, which is great. And that's exactly the time to lean in, not step back and say, okay, the problem's resolved. We know California is going to be back in drought. And what was great about this year and what's so great about this project is and is envisioned by HRL is when we have those wet water years, we also have places where salmon can go that's safer and more beneficial for them than just staying in the rivers as they would today. And so that is one of the things I think about this particular year is it really does demonstrate these opportunities and how valuable these opportunities are for us to do more than be talking about it, but actually activating our systems. So I wanted to start with that because if you haven't been out there, it's a beautiful spot, and call the department and we can take you out there and you can take a look at how that's what it looks like. And I don't know if we're going to get much more of this year, unfortunately, but hope springs eternal in California water management, which I think takes me to the next slide. So yeah, hope springs eternal in California water management. I'm not going to go over this in too much detail. I think we've all seen it a lot. This is all what we're working for, but this is just the point that starts a lot of our water presentations in California is we have a very flashy system. It's getting flashier, and project operations are, in point of fact, quite dynamic. And even though we do things in monthly time steps with our modeling, how water moves through the system is really important in terms of the opportunities it presents and does not present to move water. So next slide, please. So the first flush regulatory process for the Department of Water Resources was essentially through California Endangered Species Act. Our existing permit includes adaptive management. To effectuate adaptive management, we need to seek an amendment. So all of that has been contemplated by the California ESA permit that was approved in 2024. What this amendment did for first flush was it allowed the department to do an assessment of existing conditions and understand whether incoming hydrology, which is modeled coming in, so we have an assessment of fish that are in the system, we have an assessment of turbidity and other things, and we are looking at the storm coming in, and we are trying to anticipate whether there's an opportunity to flexibly to move more water, to adjust our old and middle river regulations in a way that's safe for fish, in a way that doesn't draw more fish into the pumps. And so what we do is we prepare that assessment, and we send that assessment to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they deny or modify our operations plan as they see fit in accordance with California ESA. And then what happens is we get into actual real-time conditions. The storm comes in. This one was pretty interesting because we saw higher flows on the San Joaquin, I think, than we had been anticipating a few weeks out for a whole bunch of reasons. And of course, the San Joaquin hydraulically changes some of the conditions in the South Delta, and that became part of what we were managing to and with in this particular first flush event. So this is our general process, and then we kick into implementation. I do want to say, maybe before I move on from this slide, is that when we do our assessment as a department, we do look at increased pumping and potential changes in overall outflow. We make it, that's part of our assessment to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's a separate assessment from the things that you all are considering. It's based on the specific species, et cetera. But we do go into it with an understanding of the relationship between pumping flexibility and outflow conditions. So next slide, please. Just in a run-up to what's happening in the State Water Project before we see this hydrology on the horizon, we were operating to D1641. Our exports were fluctuating with delta outflows. And then we saw this storm arrive December 22nd. And those flows and turbidity trigger old and middle river flow management and delta inflow rises. That's generally how this works heading into a storm event. So what we ended up doing on the next slide So what we looked at was anticipation of heavy precipitation December 24th through the 29th. In that moment, what we were doing was we were preparing an assessment for the Department of Fish and Wildlife to take a look at. So we were looking at turbidity bridge, the potential for larval smelt entrainment, and we proposed these adjustments. These adjustments were already within the bounds of the incidental take permit, which enabled us to, we do modeling that, deals with very specific conditions, but as a general proposition, the overall modeling that supports the incidental take permit, that was already completed as part of the incidental take permit, which is important because the take permit anticipated activating adaptive management through the duration of the permit. So next slide, please. So we took a look at the distribution of species, smelt, longfin, winter run, and spring run Chinook. We analyzed those impacts. We used particle tracking models, entrainment models, something called routing probability data, so where we think the fish are going to go, and survival models. And the result of that assessment was there were few species actually present in the Delta at that time. We had no loss at the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project at that time. And high flows, particularly the ones we started to see off the San Joaquin River, presented minimal risk for fish entrainment. And so that was our assessment, and that was the scientific underpinning of the department seeking the flexibility. So what was that flexibility? Next slide, please. So what we did, so we have in our permit what we call the default operations. So if the assessment turned out differently, we, in all likelihood, would not have pursued additional flexibility. Our default operations are negative 2,000 OMR. So our proposal was DWR would operate no more negative than negative 3,500 starting on 12/25, unless we saw the San Joaquin River, their flows exceed 10,000 CFS. So that's what I was talking about. This had a dimension of high San Joaquin flows that hydraulically, I'd say mitigate or mute, if you will, the interaction between old and middle river negativity and risk of entrainment. So, so what we said was, if those flows exceeded 10,000 CFS off the San Joaquin, then we could go up to -5 OMR, unless we started to see salvage of winter run or spring run occurring at the pumps. So for week 2, our proposal was, because we were riding the hydrology, we're riding this curve that's coming into the system. When those Q West flows dropped below 10,000 CFS, then we would turn pumping back down. So that was the general flex that we were pursuing in that time period. Next slide, please. So what happened? And so as I mentioned, overall, we are paying attention to State Water Project pumping operations and its effect on overall outflow. And so what you're seeing really here is this is operationalizing this idea of seeking opportunities to move more water when it's wet, when it's safe for fish. And in this instance, the safety for fish is about the interaction between the pumps and fish species under California ESA. So ultimately what happened was in the period between the 23rd of December and through that first week in January, the actual overall outflow with the pumping flexibility that I mentioned was about just north of 90,000 CFS. Without the amendment, it would have been 91,671. So the overall outflow reduction in this period was about 1%. So next slide, please. So this slide is a little bit busy, but I think it's really important because it gives, I think, shines a greater light on our operators of the project, and when we see the potential for flexibility, how we operate the project to accommodate that. So, as I mentioned, we had been operating to D1641. We had which enabled us to be operating at a much higher negative OMR until we actually triggered first flush. And so what you're seeing there, what would have happened, the green line is what would have happened if we had not pursued the amendment, assessment, and more flexible operations. So what you see there is the department doing what we are allowed to do under the law, which is to operate at 8,000 right up until, and that's that sort of cliff, right up until we hit that trigger. And then we essentially move from -8 to about -2. And then we're kind of working across the bottom there on that green line. Because we were focused on species presence and we understood that when you allow flows to be a little bit more negative, you run a risk of entrainment. We wanted to mitigate the risk of entrainment as early as we could. So we took an early action and started essentially ramping down. And we ultimately ended up at -3,500 on day one of our action. We started moving down from -8 to -5 to -35. And in that moment, you can see the projects are, based on the baseline, we are leaving water in the system. And then you see, as these high outflows start, we see that bump on the San Joaquin River, then we are increasing our pumping to a negative 5,000 OMR regulation, and we're really running that system. What started to happen, and this is where it gets dynamic, and I said, we do the assessment, we do an operation that we think works with that assessment, DFW approves that, and then we're operating, right? And we are operating in known triggers if we start to catch fish. So what you're seeing in the middle there is we did have a spring run salvage, and that meant we reduced exports to -3,500. That spring run salvage was something that was unusual. And so we have more, work to do on the environmental DNA side of the house, if you will, to understand those movement of fish at that time. That was not anticipated. But that's also my point. Our system is dynamic. Things happen that we don't anticipate, and we need to have, rules and ways of responding to those things in real time. So, so essentially, this chart shows the adjustment in our operating curve, both how adjustments in OMR regulations relate to volumes of water that the department was able to move during this first flush. So what you essentially see from here is that the department, our modeling is showing we probably got about 15,000 acre-feet of additional exports in this time frame. So next slide, please. So in that period, our exports totaled 107,000 acre-feet. About 15,000 was the result of the ITP amendment, and the estimated change in delta outflow was about 1%. So again, the process of operating in real time is to see the hydrology coming in, do an assessment of species, talk with DFW. In the context of that assessment, we have a sense of outflow. I just want to emphasize it's separate from, considerations that you all are making, but we very much want to be transparent about, how we take a look at it and how we track it during real-time operations. And so this was our outcome of our first flush adjustment this year. So I thank you for allowing me to go into that kind of nitty-gritty detail, because I think it's important. I think it's important when there's a lot of angst and a lot of people talking past each other. I think it's a natural human instinct to want to manage to a worst case scenario. But this is why the department was comfortable in December when we started seeing things set up, taking this action, working with DFW, exercising adaptive management in our CISA permit. And, you know, I know you all have lots of things to discuss about where you all are headed with the Water Quality Control Plan and HRL, and I really understood this to be something that was definitely in the background, if not in the foreground, around credibility of the department, our genuineness in meeting our commitments under HRL. And that's why I wanted to come and personally, you know, deliver something that was a little more detailed than I traditionally do. So I do thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer questions as I can. Certainly from a policy perspective, my technical expertise is pretty modest, but I know if you have other specific questions, we can get the right DWR operators and biologists talking to you or your staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Director Namath. I really appreciate the information here. To your point, the transparency. I think it's indicative, this discussion and the detail is indicative of the system that we're moving toward, which is a lot more opportunity and understanding here before the board and collectively as a state and between water users and importantly communities, getting a better sense of what's happening in the system, what is because of ESA restrictions, but importantly, how as a whole, this watershed is being better, ultimately managed in a way that is, again, holistic and knows that we have a lot of complexities within the system. But I think the more information that we have out there, the better we can all collectively, hopefully, continue to build trust in the way that the system is being managed and the way we're looking to manage it into the future. So thank you. Thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any questions off the bat. I know we will certainly have further conversation about what it means in the context of the added flows that are being proposed in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. But this was, again, very helpful to really unpack. So thank you, Director. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just want to take this as an opportunity. I see Secretary Crowfoot is no longer here, but to really thank both of you and former Director Bonham for all of your leadership and intense amount of time and focus that you've provided since I hearken back to the resolution that was adopted in 2018, where we directed our staff to work with you on technical information and regulatory information as you started this on this process. And so I know there have been many endless meetings and really that intensity and your leadership, I think, has gotten us to the point where we are kind of collectively here today. So really want to thank you for that. And then as to the presentation, really helpful. But I think that ongoing discussions between your staff and ours would be helpful for us to get a better sense, not just on this snapshot of what occurred. And I appreciate all the different factors that you have to consider, but providing more information on what could occur, sort of the bookends, time frame, and modeling and that sort of information. So look forward to receiving that from you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. No further comment at this time. Thank you, Director.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to what I know will be a lot further discussion. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That now brings us to the staff presentation, and would like to hand things off to Ms. Diane Riddle. Good to see you this morning, Ms. Riddle.
Good to see you too. Thank you. Good morning. Again, my name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors for the Division of Water Rights. I oversee the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation efforts. With me here today from the division are Nicole Williamson, Sam Beshevkin and Matt Holland, program managers in the Division of Water Rights in our Bay Delta program. Also with us here today are Penn Scoble and Tina Leahy with the Office of Chief Counsel. We also have additional team members in the room today and down in the lobby to assist folks if they need that. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this hearing. Then I'll provide a brief high-level background of the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Watershed, simply referred to as the Bay Delta Plan or the plan throughout the day today, or the draft plan, the proposed plan. You'll hear a lot of terminology. It's all referring to this one plan. Next, Sam will provide a summary of the December 2025 revised draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Then Nicole will provide a summary of the newly released Chapter 13 of the draft staff report supporting the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Lastly, we'll end with the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this hearing is to receive comments on the two documents that were released on December 12th, 2025, including a revised draft of the Bay Delta Plan with updates focused on the Sacramento River and Delta components of that plan, referred to as a Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, as well as a new Chapter 13 of the draft staff report supporting the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff will be providing an overview of the revised draft Bay Delta Plan and Chapter 13 in today's presentation only. In subsequent hearing days, we will provide a very abbreviated presentation to allow as much time as possible for public comments. Summaries of both the revised draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan and Chapter 13 can be found in the notice posted on the board's website. The recording from today's hearing will also be posted on our YouTube page, so if folks would like to see that. Next slide, please. This slide identifies today's agenda. First, we'll hear from a panel of Healthy Rivers and Landscapes representatives. Then we're anticipating that we would take a lunch. Following the lunch, we will hear from a panel from Golden Gate Salmon Association and California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. The third panel we'll hear from today is from Restore the Delta and Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Then the fourth panel we'll hear from today is from San Francisco Baykeeper and Friends of the River. After each of the panels, the board members may ask questions or provide input, but no formal action will be taken in this hearing. We'll then hear individual public comments, which are anticipated to begin after 2 p.m. Again, this is an approximate time. It depends on how much dialogue occurs as part of this discussion today, so an approximate time. Then we're expecting to take public comments up until around 5 p.m. today, unless we end earlier because there aren't comments to take us to that time. Next slide, please. This slide provides a preview of days 2 and 3 to help the public to plan if you're planning to attend either of those days. Thursday and Friday, again, we'll have opening remarks from the board chair and again, a very abbreviated staff presentation. On Thursday, we will then hear from a panel of fishing organizations, followed by Solano County representatives. Then we are expecting some time for individual comments before we take a lunch break. Then when we come back from lunch on Thursday, we will have a panel of tribal representatives and a panel from Central Delta Water Agency, followed by individual comments up to around 5 p.m. again, depending on the number of commenters. On Friday, we plan to start with individual comments after a brief introduction from Chair Esquivel and staff. Then we expect to hear from a panel of youth with Save California Salmon, followed by 2 additional panels from Save California Salmon, who will discuss north of Delta issues and tribal cultural resources. After lunch, we will then have time for the remainder of the individual comments and closing remarks from the board. Next slide, please. With that overview of the hearing days, I'll now provide some background and context for the hearing today. The State Water Board's mission is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses, and to ensure proper water resource allocation and efficient use for the benefit of present and future generations. The State Water Board is also responsible for allocating surface water rights, protecting the public trust and public interest, and preventing the waste and unreasonable use of water. The State Water Board addresses the convergence of its water rights and water quality responsibilities and protection of beneficial uses in the Bay Delta, in part through the Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta watershed, currently including municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife uses. We'll talk more about tribal uses later. Those water quality objectives are primarily flow-based water quality objectives for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses. There are also other water quality control plans that address other constituents. Lastly, the plan includes a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, including the flow and non-flow actions, the habitat restoration, and other types of actions, and monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of the implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan, like all water quality control plans, is required to be reviewed periodically and updated as needed to provide for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses of water. Next slide, please. Now I'll talk a little bit about our planning processes. The State Water Board has been engaged in the process to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan for a number of years, as Chair Esquivel remarked in his opening statement. The start of that effort was focused on the update to the lower San Joaquin River flow and southern Delta salinity portions of the plan that was completed in 2018. The completion of the Sacramento Delta updates to the plan that we are discussing today will complete the comprehensive update to the Bay Delta Plan to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. As we'll discuss in more detail in this presentation, together the updates to the plan represent a significant step in addressing actions by all water right holders to implement the Bay Delta Plan, instead of that responsibility only applying to the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project operations, as has historically been the case. These updates also lay the foundation more broadly for implementation of the water right priority system in the Bay Delta watershed in the long term, beyond only doing so during droughts, which has been the case up until now. The updates to the plan also provide for adaptive implementation of the plan to allow for more nimble responses to changing circumstances with specific adaptive management provisions built into the plan, as well as a commitment for regular annual and periodic review of the plan to ensure reasonable protection of beneficial uses. Next slide. This slide details the extensive public process undertaken by the board in developing the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. I won't go over the details, but this slide helps to emphasize the significant amount of work and public process that has gone into this update, including 2 scientific basis reports, development of the most complex hydrologic model in existence to our knowledge, the Sacramento Water Allocations Model, or SACRAM, development of thousands of pages of technical analyses, numerous public meetings, several peer reviews, and several opportunities for written public comments over more than a decade, including 2 of the most severe droughts when staff were largely redirected onto drought response efforts. Since the conclusion of the most recent drought, the board's efforts to develop updates to the Bay Delta Plan and receive input from interested parties included board informational items, workshops, listening sessions, a series of 11 working meetings, board hearings, and numerous public comment periods. In addition to the items listed on this slide, board staff have engaged in additional group and one-on-one meetings with interested parties to answer questions, provide clarification, and receive input on the planning process. All of the public engagement we've received to date has been critical to the board's decision-making processes and has been considered in the development of the draft documents released in December. Next slide, please. This slide provides a timeline of the most recent actions to update the Bay Delta Plan relevant to today's hearing. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released for public review and comment a draft staff report documenting the potential environmental and economic effects of different possible alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan, including regulatory provisions and voluntary agreement provisions, or VAs, proposed by water users and state and federal agencies, and later referred to as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, as we discussed earlier, and for shorthand, we use HRL. The State Water Board also held a multi-day public hearing to receive comments on that report. That report, again, identified options the board was considering. It didn't yet identify all of the options that the board was proposing to move forward with. The public comments that the board received on the draft staff report helped inform a draft Bay Delta plan that was released for public review and comment in October of 2024 that included possible options for voluntary agreements and regulatory provisions that were described in the 2023 draft staff report. But again, we did not have a final decision on all of those actions. Following public comments on the October 2024 draft Bay Delta plan, board staff released a revised draft plan for public review and comment in July of 2025. The July 2025 revised draft plan included proposed changes to the October 2024 draft based on public comments, including a proposal to move forward with both a regulatory pathway and a voluntary agreement pathway to implement the HRL flow, habitat, and other commitments. The comment period for the July 2025 revised draft plan was put on hold to coordinate the public comment process with the limited recirculation of the staff report components, providing additional time to review the plan provisions and to see the analyses that were included in Chapter 13 that we'll be talking about today. On December 12th, a revised draft plan was released along with a new Chapter 13 of the draft staff report for public comment. The December revised draft plan includes minor revisions to the July revised draft plan, but for the most part is consistent with the version that was released in July. Chapter 13 includes analyses of the revised proposed plan amendments described in that draft plan. We'll describe the revised draft plan in Chapter 13 in more detail throughout this presentation. Next slide, please. As I mentioned on the previous slide, the comment period for the July 2025 revised draft plan was put on hold to make minor revisions to the draft plan and to coordinate the public review and comment process with the release of Chapter 13 as a limited recirculation of the draft staff report. Public comments on the revised draft plan can now be informed by the additional analyses provided in Chapter 13. Please note that the board is not accepting further comments on the remainder of the draft staff report that was released in 2023. The responses to comments on the 2023 draft staff report in Chapter 13 will be provided together with the release of the final staff report to ensure responses are comprehensive. To be clear, what we're seeking comment on is, again, that December 2025 revised draft plan and Chapter 13. So we'll talk more about how we'd appreciate receiving input on those. Next slide. As Sam will discuss in more detail, the revised draft plan includes a regulatory pathway and a VA pathway to implement the HRL flow and habitat commitments. Both pathways would have regulatory effect upon plan adoption. The VA pathway incorporates HRL commitments and would apply to HRL water rights identified in Appendix B1 of the revised draft plan. The regulatory pathway would apply to other water rights as well as HRL water rights in the event that the VA pathway is discontinued for individual members of the HRL or the HRL altogether. Other updates to the revised draft plan include the incorporation and designation of tribal beneficial uses, refinements to water quality objectives in the program of implementation, as well as updated flow and habitat accounting for the VA pathway. These updates will be further discussed in the subsequent slides. Next slide, please. As Nicole will discuss in more detail later, Chapter 13, titled Revised Proposed Plan Amendments, includes an updated project description for the updates to the Bay Delta Plan and synthesizes and builds upon previous analyses presented in the 2023 draft staff report. Chapter 13 provides updated environmental and economic analyses in support of the revised proposed plan amendments. Together, Chapter 13 and the revised draft Bay Delta Plan identify the specific actions from the alternatives previously analyzed in the draft staff report from 2023 and described in previous drafts of the Bay Delta Plan that are moving forward for board consideration. Previous comments received on the 2023 draft staff report were considered while developing Chapter 13. With that introduction, I'll turn it over to Sam to discuss the December 2025 draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan in more detail.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle.
Thank you, Diane. Next slide, please. Next slide. First, we'll start with tribal beneficial uses and the tribal-specific provisions contained within the plan. Next slide. In 2017, the State Water Board established and defined tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses. These beneficial uses were developed in collaboration with California Native American tribes and the public and consist of two beneficial uses unique to tribes: tribal tradition and culture, or COL, and tribal subsistence fishing, TSUB, as well as a third beneficial use for subsistence fishing by other individuals or cultures, subsistence fishing, or SUB. Consistent with previous drafts of the plan, the December revised draft Bay Delta Plan incorporates these tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses, or TBUs, as they relate to the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife. The December revised draft Bay Delta Plan also designates coal in the Bay Delta Plan, consistent with the July 2025 revised draft plan. The designation of coal within the Bay Delta watershed is based on substantial evidence provided to the State Water Board through tribal outreach and engagement efforts. The coal designation recognizes the centrality that vital fish populations and aquatic life have for cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, and traditional rites and lifeways. The coal beneficial use designation is specifically responsive to tribal input expressing the cultural significance of salmon, which also defines the applicable extent of the Bay Delta Plan, and anadromous fish species to tribal culture through the presence and role of salmon in origin stories as a centerpiece in traditional ceremonies and traditional belief systems. The T-sub and sub beneficial uses relate primarily to risks to human health from the consumption of non-commercial fish or shellfish at higher rates than coal. In contrast with coal, T-sub and sub are more specific and refined use categories that require additional facts regarding timing, frequency, and duration of specific consumption patterns to determine potential exposure routes and rates on water body segments. As such, it is appropriate for designation of individual stream segments for T-sub and sub beneficial uses to occur on a case-by-case basis by the regional water quality control boards rather than through the current process to update the Bay Delta Plan that is focused on the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife. Next slide. The December revised draft Bay Delta Plan also contains specific provisions for tribal outreach and engagement and incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK. These provisions were developed in response to substantial comments received from tribes and as the result of engagement between tribes and board staff. The specific text of these provisions in the December 2025 revised draft plan is unchanged from the July 2025 revised draft. Changes from previous drafts include minor revisions to the VA pathway tribal engagement requirements since the 2024 draft plan. The revised draft Bay Delta Plan proposes that the State Water Board develop and regularly update a tribal engagement plan in coordination with California Native American tribes. The tribal engagement plan would inform consultation, outreach, and engagement efforts to incorporate tribal knowledge and perspectives into the board's processes to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. The revised draft plan also identifies that the State Water Board will hold annual tribal listening sessions and more regular engagement opportunities outside of formal processes to receive input from tribes on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. The revised draft Bay Delta Plan also includes provisions for incorporating TEK into the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. Any use of TEK would follow the CARE principles for Indigenous data governance, where CARE stands for collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics. The revised draft plan proposes that the State Water Board will form a Bay Delta Tribal Advisory Group in coordination with tribes to provide input to the board on its Bay Delta Plan update and implementation efforts. The meeting frequency and membership of the Bay Delta Tribal Advisory Group would be determined by its members. With respect to the VA pathway, the revised draft plan would require that HRL participants engage with California Native American tribes and consider their input in decision-making affecting HRL governance, including but not limited to tribal participation in the HRL Science Committee. HRL participants would be required to develop a tribal engagement plan in coordination with tribes, describing specific tribal engagement opportunities related to HRL milestones that would require approval by the Executive Director of the State Water Board prior to year 1 of the initial 8-year term of the VA pathway. The tribal engagement plan would be required to include the designation of a tribal coordinator responsible for engaging with tribes and liaising between the HRL participants and the State Water Board on tribal matters relevant to the VA pathway. Next slide. Next, I will describe the proposed new water quality objectives. Next slide. The revised draft Bay Delta Plan incorporates proposed new water quality objectives for the protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. These objectives were not changed between the July 2025 draft and the December 2025 draft, but the objectives were revised since the 2024 draft plan. The proposed new objectives include new Sacramento Delta tributary inflow, cold water habitat, delta outflow, inflow-based delta outflow, interior delta flows, and fish viability objectives. The numeric portions of the inflow objective from the 2024 draft plan were moved to the program of implementation, but the narrative portion was retained. Other, more minor edits were also made to the objectives from the 2024 draft. Collectively, these objectives would apply to both the regulatory pathway and the VA pathway. Under the VA pathway, the objectives would be implemented by the HRL, flow, habitat, and other required commitments. Under the regulatory pathway, the objectives would be implemented by a percent of unimpaired flow that I'll describe in the next slide, and associated delta outflow requirements, cold water habitat management, and other requirements. Next slide. Next, I will talk about the regulatory pathway that would be applicable to water rights not covered by the VA pathway. Next slide. Under the regulatory pathway, the Sacramento Delta tributary inflow objective would be implemented by requiring tributary inflows based on a percent of unimpaired flow. That flow level remains the same from the 2024 draft plan at 55% of unimpaired flow, with the ability to shape flows and adjust the required flow within an adaptive range of 45 to 65%, including through local cooperative solutions. However, upon initial implementation, water supply adjustments would also apply to existing water rights that would provide for the unimpaired flow level to be reduced. These water supply adjustments were included in recognition of the water supply impacts that could occur to existing water diversions without these adjustments, and the need for time for water right holders to adjust to these reductions, and in recognition of associated possible cold water management concerns. The water supply adjustments would be based on the prior 12-month Sacramento Valley Four-River Index. During the wettest third of conditions, the requirement would remain at 55%. During the intermediate third of conditions, the requirement would be reduced to 45%. And under the driest third of conditions, the requirement would be reduced to 35%. In addition to these watershed scale water supply adjustments, additional tributary-specific water supply adjustments are included for tributaries that are rainfall-dominated or have majority municipal water supply demands. These tributary-specific adjustments would apply to Puda Creek and the Mokelumne and Calaveras rivers and would more frequently reduce the flow requirement to 35% and off-ramp the new inflow requirement in the driest conditions based on reservoir storage conditions. The draft plan identifies that decisions regarding application of the water supply adjustments to new water right applications would be made during consideration of those applications. The draft plan also identifies that the water supply adjustments could be modified or eliminated in the future after initial implementation. Next slide. To implement the cold water habitat objective under the regulatory pathway, reservoir owners and operators would be required to develop long-term cold water management strategies identifying actions to provide temperature management integrated with implementation of the new inflow requirements. In response to comments that the initial carryover storage requirements were too restrictive, the revised draft plan allows reservoir owners and operators to propose carryover storage levels within ranges identified in the plan for board approval as part of their development of a long-term temperature management strategy. If operators do not propose a carryover level, the board would initiate a public process to determine the appropriate level. The strategies would also identify other actions that will be taken to provide temperature management. Annually, operators would be required to develop temperature management plans identifying specific operations each year in conformance with approved temperature management strategies. Next slide. To implement the inflow-based delta outflow objective under the regulatory pathway, required delta outflow would be calculated by adding up the applicable required inflows from the Sacramento Delta tributaries, including an equivalent amount of Sacramento Valley floor and delta accretions, and required lower San Joaquin River flows, making appropriate adjustments for natural losses. Next slide. Now I'll move on to describing the VA pathway. Next slide. The approach for the VA pathway is based on the proposal by HRL participants that their proposed combination of flow and habitat commitments can yield ecosystem benefits with lower impacts to water supplies. The VA pathway is an alternate implementation pathway applicable to HRL water rights for meeting the new proposed objectives for Sacramento Delta inflow and cold water habitat, inflow-based delta outflow, and native fish viability, and the existing objective for salmon protection. The VA pathway includes flow, non-flow habitat restoration, science, and governance provisions. The VA flow commitments vary by tributary, month, and water year type. The VA pathway would be implemented for an initial 8-year term, after which the VA pathway could be extended, modified, or terminated based on an evaluation of ecosystem benefits. Implementation of the VA pathway could begin no later than January 1st, 2027, although that start date could be delayed up to 1 year with executive director approval. The revised draft plan includes the ability for the board to modify or terminate the VAs prior to year 8 if the board finds that VA commitments are not being met, or if the board finds that the VA commitments will not provide for reasonable protection of beneficial uses or will jeopardize the continued survival of native fishes. If the board decides to terminate the VA pathway, the board would release an addendum to the scientific basis report and either amend the Bay Delta plan to update the regulatory pathway or provide a new determination that the regulatory pathway is legally and scientifically appropriate under the provisions of Water Code Section 13241. That determination would be judicially reviewable under California Code of Civil Procedure Section 1085. Next slide. The VA pathway would apply to the water rights identified in Appendix B1 of the revised draft plan. Minor modifications to the water right list, including the addition of a water right less than 100 acre-feet, may be approved by the executive director after a 45-day comment period. Substantive modifications to the water right list, including addition of a water right greater than 100 acre-feet, could be considered by the board as part of the periodic or annual review process, along with additional scientific and environmental documentation as appropriate, after notice and opportunity for public comment. The 2024 draft of the Bay Delta Plan identifies 3 possible bypass flow provisions to prevent new water supply projects from reducing the additive effect of VA flows. A new narrative provision has been included in the December 2025 draft plan. This provision identifies that in processing new water right applications or change petitions involving expanded use of water, the State Water Board would consider needed measures to protect the base flows and additive flows provided pursuant to the VA pathway and regulatory pathway. Next slide. Since the release of the 2023 draft staff report, the board received 3 new HRL proposals for flow and habitat commitments on the Bear River, Yuba River, Auburn Ravine, and Puda Creek from Nevada Irrigation District, South Sutter Water District, and Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. These proposals have been incorporated into the VA pathway. The flow commitments for the Bear River, Yuba River, and Auburn Ravine involve several components that would provide redirected water to Auburn Ravine, Bear River, and Yuba River inflows, and Delta outflow commitments for certain components. The Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District proposal involves providing flows from either Puda Creek or Cache Creek sources to lower Puda Creek, either directly or through groundwater recharge and banking. Next slide. This table presents flow and non-flow commitments that would be provided by HRL participants under the VA pathway. The VA pathway includes flow and habitat commitments on portions of the Sacramento River, Feather River, Bear River, Auburn Ravine, Yuba River, American River, Puda Creek, and the McCollumney River, as well as commitments for Delta outflows from Friant area contractors, commitments to forego exports in the Delta, and water purchases. Most flow commitments are provided during dry, below normal, and above normal years, though there are some flow commitments for critically dry and wet water year types. The timing of the flow commitments is largely focused on the January through June timeframe, but flows are also proposed outside of this time period. Next slide. Appendix B to the revised draft of the Bay Delta Plan includes accounting provisions and requirements for the HRL flow and non-flow commitments. Flow accounting procedures are provided in Appendix B1 for each HRL tributary, water purchase, export reductions, and Delta outflow. Non-flow habitat restoration accounting procedures are included in Appendix B2 for tributary spawning, tributary in-stream rearing, tributary floodplain rearing, bypass floodplain, and tidal wetland habitat. For tributary habitat commitments, the habitat accounting criteria include depth, velocity, substrate, cover, and floodplain inundation. Bypass and tidal wetland habitat commitments would have project-specific criteria. Next slide. Next, I will describe the implementation, review, and monitoring provisions that would apply under both the regulatory and VA pathways. Next slide. To implement the Bay Delta Plan, a new curtailment methodology is needed to determine when water is not available under water right priorities within the regulatory pathway and to protect the HRL flows from diversion by other users. The methodology is also needed to ensure the HRL flows that are being provided for in-stream purposes are available and able to be protected consistent with water right priorities. In addition, a system is needed to ensure HRL water right holders are not diverting outside of priority or diverting flows provided by non-HRL water right holders to meet regulatory pathway flow requirements. To accomplish these purposes, the draft Bay Delta Plan identifies that a methodology would be developed through a subsequent public process and associated regulation and would be subject to refinement and improvement over time based on improved information. The implementation methodology is expected to be informed by the methodology that was used in the prior drought to determine water unavailability, which was the first comprehensive effort to implement the water right priority system for thousands of water right holders in the Bay Delta watershed. The methodology would apply to both the HRL and regulatory pathways in different ways. Water rights not covered by the VA pathway would be curtailed to meet their portion of responsibility for the new tributary inflow and inflow-based Delta outflow requirements, with calculations performed assuming all water rights were subject to those requirements. This method would avoid assigning more responsibility to water rights that are not part of the VA pathway than would exist absent the VA pathway, consistent with water right priorities. Any HRL water rights would not be subject to curtailment to meet those requirements. However, HRL water rights would be subject to unavailability determinations when no water is available at their priority of right in order to avoid HRL participants diverting outside of priority and diverting regulatory flows provided by others. HRL flows provided for in-stream flow purposes would need to be provided from water rights that were not subject to unavailability. These methods would allow for the regulatory and VA pathways to be implemented consistent with water right priorities and would allow for both methods to be implemented together. In response to comments contending that there may be other ways to implement the regulatory pathway inflow and inflow-based delta outflow requirements, the December 2025 revised draft plan identifies that the board may consider implementation procedures other than or in addition to curtailment regulations that are designed to achieve comparable protections. Next slide. The revised draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan include provisions for conducting regular annual and periodic reviews to receive updates on implementation actions and regularly evaluate and consider needed adjustments to the Bay Delta Plan or its implementation. Annual reviews would take the form of public meetings to discuss progress on implementation and adaptive management of the Bay Delta Plan. Periodic reviews would be held every 3 years to discuss possible needed changes to the Bay Delta Plan or its implementation to protect beneficial uses. Next slide. The Bay Delta Monitoring and Evaluation Program, or BDMEP, would comprise all monitoring activities needed to implement the Bay Delta Plan. This includes monitoring requirements carried over from prior versions of the plan, including the 2018 update, any currently required monitoring from water rights decisions that implement the plan, HRL supplemental science and monitoring, harmful algal bloom monitoring requirements, and any future needed monitoring. Possible changes to monitoring requirements and designs would be evaluated during annual and periodic review processes. The State Water Board would conduct reviews in coordination with the Delta Stewardship Council's Delta Science Program to evaluate needed monitoring and related activities. The revised draft plan includes additional specificity on data quality standards, processes for regular review of monitoring and approval of changes to monitoring surveys, reporting requirements, and lists of specific required monitoring activities that are included in Appendix A to the revised draft plan. Next slide. The HRL participants would be required to conduct supplemental science and monitoring in addition to any general monitoring processes and activities described within the BDMEP to inform assessment of compliance and effectiveness of the VA pathway. This would include developing HRL hypotheses, metrics, targets, and associated monitoring for approval by the Executive Director. The HRL supplemental science and monitoring is included within the BDMEP. HRL participants would be required to solicit input from California Native American tribes, non-governmental organizations, and other interested parties in the development of the targets. The supplemental science and monitoring would be required to address specific topics such as harmful algal blooms, effects of HRL actions on native estuarine fish species, habitat conditions and utilization, food webs, and pesticide and methylmercury concentrations. To inform the implementation of the VA pathway, HRL results and outcomes would be reported annually to the State Water Board. Triennial reports will be required to provide an analysis of HRL progress to date on contributing toward the applicable narrative objectives, including progress related to HRL hypotheses, metrics, and targets informed by required monitoring. Now I will turn it over to Nicole to discuss Chapter 13. Next slide.
All right, thank you, Sam. Next slide, please. Consistent with the revised draft Bay Delta Plan, Chapter 13 describes the revised proposed plan amendments, including a regulatory and VA pathway and the designation of coal tribal beneficial uses. For consistency and to avoid redundancy, Chapter 13 relies on analyses from other chapters and sections of the 2023 draft staff report where appropriate. Chapter 13 provides updated analyses in support of the revised proposed plan amendments for changes in hydrology and water supply, beneficial environmental effects, environmental and economic effects, and also includes public trust and analyses required by Water Code Section 13241. Analyses contained within Chapter 13 evaluate the regulatory pathway and VA pathway compared to the staff report baseline. Chapter 13 also qualitatively compares the regulatory pathway starting point, 55% of unimpaired flow with water supply adjustments, to the 55% of unimpaired flow, and the low flow alternative, or the 35 and 45% of unimpaired flow that were evaluated in the 2023 draft staff report. Next slide, please. Chapter 6 in the 2023 draft staff report presented modeling results from the Sacramento Water Allocation Model, or SACWAM, for changes in hydrology, including changes in stream flows, reservoir levels, delta inflows, and delta outflows, and changes in water supply expected under different percents of unimpaired flow, referred to as flow scenarios from 35 to 75% of unimpaired flow. The draft staff report also presented SACWAM modeled changes in hydrology and water supply for the proposed VAs in Chapter 9. Chapter 13 presents updated SACWAM modeling results of expected changes in hydrology and water supply for the starting point for the regulatory pathway, which is 55% of unimpaired flow with water supply adjustments, or the 55 with WSA's scenario, and the VA pathway compared to baseline conditions. Since the release of the 2023 draft staff report, minor refinements were made to SACWAM to incorporate input from stakeholders submitted during the public comment process, including extending the period of simulation through 2021. Appendix H1A to Chapter 13 describes the changes made to SACWAM since the release of the draft staff report. An additional appendix, H1A3, includes modeling results of updated unimpaired flow scenarios from 35 to 65% using the most recent version of SACWAM to facilitate more direct comparison of the effects of the starting point for the regulatory pathway presented in Chapter 13 to the flow scenarios evaluated in the draft staff report. Overall, the modeling results for the starting point for the regulatory pathway of 55% of unimpaired flow with water supply adjustments show that expected changes in hydrology and water supply would be more similar to changes under the low flow alternative, or the 35 and 45 scenarios, than the 55% of unimpaired flow due to the addition of water supply adjustments that reduce water supply impacts and allow more water to be stored in reservoirs at the outset of plan implementation. Changes under the VA pathway presented in Chapter 13 are very similar to the expected changes in hydrology and water supply shown for the proposed VAs in Chapter 9. Next slide. The scientific basis reports in Chapters 3 and 9 of the 2023 draft staff report provided the benefits analysis for 35 to 75% of unimpaired flow and the HRL commitments. Chapter 13 includes the updated benefit analyses for the regulatory pathway, including 55% unimpaired flow with WSAs, and the VA pathway compared to baseline, including analyses of the frequency of achieving ecological flow thresholds, potential increases in estuarine species abundance indices, area of tributary spawning and rearing habitat and estuarine habitat, and frequency of meaningful floodplain events. At the outset of implementation, the regulatory pathway's benefits are expected to be less than 55% unimpaired flow evaluated in Chapter 3 and closer to the low flow alternative due to the inclusion of water supply adjustments. The VA pathway's benefits are very similar to those shown in Chapter 9. Next slide. Chapter 13's environmental analysis relies upon the environmental analyses of the proposed plan amendments of 55% of unimpaired flow, within a range of 45 to 65% unimpaired flow, and other alternatives from Chapter 7 and the proposed VAs from Chapter 9. Chapter 13 provides updated environmental analyses for the regulatory pathway and VA pathway, including parallel implementation of the two pathways compared to baseline. Overall, the environmental analysis in Chapter 13 concludes that because the changes in hydrology and water supply under 55% unimpaired flow with WSAs would be less than under 55% unimpaired flow and more similar to the low flow alternative, the environmental impacts of the starting point for the regulatory pathway would be less than those evaluated for the 55% unimpaired flow in Chapter 7. However, because the water supply adjustments could be modified after initial implementation on some or all tributaries, and flows could be higher in the range of unimpaired flow in the future, impacts could be as high as those evaluated in Chapter 7. The environmental impacts under the VA pathway are very similar to those identified in Chapter 9. Generally, because the changes in hydrology and water supply under the VA pathway are less than under the regulatory pathway, the associated environmental impacts would be less for the term of the VA pathway. In addition, changes in hydrology and water supply and associated effects with implementation of the VA pathway for HRL water rights and the regulatory pathway for non-HRL water rights would be expected to be somewhat higher, but similar to those under the VA pathway alone, even with additional flows provided by non-HRL water rights under the regulatory pathway added to the VA pathway. The Chapter 13 environmental analysis includes a summary of environmental impact conclusions that have changed from the 2023 draft staff report and an impact summary table that summarizes the environmental impact conclusions and applicable mitigation measures for both pathways. Next slide. Chapter 13 includes an environmental analysis supporting the designation of tribal tradition and culture, or COL, beneficial uses. Chapter 13 describes activities associated with TBUs, water quality objectives and implementation measures to protect the uses, and reasonably foreseeable non-flow compliance measures and response actions that may result from the designation. While not designed to directly protect fish populations and aquatic life, the reasonable protection of COL as it relates to tribal cultural ceremonies and spiritual lifeways that are connected to salmon overlaps with the reasonable protection of the aquatic life beneficial uses identified in the Bay Delta Plan or designated in the applicable Regional Water Board water quality control plans, including the fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Implementation actions taken to protect aquatic life beneficial uses related to flow, water project operations, and physical habitat restoration support healthy fish populations upon which tribal cultural uses depend. Therefore, the objectives needed to protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses and tribal beneficial uses overlap and are addressed by the objectives and program of implementation in the Bay Delta Plan. Other tribal uses and activities encompassed within COL, such as navigation, gathering and consumption of natural resources, and immersion ceremonies, may also be supported by actions to protect other designated uses. However, water quality objectives or site-specific water quality or water rights requirements may be considered in the future if it is determined that additional actions are needed to reasonably protect other tribal uses and activities encompassed within COL. The environmental impacts of flow actions already evaluated in the staff report may be used to inform future flow-based actions for the reasonable protection of COL uses not already addressed in the Bay Delta Plan. COL uses may be adequately protected by water quality control measures also needed to reasonably protect other uses such as REC 1 and COM. However, new water quality control measures could include new water quality objectives or site-specific discharge requirements. The environmental analyses of the staff report are broad and already identify and evaluate the reasonably foreseeable water quality compliance measures and response actions resulting from a COL designation. Chapter 13 identifies where these are evaluated in the staff report, primarily in Chapter 7, the environmental analysis, including a summary of any adverse environmental effects associated with those means of compliance and response actions, and any mitigation measures to lessen those adverse environmental effects. Next slide. I will now go over some reminders regarding the public comment process and review the major next steps in the Sacramento Delta Bay Delta Plan update process. Next slide. The hearing will continue tomorrow and will conclude on Friday, January 30th. All written comments on the December revised draft updates to the plan and Chapter 13 are due on Monday, February 2nd, 2026. As detailed in the notice, the board is not accepting further comments on the remainder of the draft staff report that was previously released for public comment. Commenters are encouraged to organize letters using clear headings to distinguish between comments on the revised draft plan and Chapter 13. Also, we are asking that commenters identify and distinguish specific CEQA-related comments from other comments to the extent possible. Please email comment letters and any questions to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. Next slide. After the close of the comment period, State Water Board staff will review the oral comments received during the hearing and the written comment letters. Based on both the comments on the 2023 draft staff report and these new comments, staff will develop the final draft of the Bay Delta Plan and final draft staff report. The response to comments and final draft versions of the plan and staff report will then be released prior to the board meeting to consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and final staff report. Next slide. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, for the proposed VAs, and for the Bay Delta Watershed. Comments on the draft plan updates and questions related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan should be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta Watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the main Bay Delta program page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your name and email address. This concludes the staff presentation. We are happy to take questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the great presentation. Just to orient everyone on the changes and where we are. I don't have any questions at this point. Looking forward to hearing from folks, but looking to fellow board colleagues if there is comment or question. Board Member Morgan.
And thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to thank staff on the revised document and the presentation. Just, to, as the chair said, orientate us on the revisions and just, give us a brief overview of what those revisions include. I do want to, wait for the majority of my comments until after hearing from those that are here. Want to hear from the tributaries, and just one item just want to just point out just here off the top. I just want to make sure that we are being respectful to tribes of how we are presenting especially cultural use and how we are comparing it to recreational use. They're very much so different. I understand why your staff are bringing it up. And, as far as just water quality and how the protection of water quality is done through recreational, which is when we are comparing, they are very different. And just want to make sure that we are being respectful and we really are listening to tribes of what cultural use really is. So that's all for now. Just really wanted just to point that out just on now, and really want to hear from everyone as, we move through the days. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Board Member. Much appreciated. Looking to other board colleagues. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the good work that you've put into this over the last many years. I know this report is very complex. There's many, many moving parts, and it takes a lot to get to the point where we are today. And a lot of my focus is really on moving forward. I've said this many times at different public workshops and hearings. It's, how do we land the plane? How do we have a consistent and understandable dual approach to move forward with the Bay Delta Plan? So I just have a couple questions, and it's because these are things that I think will come up either now or maybe with some of the panels and commenters. So I just wanted to, while we have you here, I wanted to ask a couple of questions. And one is, I think one of the challenges that we have is about how to best measure progress and implementation of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach. You talked about the 8-year time frame for implementation, and you talked about the kind of default start date of January 1st, 2027. So when I think about that, I think about it causes me to reflect on what is it that will be implemented come January 1st, 2027, or whatever that start date is. Is it, we have flow, we have habitat, we have science, and we have governance components. So as a board member, sitting here, and once we move into implementation, should I expect that, or what I'm asking is, what is your understanding in terms of which of those components should be ready to go day one versus which of those components might take some time to implement? And for example, I think we all know that habitat projects, while meaningful and will provide a lot of benefits, take time to get through the permitting process, to get equipment on the ground and doing the work to provide those, and then time for those benefits to be realized and then measured. So if you could just share maybe a little bit about your perspective about your understanding of what the HRL proposal would include day one.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'll go ahead and start us off, and I'll let Sam or others chime in if they have additional input. Our expectation, the January 1st, 2027 start date of the HRL commitments is for the flow commitments that we would expect within that first year, that the flow commitments would be fully deployed. All of those commitments would be met that first year and throughout the duration of the voluntary agreement pathway. However long that lasts, those would be met each year that it is in which the flows are triggered to be required depending on the flow asset. The habitat commitments, the way that the plan is written now, the expectation is that those habitat commitments would be met by the end of the VA pathway period, the 8-year period. I would expect that we would have updates on progress on implementation of the habitat actions as well as the flow actions as part of our annual and periodic review processes. We could also consider, some intermediate, timelines if that's something you all want to consider. I also believe a lot of the habitat commitments have already been started, as Secretary Crowfoot alluded to. And I expect the HRL panel that we're going to hear this morning will be speaking to that issue, but that would be another possibility. There are also due dates for development of metrics and targets included in the plan, so those should be developed fairly soon after adoption of the plan. With respect to the funding-related issues, the plan itself does not speak to the funding-related aspects of the HRL commitments. It speaks to the actual flow and habitat commitments themselves and the science and governance commitments that will be provided through the funding mechanisms.
Thank you. That's helpful, and that has been my understanding as well. I just wanted to set level expectations and make sure everyone's has the same understanding, and provide if HRL parties have a different understanding, I know with their panels or commenters, that we hear from them today or soon, or maybe through written comments about those expectations. And I have one other question for you, and a lot of what's been weighing on me as well is about the dynamic system that we have. Hydrology changes, it swings in wild directions one way or the other amongst years, but also just within the season itself. We all know this. And you talked a bit about environmental effects and how those effects are analyzed in the report through extensive modeling. I have never seen so much modeling. And and the level of detail is really impressive there. But devil's in the details, right? And any model is a tool. It's representative of your best understanding of the system at that time. There's a lot of assumptions that go into it. There's a lot of uncertainties, and things can change over time. I think we all know this. So my question is, just at big picture, high level, has there been an effort, or do you have a sense for the uncertainty in the modeling? And I'm not talking specific to healthy rivers, alternatives, or unimpaired flow. It's really just modeling in general for this type of large watershed, big picture scenario that we're in. Is there a level of uncertainty that we should all expect with this type of analysis?
Thank you for the challenging question. There certainly is. I mean, I'm not sure if I want to put a number on it. I think one of the things that's challenging about water management in a system like the Bay Delta is that at times the sort of size of our knobs relative to the flows that are in the system, the controllable factors, can be relatively small, and sometimes they can be very, very large. And so when we're looking at a model, comparative models of these sorts of management scenarios, we do try to look at, focus more on the relative differences among scenarios. But I mean, there's still a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot that you can't capture in a monthly model, and you kind of have to use a monthly model in order to model 100 years of hydrology, at least with our current technology. So I guess it's hard to say. I mean, unfortunately, I think that the uncertainties are on the order of the actions that we're taking. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's why we have to try to evaluate on an ongoing basis the response that we're seeing in the ecosystem and in the populations that comprise important parts of it. But we have to proceed with, in the face of that uncertainty. We can't just be paralyzed by it. So I think, yeah, at the end of the day, the uncertainty is on the order of the magnitude of the actions that we are likely to take. And that's just the nature of hydrology in California in particular, which has the most variable hydrology in the country.
I appreciate that. Thanks for allowing me to put you on the spot a little bit.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Appreciate that. I often reflect back to the mid-90s when D1641 and the last update of the Bay Delta Plan was done. And we have so much more modeling and data and information, and it is impressive and important to remind ourselves that it doesn't, not unlike the modeling in the mid-90s, won't actually reflect what the year-to-year management of the system will end up being. There will be a lot of variability, and there is no perfect model amongst it. And I think it's a matter of what's good enough to be able to make the board's determination in this moment. But importantly, unlike the mid-90s, there was a bit of a set it and forget it mentality where folks just kind of went off and weren't before the board, weren't continually checking in, and didn't have that opportunity for whether periodic review or just understanding how the system's being managed year to year. I think that that's where we do have a real opportunity here, and appreciate your questions there. Did you want to go back to Board Member Firestone?
Thanks. I first wanted to appreciate that you highlighted a number of really big changes that we've made. And I just want to emphasize those because I think they show that we've really been responding and adapting to what we've been hearing. And particularly important to me, and I want to highlight the tribal engagement plans, the creation of a tribal advisory group to help advise our processes going forward on the Bay Delta Plan, the incorporation of TEK into our monitoring and evaluation processes, and our, I think, really historic first-time designation of tribal beneficial uses in a basin plan update. And this, I think, is clearly a direct result of, the tribal engagement and input that we've been hearing, and it is going to greatly improve how we're able to protect not only ecosystems, but tribal beneficial uses going forward. We also, as you highlighted, have the new HABs program, or monitoring evaluation. We are also separately from this process moving forward and looking at how we can be adopting HABs objectives statewide. And I know that's something we'll be discussing separately as part of our strategic work plan later. But on the other end of things, we have a huge change has been the addition of water supply adjustments. And those significantly reduce the benefits to the ecosystem. And they also are in direct response to trying to address the water supply impacts of unimpaired flows on water users. It's what I see as a starting point for us to be able to implement unimpaired flows framework in a way that doesn't shock the system, that feels implementable, and allows us to continue to evaluate what's needed, how to optimize benefits for ecosystems, and minimize impacts on water users, particularly vulnerable water users. And we heard a lot from particular tributaries where we incorporated those changes into the regulatory pathway. And both of those are really significant changes that are in direct response to what we heard from folks impacted by this program. So I really want to make sure that we get all of that and the other pieces right, that what we have with water supply adjustments and the regulatory pathway is implementable, that there's the ability to do the kind of multi-benefit projects that we've talked about, but I think it's important to call those things out. Okay, questions. On the HRL pathway, I wanted to clarify a couple things. So there was just some discussion about uncertainty. We heard from Director Namath about the incredible complexity of operations and management decisions that determine how much flow actually happens. But at the end of the day, what we need to do is understand, with not perfect certainty, but enough certainty that we understand what we're approving and what we're giving a chance to work. And I think that it's important to clarify the HRL flow obligations in terms of their relationship to a baseline. For one, I just wanted to make sure it seems really clear, but I want to get clarification from staff that the HRL flows are on top of the D1641 flows, and I guess make sure that that's the understanding of staff.
Yes, the HRL flows, the base upon which, and the terminology that we use is base and reference conditions, both in the plan and Appendix B1. The plan and Appendix B1 defines what the HRL commitments are to be added to. That includes D1641. There are also a number of other provisions that the HRL commitments are intended to be added to as identified in Appendix B1. Because the D1641, one, it only is really related to project operations. It doesn't relate to the other tributaries that are not projects. There's also quite a big difference between D1641 and the actual conditions that we see on the ground today that are driven by a whole number of different factors, including other regulatory requirements, flood control provisions, water demands, available storage. There is just a very complex dynamic, the actual flows that you see in the system today. For the most part, most of the HRL commitments, our understanding is should be additive to something that's close to existing conditions with some changes to biological opinions. Originally, the MOU had identified that the commitments would be additive to the 2019 biological opinions. In the latest draft of the plan, we've changed that to the 2024 biological opinions with our understanding that those are very similar to one another. That is our understanding that they should be additive to the flows resulting from those regulatory constraints being in place, as well as a whole number of other regulatory constraints in the system for project operations and for water purchases and some other provisions. There are some of the HRL assets that are additive to a different kind of base. Some of them are intended to be only additive to the regulatory flows that are existing. That's the case for the Mokelumne River, and others have a more complex base, like the Friant proposal, which is more complex. We can get into the details if you'd like, but most of the assets are intended to be additive to conditions that are close to baseline conditions with some nuances related to the biological opinions and incidental intake permit, as our understanding. And there is a table that we had in the staff presentation that categorized which are in which category, which may have different provisions related to specifically delta outflow, which are intended to be additive to delta outflow above those base conditions, and which are more of an in-stream flow management activity, changing the timing of flows that may not be accounted for as additive to delta outflows. So it's complicated. And Appendix B1 tries to clarify those issues. As Matt pointed out, it will be complicated to account for these things. We have attempted to make Appendix B1 as robust as possible. We're happy to receive additional input as to how to improve upon what we have there, to make sure that we're all on the same page about what the flow commitments are and how we're going to measure them and what they're additive to.
Yeah, super complicated. And I think, as I know we'll talk more about this, but my concern is making sure that as there's flows added, particularly through the HRL process, that those flows and benefits aren't eroded from the bottom by actions, particularly if I think what I've heard from HRL parties is, we need to protect flows and protect the HRL flows. And, we've talked about ensuring that we're able to implement the water rights priority system and in our implementation regs, but also as the parties themselves are adding those flows, ensuring that the parties aren't, through other actions, eroding those base flows in a way that might really, significantly impact the benefits they're trying to achieve. So, okay. Another question I have on HRL is that, and Board Member McGuire asked about this, but just to build on it a little bit. So one of the things I'm concerned about with the HRL program is making sure that if it's not happening, if there's not performance, that we're able to toggle that party, or if the whole thing isn't happening, the whole thing, to a program of implementation, to the regulatory pathway. And I think we can only do that if it's clear, if performance metrics are clear. As you said, I think we have that for flows. Habitat or non-flow measures, though, including whether it's habitat, but also the science and monitoring and governance piece. I really appreciate that there's these annual and periodic reviews. But as we heard for habitat, for example, it sounds like there's not a clear metric for whether there's performance before year 8 for non-flow measures, all of the measures, including science. And I do feel like, while I think we all unfortunately very clear that habitat projects take longer than any of us would like, just like many other infrastructure projects. As I know we'll hear, there's a lot underway already. And I really would like us to be looking at and understand if there is currently any milestones at all around non-flow measures where we could have some clarity whether the program's being implemented or not.
Again, we have some due dates. We may want to consider additional check-ins due dates. That's for the habitat metrics and targets. I believe we have due dates, or not the habitat, I'm sorry, the metrics for the HRL commitments and the targets for those. We have due dates. For the habitat commitments themselves, again, the due date is the end of the 8-year term that all of those habitat commitments would be met. If there should, I think we can consider adding other milestones where the due dates for a certain percentage to be completed, and similar due dates for other provisions, if you all would like to consider those, and perhaps the HRL participants can provide their input on some suggestions for how to go about doing that would, be workable from their perspective.
Great. Okay. Yeah. And I know we'll talk more about that. And I'm interested in the HRL party's presentation on this. So another question, sorry, I have a lot. Try to be concise. So we've acknowledged in a lot of venues that we need to provide frameworks for drought response, and the repeated TUCP requests that have been coming to us with regularity to waive water quality standards. There's also individual tributaries where, like mill deer and antelope, where we have had identified priorities for in-stream flow protections or standards. And I think what I want to clarify or get some clarity from staff in is, will the state board be able to move forward in a separate process? So for example, a water rights proceeding or a specific in-stream flow regulations to address those issues, which may require additional flow protections for HRL parties even before year 8. So is anything in this plan as proposed, would it prevent us from moving forward in those other actions before year 8 or a future board?
Again, this might be an area where I'm interested in HRL participants' feedback on this measure, but I think from their perspective, the intent is this is meeting their obligations to implement the Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan includes in-stream flows, it includes cold water habitat related measures. So I expect their expectation is for the term of the HRL commitments that would meet their commitments for meeting Bay Delta Plan related requirements. But I'm interested in their input on this matter.
I was going to add a little bit to this. I think one of the things that might help is sort of common terminology, because we're going to hear different people talking about different things today. And I think sort of internally for our own mental organization, we've been considering the HRL program as what's been developed by those parties among themselves. So there's actually quite a lot of different documents that have been developed by them within their own coalition. The VA pathway is what's been incorporated into the Bay Delta Plan. And so I think what the board's going to hear is some tension between what those parties have sort of developed and then what is incorporated or what you want to incorporate into the Bay Delta Plan. So I think part of that question that you asked is you're going to probably hear some on that.
Yeah, and I think, it's something over the next 3 days I'd be interested in, Office of Chief Counsel helping to weigh in on more. I think the important thing here is ensuring that we can exercise our water rights and regulatory authorities. There are specific actions that we have chosen not to take on in this process. And we had discussions about that. And I want to make sure that that we're clear whether what we're doing today will prevent us or prevent a future board from taking those on without a basin plan amendment. So anyway, I think that's something we could talk about further just to make sure that we have clarity on it. If it's okay, I'll keep going. All right. Regulatory pathway. Two questions. My understanding of what's in the current draft is that water supply adjustments only apply to existing permits, and if a new permit is issued, we say that it should be evaluated as part of that proceeding, but that the proposal here in the current draft is that water supply adjustments do not apply to new permits unless specified in those new permits. So that unless it's specified that water supply adjustments apply to new permits, the water supply adjustments do not apply to new permits. And I just want to make sure that we're clear, that we can be clear on what our intent is, and if we need to clarify language, that we can do that.
Yes, that is the intent, and I think that some clarification in the language would help to ensure that everyone understands the intent of the language, that as a default, the water supply adjustments would not apply in new permitting activities, but the board could decide in its processing of those new applications to include the water supply adjustments. But if the board does not include the water supply adjustments through that process, then the water supply adjustments would not apply. But I think that's probably an aspect of the plan that could use some additional clarification.
Great. Okay, and then last question. So ideally, once we have biological goals and we've seen, this is for the regulatory pathway. For the regulatory pathway, once we have biological goals, we've seen how water supply adjustments are playing out. We're going to have these like temperature, cold water pool storage levels and plans. if a future board sees the need to adjust the water supply adjustments and move them within the range, what is that, between 35 and 55?
45 and 65.
45 and 65. Sorry, 45 and 65. What actions would be needed?
We've included provisions in the Bay Delta Plan that give the board the flexibility through the periodic review process to modify those water supply adjustments in the future. So I think that's something that could be done as part of your regular periodic review process. That's intended to be flexibility to make that decision in the future built into this plan.
Okay. Great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for those, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Just to follow on that, Ms. Riddle, would that apply, that opening it up process through a periodic review, could it apply to new projects?
I think the way that the plan is written now, and of course these, we can change these provisions, that decision on applying water supply adjustments is teed up for the water right proceeding. So I believe, as it's written now, the intent is that you address those issues as part of the water right proceeding, which you could write a permit term that gave you flexibility to revisit an issue as part of, as you write those permit terms. We could also modify the plan to give ourselves that flexibility. I don't think it's necessarily off the table, but the way the plan is written now, the intent is that issue of water supply adjustments for new projects is dealt with in the processing of the new applications.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Appreciate the good questions. I know will lead to further discussion here. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll go into our first panel, which will be from the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes participants. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back here then at 11:32. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone. It is 11:35. If we can start to wrap up our conversations, we'd like to begin again. All right, folks. If you could please wrap your conversation so we can start again, would really appreciate it. I know this is some of the best time to be able to connect with everyone, but we're needing to move on. I know I don't have a gavel. Purposefully, I have never given myself one, but it's moments like this where you might need a gavel. Ms. Conrad, I apologize to calling you out, but if you don't mind taking a seat, thank you. All right, thanks everyone. Appreciate the break and appreciate, I know, the good conversation that goes on between our items here. We are now with our first panel, with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes participant panel. I'd like to hand things off to Mr. Todd Manley.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Chair and members of the board. We appreciate and good morning still. We're still in the morning. You guys are ahead of schedule, so kudos on that. So we really appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. And for this panel, we're really going to be focusing on 3 issues. First of all, we're going to be providing an update of the early implementation work. We've had some questions and comments on that, and so I think that that's going to be really good. We also are going to be describing some of the lessons that we've learned from those projects that have been implemented. And then also we're going to be describing how we will continue to make progress towards the HRL goals as we move forward. Do I have a clicker or do I need to just ask somebody?
Just ask next slide.
Oh,
next
okay,
slide,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could advance the slide. So I am Todd Manley. I'm with the Northern California Water Association. Next slide, please. And joining me on the panel today, we have Josh Martinez with the Department of Water Resources, Michelle Workman with the East Bay Municipal Utilities District, and Max Stevenson with the Lower Poudre Creek Coordinating Committee and Solano County Water Agency. Next slide, please. And we're representing a broad statewide coalition that is supporting the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, many of whom are in the room today, but also watching online as we go through this hearing. So thank you. Next slide, please. So we thought it would be good to start off with sharing some overarching themes here. And just first and foremost, we are committed to salmon recovery. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing this work. We have a long history of implementing projects that promote salmon recovery throughout the region. We're providing a unique perspective to this hearing as practitioners of those habitat projects. We've done the work, we've seen the results, and we can share that with you. And we are invested in the success of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program because we believe, and the science supports, that the program's joining of comprehensive and substantial habitat improvements with targeted functional flows is the way to make meaningful progress in Chinook salmon recovery. We are also listening. When the MOU was developed, you asked for us to maintain momentum on project implementation, and we've responded with the early implementation projects that you're going to be hearing more about here today. You've also asked for help in developing habitat accounting that reflects what is happening on the ground, and we will be submitting comments based upon our experience constructing these projects. And you have asked for a better way of showing the progress being made on project implementation, and Josh is going to be sharing an interactive map that has been developed to do just that. And lastly, we are learning. As we move forward on this process, we're constantly learning, and we're excited by what we're learning as part of this process. Next slide, please. So what are we learning? So first of all, what we've been doing here more recently builds upon decades of salmon recovery efforts that have been implemented in the region. We've got a lot of experience in doing this. We've been doing projects for a very long time here. And I think more importantly, the exciting work that we have now is with this early implementation, these projects have been underway and have been implemented. And now we're at the time where we really can look at the success that we're being able to generate from these projects. And we got 2 examples of that today with the McElemy River and on Poudre Creek. Next slide, please. And so, how are we learning? We're learning by implementing these projects, the early implementation projects that build upon this past work. We then have a robust and, to be frank, a fairly expensive monitoring program that has been part of these projects. And the importance of that is it's really allowing us to see how the projects are being utilized by fish, how they respond to different flows, and what habitat values they provide at those different flows. And so that's allowing us to develop the science that is allowing us then to learn from those projects that are implemented, adapt how we design projects in future projects in response to what we're learning, and then improve that habitat as we move forward. And the whole goal and the idea of this is that this is going to allow us to maximize habitat values and get this bang for our buck that we all collectively are looking for. I think importantly as well is that this work cannot stop when we're at the end of early implementation. It is something that needs to continue as we transition into the term of the agreement, and we're excited to talk to you about that as well. So with that, I am going to, next slide please, turn it over to Josh and my fellow panelists to add a little more detail to these comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Good morning, board. Thank you for the opportunity to give what we hope you will find to be an exciting update. We're a bunch of fish nerds on this panel. We find it very exciting, but that may be just us. I'm Josh Martinez. I've been with the California Department of Water Resources for the last 18 years. And in that time, I've been lucky enough to study our native fish species in the Delta and in our aquatic floodplains. We've also been implementing a lot of large-scale habitat restoration projects in those floodplains and some big adult fish passage projects. Next slide, please. So we can get right into it in the title of this slide. Why are we making such a big deal about these early implementation projects, or we might hear us call them EI projects for short? We love our acronyms here in the state. I think we should start with what's the definition of an early implementation project? I mean, after all, under HRL, isn't a project is a project is a project, right? Well, not really. We think that we should give a special designation to these early implementation projects, because these are projects that were designed, they were constructed, maybe they're at the permitting phase, maybe they're already done and providing benefit, but that all predated any formal design criteria that we now have in the updated water quality control plan. And I think that kind of begs the question, well, why would the HRL parties go out and start building stuff before you have formal design criteria? And it's a good question. So over the next two slides, I'm going to answer that. The first one here, this was a direct response to a challenge that was put forth from state leadership back in the 2018 voluntary agreements voluntary agreements workshop, where while we're doing this ongoing negotiation of not just an HRL program, but a broader water quality control plan, there is a challenge put forth to the water users and to the state. Show us some progress, roll up your sleeves, give us a good faith effort, and show that not only are you willing to do these big projects, are you able to do them? And we have a pretty ambitious habitat goal, as you see in the HRL program. And so that's what was done. And this was done under this mutual understanding between both parties that the projects that we provide under this early implementation label, these can be valued consistently with the rest of the habitat valuations in the MOU and now in the updated plan. Next slide, please. So that was reason number one for starting early. This is, as a project implementer, this is my selfish reason for needing to start early. It's out of necessity. Board Member Firestone, you had a great discussion earlier about how long it takes to get these things in the ground. I put a purposefully kind of a scary table in here. This is a project implementation life cycle for your typical, think a landscape scale. We're modifying huge tracts of land in the hundreds, maybe even thousands of acres. This is how long it takes to get stuff done. I'm not saying this is all done sequentially. Certainly this can be done with some parallel effort. But each of these phases, concept development, you need to decide what it is we're willing to do, develop tools to evaluate those concepts, and ultimately select a preferred alternative. That's 1 to 3 years. Design, but we've got some projects that are well beyond that 1 to 3 years of design. The real estate component is a really tricky one. We have a lot of these public-private partnerships that we're finding. We need to add a minimum of 2 years to a schedule. That is not really done in sequence. Getting us to permitting. As a practitioner, I think a lot of the folks in this room, when we build out our project work schedules, that's the critical path item. Oftentimes it's 2, 3, 4 years. I'll sheepishly say maybe it's gone even longer in one project I've worked on to get full permits to go out and actually start construction. Most of our projects in the river have really narrow work windows. So it may seem like a smaller project, but it's 1 to 3, sometimes more years to even build the project. And then we're getting to monitoring. And I don't know that we give monitoring enough respect. It takes a lot of monitoring to make sure you're doing things properly and you monitor what you plan to manage. And adaptive management is going to be a big part of the HRL program. All this to say, we do this out of necessity, right? We need to get a little bit of a jump on those bigger projects to make sure we're going to meet that 8-year timeline. But having that head start allows us to build projects that maximize benefits to species. We're building resilient projects, right? Something that's going to withstand climate change. We're going to be able to handle a dynamic flow environment in the Delta that we've all talked about earlier today. If we only had 8 years to build these big scale projects, the lens that we would look at project lists would be radically different. It would be what's quickest, what's cheapest, and what checks a compliance mark, and that would be it. Next slide, please. Okay, I kind of like this. We're pivoting into the adaptive management. Secretary Crowfoot actually illustrated the need to be willing and able to adapt earlier, but we are relying on this data collection. So this is that monitoring we're talking about. This is going to inform our decision-making moving forward. In short, and you're going to hear a lot more about this from the other speakers, this allows us to do more of what works and pivot away from things that may be falling short of our design objectives. Next slide, please. So I promised that was all the scary stuff. We do have a plan in place other than start early to make sure that we do meet the 8-year deadline. And I've kind of broken these down into 4 bins of efficiency, if you will, that are going to maximize our odds of success. The first one, we did talk a bit today about permitting efficiencies. The Cutting Green Tape initiative is a great one. We're also working with parties to see are there ways that we can do more programmatic permitting. If we have a handful of similar projects and a similar geographic scope, can we do a blanket type permit rather than doing each one individually? The next one is securing funding. Secretary Crowfoot kind of stole my thunder twice now. We had that floodplain forward MOU that just a week ago we had a 1-year celebration for. And this was a big deal. This is the first time in the HRL program where we had a number of federal partners come together and pull money into a RFP that wasn't a nationally competitive solicitation. This was regional, right? This is for floodplain benefit in the Sacramento Valley. That's a great example of what needs to come next to streamline these efficiencies. Just this November, the Wildlife Conservation Board did award roughly $75 million worth of funding into HRL objectives. That was another big streamlining there. The next one here, incorporating science into design, that's the kind of, well, of course we're doing that, right? Well, we should be, and hopefully everybody is, but it's important to be intentional about how we design these projects. We are, like I said, learning from those previous projects and incorporating those lessons learned. But we're doing through a standardized science plan. We have tributary-specific science plans, and that's going to address key stressors in each of those tribs and locations. And we're making sure that whatever we're proposing, whatever adaptive management decisions we're doing, it's through a scientific lens. And the last one, this collaboration to enhance capacity, that's another way of saying we've got a small army of people under the HRL umbrella that are willing to take their smaller bites out of the same apple and help us get to the finish line. Next slide, please. So talk about burying the lead. I think this is what everybody was looking for here. This is our update on the status of our early implementation projects. We currently have 58 projects that would fall under that EI banner. We do have a map here. I know there was a request that we put together a map of projects. We are working through the ADA remediation process to get this uploaded onto our CNRA website. We actually have bigger plans for this map. We want to make an interactive site where folks can hover over each individual dot and get the project-specific details. So that is coming. But I like this map. It shows the broad geographic extent of where we're doing projects. And if you look down at the bottom there, you can actually see a wide variety of projects in this early implementation portfolio. So some highlights of those 58 projects, 35 are done, complete. They're in the river. They're providing benefit as we speak. Another 7 are currently under construction, and 11 more are going to construction this year. Next slide, please. All right, so we're gonna kind of shift towards these success stories. I snuck one in here at the 11th hour. Todd had mentioned we're gonna have 2. Here's number 3. This is the Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project. I'm stealing somebody else's thunder for a change. I did not work on this project, but this is a really big project along the Yola bypass and the Sacramento bypasses. We're talking in excess of 1,000 acres. It's a floodplain project. It's been inundated twice over the last 2 years, and we've been able to get out there and monitor it. And what we found is this is one of the most productive landscapes we've ever measured. So this image on the left, this is taken from the property. You see the inlet water sample. This is as the water is flowing into the parcel. I'm not saying you should drink it, but it's definitely clearer than the one on the left and the image on the left there. This is as that water's had a chance to incubate and become productive. The big image on the right here, when we talk about fish food, this is what we're talking about, right? Zooplankton. We call them bugs, but they're not bugs. It is zooplankton. In our monitoring, we found over 250,000 of these bugs per, I put square meter in the slide, forgive me, per cubic meter. So extrapolate that over a 1,000-acre parcel. I mean, this is the engine that's driving the aquatic food web, and that's why we feel it's so important to get these fish onto these landscapes. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand it off now to my other colleagues. We're going to show how we are kind of shifting away from this lens of, but can we actually do this? We're now firmly in the, how are we going to optimize these projects to maximize benefits? And I gave an example of a large-scale restoration project, but we're going to look at the McCollum River and Puta Creek, and we're going to show how you don't necessarily need a massive project to deliver outsized benefits. Thank you. Oh, next slide, please.
Great, thanks, Josh. I'm Michelle Workman. I am the manager of the Department of Natural Resources for East Bay Mud, working on primarily the McCollum River in this context. And so thank you for the opportunity to speak. Next slide, please. I want to just start off by showing some of our current successes on the McCollum River, because I think they're very related to HRL and the program that we have ahead of us. We have experienced in recent years some really good successes on the McCollum River, and those successes have come after signing what we call the Joint Settlement Agreement, which was an agreement under our FERC process. And that agreement was really providing provisions for flow, habitat, and temperature management on the McCollum River that we've been implementing since 1998. And the graph shows a pretty clear change in what we're seeing in salmon populations on the river from before Comanche went in, after Comanche went in, before the JSA, and then post-JSA. And so, you know, what the JSA has given us to date is the opportunity to expand spawning habitat quality and availability to the point where we don't have a requirement for spawning habitat under HRL because we have the capacity to meet the doubling goal population in the river. It's also helped us increase our escapement numbers to the river and increase our contributions to the ocean. And those are all really great, but if I can see the next slide, what the HRL can add on top of that really is give a boost to that. So we've spent a lot of time managing for the adult side of the equation, with the goal being the doubling goal population. But over time, it's clear, and the modeling from the HRL program shows that we are deficient in that critical habitat for juvenile species. And so now we can switch our activities to really focus on, now that we've improved spawning habitat and capacity and escapement numbers are really good, how do we improve survival of that juvenile portion of the program? And I think the HRL helps us elevate that through a number of different pathways. One, really opening up funding streams has been hugely important in trying to implement projects. It's hard to implement projects on a small river that's all locked into private landowner. There's very little public land on the McCollum River. And the HRL program also is providing those dedicated flows that we can shift to a time when they're most important for juvenile fish. And then also provided this collaborative environment for us to work with other scientists in the Valley on how we design these programs and really bringing together that science to make sure we're putting on the ground really beneficial projects. Next slide. So when we were talking about the habitat that on the McCollum River and the restoration projects, I think it's really important to clarify that this wasn't a decision about habitat overflow, and it wasn't a decision of flow for flow's sake. So this was a very mindful integration of what flows are needed to inundate the kinds of habitat we need to build capacity for juvenile fish in the river. And so that's how the McCollum River proposal came to be, was this is how much habitat we need to support juvenile fish. This is how much water we would need in a volume to put the right CFS level of water onto those habitats for it to be beneficial. So we're using that science and modeling throughout our collaborations with the science team to build meaningful and beneficial habitats. And I think it's also important to understand on the McCollum, we have a group of scientists, many of them, including myself, have been there more than 20 years. We have a lot of institutional knowledge and we're local expertise. We have also some newer members of our team that are really smart and have really cutting edge ideas. And so melding those two is really helping us build really good projects. And I think the flexibility of site-specific flexibility for our actions is really important to make sure that we're building the types of projects that will be beneficial to the McCollum River. Next slide. So we look at our habitat restoration, and Josh gave me a good lead in. So, you know, in the Delta, they're doing these really grand scale, fabulous projects and producing enough bugs to feed all the fish in the system. We have very little real estate to work with, and we're doing the best we can with that real estate. This is a great example of a before and after from one of our early implementation projects. This is about a 3-acre floodplain project, which doesn't sound like much, but you can see from the before picture, we've taken this perched area of the riparian habitat and we've dropped that elevation down. And what you see on the right is this beautiful, nutrient-dense, slow-moving, vegetated area that is going to provide exactly what those juvenile fish need for growth, for refuge from predators, and hopefully increase survival as we move down the river. Next slide. And then if we look at that project from a little bit different standpoint, and you guys may have seen this in a previous hearing where we were talking about accounting, this is the same project looking from above. And the beauty of this project is that we've used our dedicated HRL flow pattern to fill this project. And we know that we can implement these flow levels for enough time and duration and provide the magnitude and the depth and the frequency to really fill this habitat. And as flows come up from the initial inundation of 800 CFS on the slide, and as it moves through the habitat, what you really get is not just more habitat, but a much more complex habitat mosaic in that habitat design. So there's, you know, lots of different features in that habitat that come online as the flows go up, but there's still good habitat at those lower flows. And so we're really excited about this design and being able to sort of optimize benefits to fish on very small footprints. Next slide.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
just wondering, what was the timeline say on this project particularly?
So that
concept,
project, that project, we actually got Prop 68 funds. So I think we got those funds in late 2021. And we were able to implement that project it was in the ground and functioning by 2023. It's a pretty quick timeline. I will say we own that property, so that reduces a little bit of the permitting. It's also above the legal floodway input on the channel, so we didn't need flood board permits. So there was a little bit of internal streamlining because it was our own property and because we have the Prop 68 funds. And we can do on these small scale projects because we have a big team. And we have some annual contracts with construction folks for the spawning habitat maintenance. We have the ability to get in and out and target these projects, get them built, and then watch how they perform and come back and kind of modify them if they're not performing the way we think. So that's kind of the beauty of these small projects on our own property.
Really appreciate that.
Yeah. And so the other thing that this timeline has given us, I know this is a long timeline for everyone and we all have a little bit of fatigue, but having this early implementation period has really provided us an opportunity to do some of the effectiveness monitoring up front. And so this has been in place since 2023. We're monitoring it every spring. We have had inundation flows, as you can see. And so we're able to get out there, start collecting data, see if it's working, see what is working and what's not working, and then use the science committee for input, to use adaptive management to change things if they're not working. But the really beautiful story about this piece that excites me as a fish nerd is, you'll see in the pictures, there's a Chinook salmon smolt. So that's the target, right? So they're using that habitat and that's really great. But that bottom picture is a 3-spined stickleback. And for the non-fish nerds in the room, it's not a super common native species, but it's a native species. And I've worked on the McCollum since 1993, and the only place we've ever seen 3-spined stickleback has been in the one small tributary, not in the main stem. So building this habitat and watching these native fish come in and use the habitat and function in a place where they weren't functioning before, super exciting for us to see. And then I also wanted to mention too, as part of this effectiveness monitoring, we're also in the process, like when we talk about timeline and how we're going to meet all these targets, in the process of modifying our monitoring regime. We have a really great, solid, long-term monitoring program, but there are some tweaks that we need to make to that program to meet the gold standard under the science plan, and we're working on that right now, and we're actually implementing uptick in monitoring this year to see how we can staff that up and how we can collect some of this extra data that we haven't been collecting that's going to be useful in the evaluation of these projects. Next slide. And then just to finish up, where we're going, we're really looking forward to and hopeful for adoption of this plan, this piece into the water quality control plan. To date, under the early implementation program, we have not only put in the overbank juvenile breeding habitat that was required of us. We've also screened 6 high priority diversions in the downstream reaches because we know those are impactful to successful migration out of the system. And we think that is something that has to happen along with building this habitat, growing fish. We also need to protect them on their migration route out. And again, while we don't have any requirement for spawning habitat, we are implementing spawning habitat maintenance projects, which really means continuing to input small amounts of gravel to keep the river bed at the elevation it needs to move gravel on its own. So we're implementing those projects, and we've completed, these small floodplain projects. But the really exciting thing is, and I'm so happy to say, yesterday we entered escrow into a conservation easement agreement with a private landowner, and that's the green box you see kind of mid-screen, and then also the small highlighted box downstream of that. This is a local landowner on the river. We've been negotiating him, to Josh's point, negotiating with him since 2022, and we just are getting signatures on a conservation easement and entering escrow. So we're super excited about that. We didn't let that languish. We have been working on designs for that floodplain project all along the way while we were negotiating in good faith. And so we're at 60% design for a project on that 55 acres. So, that will move the needle significantly for the McCollum, depending on how the suitability range works out. It might get us to our goal, it might not. We're also in discussions with another private landowner government collaboration downstream, a little closer to the city of Lodi, where we have another opportunity for another significant piece. And so the beauty of all this is it's building this system all the way downstream to outmigration, where these fish have these refuges and these growth opportunities. So depending on where they're at in the system and at what stage of their growth, they'll have a spot to get big, to stay away from predators, and hopefully get down the river successfully. And I just want to end my section by saying, our collaborations have really increased on the McCollum River. Being able to say that this is a program and highlight that to landowners has spurred some enthusiasm among some landowners that we haven't been able to spur in the past. That's been super beneficial for us. And we look forward to continuing those collaborations. And we also have a few conservation agencies, NGOs, and tribes that we generally work really well with on the McCollum River. We aren't on the same page for this program, but we're really hopeful that if this goes forward and gets adopted, that we can really come back to the table with those groups and get their input and really make these as meaningful as possible for our river and for all of those groups to meet all the benefits. So thank you for your time, and I'll pass it off to Max.
Thank you. Much appreciation.
There we go. Max Stevenson. I work for Solano County Water Agency. I'm the Poudre Creek Streamkeeper. I've been the streamkeeper for about 4 years. Michelle's been helping me figure things out over the past couple of years, and we have never met in person. We've only met over Zoom, so this is fun for me. Next slide, please. So just some orientation to Poudre Creek. You see the cities of Davis and Winters. It's about 25 miles of creek. It's a heavily modified and managed system. Of course, we have Lake Berryessa with the large dam has modified the flows. Downstream of Davis, it looks like a wiggly line, but it's really pretty straight as an arrow. That's all a hand-dug channel in the late 1800s. We have about 150 landowners on Poudre Creek, and we communicate with all of them on a regular basis with postcards and invite them to many, many meetings. But some of them do come. About a third of the creek is in public ownership, mostly UC Davis owns about 7 miles, and then the state of California, CDFW owns the Yolo Bypass Wildlife Area. And you can stand on the banks of Puda Creek and see the downtown skyscrapers of Sacramento. I just was there yesterday. Next slide, please. So the team here said I could have unlimited slides showing pictures of salmon, but only one slide with a graph. So this is my one slide, and I'm going to make it count, and it's counting the salmon. It starts in 2004 to present, and the y-axis shows the number of salmon showing up. You can see for the first 10 years there or longer, there were no salmon showing up in Puda Creek. And with the Puda Creek Accord, the settlement from a lawsuit in the 1990s, the court told the water agency we needed to release more water and hire a stream keeper, more water for fish. And so we did that every year, starting in 2000. Pulse flows for attracting salmon, extra water for temperature control, and the salmon weren't showing up until 2014. And why did it take so long? So next slide, please. So yeah, what changed over that time period? Next slide, please. So a lot of money, $25 million in spawning habitat, about $15 million in grants, about $10 million from the water agency, lots of dozens of different projects, some larger than others. This is just an example of one of the types of projects here. You see this excavator with the claw, that's for gravel scarification, and that claw was designed in-house by our staff and custom manufactured to fluff up the gravel. The gravel supply has been mined out. It's also been blocked by the dam. The lower flows don't transport the gravel, and the gravel that remains is cemented together. So we've been digging it up, and on the right hand is a Puda Creek salmon creating a red. So about to lay eggs in the gravel that we've fluffed up for it. And this has been very successful. UC Davis counts the fry that are out migrating downstream. Some years over 30,000 fry born in Puda Creek are measured, caught in the rotary screw trap, a special trap for monitoring migrating juvenile salmon. Next slide, please. So what else does UC Davis discover or show us scientifically? They did otolith microgeochemistry, the ear bones in salmon, and found that the salmon that are returning as adults to Puda Creek, some of them were born there. They are not just lost hatchery strays, although a lot of them are. And this was a big deal in the fishery science world. This is peer-reviewed, scientific publications, the highest standard, and basically, we as a community, the Puda Creek community, the regulators, the water agencies, the landowners, helped make this run happen. We created a natal spawning run. And then the next slide, so even better, this past year, in November, we had record numbers of returning adult salmon. You may have seen it in the news. I got texts from France and postcards from Maine and Missouri. I was thrilled, right? But I was a little surprised too. People love a record, and boy, Puda Creek, is only 10, 15 feet wide in some sections, and thousands of salmon swimming around. You walk down there, like, there's dogs playing in the water, and you hear all this splashing, and it's not. They're 30-pound king salmon jumping. Next slide, please. Oh, so this is a quote from one of the professors at UC Davis. There's a lot of potential to have more Puda Creeks out there. And that's what I believe. And part of it is, having a stream keeper, someone to not just manage the water or the gravel or but manage the people. The community building is really what made this happen, because there was a lot of animosity during the lawsuits, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Next slide, please. Yeah, so no single action was responsible for the salmon returns. I mentioned the community and the gravel augmentation, but next slide. So we've got a little cartoon here of 6 key practices. On the left, the timely cold water releases. You can't do anything without the water. We definitely need that, and we were releasing that for many years. But we needed to do the other steps, address the other parts of the salmon life cycle. Gravel, fish barriers, but over on the right, the collaborative effort, this idea that, takes a community. That's what I'd like to talk about next. Next slide. Yeah, so this is my last slide, and I want to tell a little story. This is at the Winter Salmon Festival. I'm there in the hat in the center. In November last year, we were celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Accord, and we had a little committee to decide how to do it. Half hour of politicians giving proclamations, which was very nice. But then my boss said, hey, we need to invite the people back that started this whole thing, 25, 30 years ago, and they need to talk about what happened. And I was afraid. I had pictures of my Uncle Bob at Thanksgiving. Like, oh no. And it turned out to be great. So one of the retired general managers from the water agency, he got up and he said, we fought for years in court over this in the 1990s. And when the court told us, decreed that we needed more water and a stream keeper, and to go back to the meeting room and work with the people that were suing you to figure out the details, he stated at the event in November that he had a change of mind. He was like, okay, I'm a water manager. I do flood control and water supply and recharge and water quality. I can add this salmon thing to my plate. I can add fish to the mission of this agency, and the board went along with it. And in fact, I don't know how this happened, but the court, there was a very small salmon run. There wasn't a big salmon run before the big dams in the 1950s. And so the decree from the court was to provide more water for fish and the stream keeper. But during the Accord negotiation process, the extra flows for the salmon were added. Those were not demanded by the court. The parties agreed to do that. They were like, if we're going to do that, let's go all in. And it's a relatively small amount of water for these pulse flows, and that's you can see the results today. They're so proud. I've taken some of the original founding members of the Putah Creek Council down to the counting weir to look at the salmon, and they're in tears. I mean, they can't believe that what they worked on so long ago actually is helping and is working. And what it was people deciding to come together and work on this without fighting, and stay at the table even if you feel like you're not being heard, to just keep at it, and you can get the good results. And in conclusion, sometimes I'm accused of being a Pollyanna a little bit, and that might be true. But the previous stream keeper, Rich Maravich, he always looked at it as the power of human intention. If we decide to make a salmon run, we can do it. If we put that on our list of goals, we can do that. And I'm happy to say that I'm part of that process. So thank you.
Just have another slide or two. So next slide, please. Just to wrap up, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. So once again, as you can tell, right, we are committed to salmon recovery. We're passionate about it, and it's very important. Also, we will need the ability to continue to adapt as we learn more, and you've heard that from the speakers today, and that adaptive management and ensuring that that's part of the program is going to be key, and we're going to submit some comments on edits that we think will help to do that and ensure that that can occur. And then lastly, we look forward to working with you to implement a program that is successful. That's our goal with this, and we appreciate that. And we would like to invite you at any time, if you'd love, you, staff, everyone, if you'd like to come out and see some of these projects. It truly is a lot different when you're out there on the ground. So thanks again for your time. Really appreciate it. And next slide, we welcome any questions.
Thanks to you as well. I appreciate the presentation, and I know a lot of ongoing work, good ongoing work that's going on, especially on the habitat side. Want to ask, when it comes to the permitting of the various projects, I know we at the board undertook a large restoration general order that was meant to help streamline both requirements for other sister agencies, but really help to get these large restoration projects into the ground. Just wondering if that large restoration general order is being utilized, or what the plans are for utilization of it, knowing that was a key part of the state board's activities, at least under cutting the green tape.
Yeah, we probably owe everybody thank you cards for that one. We are definitely using it. I can't speak to how many of those projects on that map, but a number of them are either have used it or in the process of using it as they go through the permitting phase right now. So it's a big tool. Thank you.
Appreciate that. And I think at some point it'd be nice to just have an overview of how much the permit's been used generally, its crossover with the HRL. And, we are here to, like everyone else, really take a comprehensive approach both to our authorities and permitting and work to help make sure that this all happens. So just wanted to flag that. As we've noted several times now, and will continue to, this is an incredibly complex system that we're overseeing. On the monitoring point, obviously monitoring is really often site-specific when we're talking about these restoration projects, really evaluating them to ensure that the goals and objectives of those restoration projects are met. But there's also the bigger picture. And, I just want to take a step back, acknowledging, as we have, that, we're here iterating off of previous regulatory requirements, whether at D1641 in the previous Bay Delta Plan update, or the ESA, or things like the CalFed, which we still have components of from, again, that grand compromise in the 90s. With the sort of pullback, it feels, from the interagency ecological program, some of the other tools, I think of the privatization that's happening from the Bureau of Reclamation with a lot of the monitoring stations in the Delta. It would be helpful to understand your all's view as to how is it that we really pivot, as I've said, into our modern regulatory era here, but acknowledge that those other programs are in flux, and we are needing to replace it with both the board's plan update and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. How does this all kind of come together on that broader scale on monitoring? Just any thoughts? I know you all are focused more on the habitat components and work, but to the extent that your good expertise and technical understanding of the science components of the program, both in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, but also the Bay Delta Plan generally, would be helpful to kind of just hear how we're kind of maybe collectively all seeing how the need certainly to pivot to a modern approach when it comes to the monitoring and science. But what does that look like?
Yeah, I think if I can answer, the science team, the science committee under HRL is really working hard on those very questions and what that monitoring needs to look like and how we coordinate and collaborate so that all of the monitoring elements needed to roll up the information and develop system-wide metrics is being addressed. And so I think hopefully you'll hear a little bit more from some of the science team, later, either in just public comment or in their comment letters. But I do think that that's a big part of the science plan that's been put together. And that's why there are not only site-specific hypotheses and metrics, but there's also system-wide hypotheses and metrics. And the concept is, how do we roll up these smaller metrics into these larger metrics and then coalesce all of that data to benefit? And it's really a benefit for everyone. So, we can monitor the heck out of the McCollum River, but being able to look at it in the context of what's happening in the Delta and around us is really beneficial to all of us.
I love monitoring and data collection. I see two different levels. A lot of the monitoring that happens from a commitment perspective, like, did you do the habitat that you promised to do? Is the flow that you promised, is it there? That's just confirming that you're saying what you did.
Yeah,
but
I feel it's more the accounting component.
The accounting
right?
component.
That's the accounting component, yeah.
Then the response, the salmon population numbers, that's our goal. If we, it might work or it might not, but that's the final end metric. And the way, we have great flow measurement from USGS programs over the years in the state. That's ongoing flow measurement in perpetuity. We use it for dozens of different or hundreds of different uses, real estate, flood management, water quality, loading, everything. What I see us doing with the biology is starting that long-term monitoring, focusing on salmon here, as we're going to be monitoring those populations into the future beyond HRL, we're establishing something to manage that resource into the future, no matter what we do. And if it's HRL continues in 8 years, or if we have other development projects or other restoration projects, we need to collect that data no matter what. And it's not just for HRL. It's for the long-term management and, for many generations in perpetuity.
I appreciate that point because I all the work that's gone into the HRL science program and discussions is really appreciated. And to your point, though, it is kind of a subset of that broader need that we need in the Bay Delta. To your point as well, those USGS stream gauges would be nice if they were into perpetuity, but as we've seen, we've actually have a decline in the number of US stream gauges that we've seen over the last decade. So, my interest and the reason I bring this up is a real desire to arrest the eroding of our, more comprehensive monitoring programs out there for the Bay Delta, and ensure that as we move forward into the Bay Delta Plan update and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, that we keep an eye on ensuring that we have that comprehensive approach and not see further erosion, which we've certainly seen recently in the last decade as well.
If I could add one thing, I love that last thought. It's certainly a concern to us as well. One thing that gives me hope is if you were to go into one of our science committee meetings, I think you'd see a lot of familiar faces from those past EIP working groups, right? These other programs that may be slowly eroding away. We're poaching where we can.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Well, I think we could do several days just on this topic. It's so interesting, informative, and inspiring all at the same time. But, my takeaway is, wow, how complex. It's so site-specific, but then there's all those factors within each site. And so can you just talk a little bit more about cost to maintain these programs? So on Poudre Creek, do you have to go in periodically and fluff up the bed, so to speak? And then same thing on McCollum and other systems. What do you have in terms of your budgets for contingency plans where, maybe you thought you'd only have to go in at one point, but then the gravels disappear and you have to bring in more. So talking a little bit about budgets, but then also in follow-up to the chair's question here, it's not just about, the accounting and the metrics, but then how do you turn on a dime? How do you decide whether or not to turn on a dime as opposed to letting things play out so that you have, more time in which to assess whether or not an action was effective?
I can say on the McCollum, we have habitat maintenance built into our ongoing budgets. So it's not a huge budget for us. Again, we're a small river. And with that gravel maintenance, like he talks about fluffing up the gravel, but also there's a depletion of material, appropriate size material as water moves it down. I happen to have the luxury of having a great staff of about 15 people. We do our own topographic surveys every year. And so we can see if our design for our spawning habitat is starting to erode away, and we can sort of target small areas to kind of bring that elevation back up, reduce fine sediments. And so with staff time, the actual money dollars for construction, we just keep about $50,000 in our budget every year for maintenance only. So that's not building a project. That's not having to pull any extra permits because we have some programmatic permits that allow us to go back in to maintain that gravel. So the cost, it's more of a commitment, a time commitment, and a commitment for the monitoring to know when it's time to do that. So you have to have that baseline data to know what you need, but certainly you have to be maintaining that habitat. Building spawning habitat and then walking away and saying, I built spawning habitat is not going to work as long as there are dams in the system, because they're eventually going to erode away.
So for Poudre Creek, we have a funding source from the Water Agency. The total program for Poudre Creek is about $2 million per year. Mandated by the Accord from the year 2000, indexed to inflation, about $280,000 of that is from the Accord. So the Solano County Water Agency is spending this extra amount beyond what is mandated. And about half of that $2 million is for monitoring. About a quarter of that is UC Davis, counting the adult salmon and the baby salmon, and then other consultants for counting fish and bats and plants and the whole system. In terms of our nimbleness or how we decide to change things, we recognize around our office, and I think this is true in any water agency office, that we're in an emergency here with the salmon. It's all hands on deck, and we're doing everything that we can, and we need help. We need help with ideas. We need help from tech. We need help from, native principals. We need help, and we want to do those things. And, this idea that this is one of our missions, besides water supply and flood control, that watershed management and the environment are part of that mission. All the managers that I know up and down the Sacramento Valley, they feel the same way. This idea of it's kind of an old idea that the water agencies are just using the water for the humans and cities and farms. It's a comprehensive management philosophy that allows us to pay attention, dedicate resources, have teams of biologists and engineers working every day, dedicating their lives to public service, as everyone in this room is, and working on these issues.
And I think the last thing I'd add to that is the short answer is it's very expensive. We do have in the HRL program all of the parties who are participating in HRL. They're providing flows, they're providing habitat, but they're also contributing to our science and monitoring fund for that very reason. Recently, there's been a bit of a shift, not just on the federal level, but also on the state level through their grant program for restoration actions. A lot of folks are now requiring monitoring and actually including funding to support that monitoring. We're really kind of getting this global perspective on how important it really is. Thanks. And I think you had a question on how do we know when to course correct? And that's a trickier one. And I wish there was more of a black and white answer. There's kind of a running joke with one of my colleagues up north. They do gravel projects and I'm doing floodplain restoration. My joke is you just add rock, and their joke to me is you just add water, which is easier. And what we find on the gravel stuff, and I'm way out of my depth here, but there's new ways of doing gravel that allows it to be more resilient to changes in flow. So it used to be you dump rock in and you hope for the best, and you have these high flow events that may wash it all away tomorrow, or it might be 5 years from now. And now there's ways that we know that we can better embed that. So we still want mobilization of gravel. That's an important thing, but we don't want to lose it all. And so little things like that we've learned, and those are course corrections that are actively being applied in HRL.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for those responses. Looking to fellow board colleagues, Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. Echo all the kudos and comments on this program. It's so great to see things that are done and moving forward. And I will definitely take you up on the going to see things in person, because I haven't actually. And I will follow up on that. And I just appreciate the specifics and list of projects, which seem to be a good diversity of projects already. And, I think this whole panel and discussion has highlighted the complexity, the various steps involved, the different expertise and constraints and funding needed and things like that. As we're thinking about how, again, we're setting up things for success here. The idea with Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is it's a collaborative effort, and there are specific commitments. And I am concerned, as I said before, that the non-flow commitments. I think maybe I'll be more specific, like specifically habitat as well as the science piece in terms of monitoring and studies. We can't just habitat, you've already shown there's a lot you can already point to in terms if you were going to create milestones. But I would love to hear suggestions that Healthy Rivers and Landscapes has, and you don't have to do it all here. This can be a follow-up and written comments. But in terms of what are realistic ways, nobody, I think we're not trying to do gotcha or, something out of your control happened, now you're not performing. But the reality is there's a lot of partners. This is a lot of money. These are big commitments in terms of habitat, for example, and science. And these are big studies. And so I wouldn't want us to say, we can't do anything to recognize nothing's happening or there's not adequate progress or funding until year 8. And so I'm looking for HRL to provide some interim milestones and goals that could help us have some clarity and expectations to see that things are on track and really have the ability to be successful at some periodic level. And I know there's a lot of annual reporting and assessments built in already. So if you want to speak now on these ideas, or you can follow up later, I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, happy to. We may reconvene with some of our science committee members and build a more robust answer for you. We can include in our written comments. But I think there's two things that would hopefully address the concern, and we share it, right? We can't just have this, well, we'll see what happens year 8. That's not good enough. So on the bigger scale, we plan to use the CNRA website as a hub for tracking progress. And so what we'll do over time as projects are implemented, we conduct our habitat accounting, we'll update the website, and you'll be able to track how are we doing towards that specific commitment. 20,000 acres of floodplain habitat. We have X thousand in year 2, Y thousand in year 3. And I think what you'll see, just kind of forecasting out, we'll have the early implementation projects, and I expect a bit of a plateau while we go through that permitting and write the planning phase for those next projects. But then incrementally, it'll start to grow exponentially as we get closer to that year 8. I think where a good kind of natural checkpoint would be, this is top of my head, so I may change my mind later. But year 5 or 6, we should have on this website identified all of the potential projects to meet that. If we don't have all the projects identified by year 6, we're not going to build them by year 8. And so I think that's probably a really good check-in point. The second layer that we want to look at this through is the level of assessments we do for the actual projects. Max, you talked about the habitat accounting. That's just one of 3 different steps that we have. And I think this will be really important in those annual reports, giving them something that's worthwhile, not just saying we did it. So the first assessment is that habitat accounting, the implementation. Did we build what we said we were going to build? Okay, great. After a while, we'll do this we call suitability monitoring. And that's making sure this habitat is providing the conditions that we think are necessary to provide adequate benefits to our target species. And then we have a third layer, which us folks who monitor love this stuff, the biological utilization and effectiveness monitoring. So we're actually going to get out and we're going to see, are we observing species on these landscapes? And is it providing that desired benefit? So are they just there to occupy space, or are they deriving a growth benefit? Are we seeing enhanced survival? We'll be able to use the information that we learned from those 3 levels of monitoring and apply them to the hypotheses that are in our science plan. And I think the Vice Chair's question on when to course correct, these are the kind of monitoring that is going to inform when it's time to make a course correction.
I don't know if you noticed, but Josh and I got really excited when you asked that question. I've lost count of the number of conversations the 2 of us have had on this. And so, yes, I do appreciate that. And we've been thinking about this for quite a bit. And in fact, I'm going to beat this dead horse in front of you like I do in front of everybody else. We need to think of this as a 6-year program, because by year 6, if we're not well underway, it's not going to happen. And so that's been a really, I think, a real driving force for us, is that we've got to really have a sense of urgency for this, because we all know just how long this takes. And that's really important. I think also, this is a program that the kind of scope and the diversity and just the quantity of habitat in this program, I don't know of another one in California that's this big. And while that is a challenge, it's also an opportunity. I think we're going to have a lot of attention on this, and the science program is going to be, equally as large. And so I think there's going to be opportunities within that. We aren't talking about one specific project and tying science just to that. We're doing multiple projects that are the same, that are in different areas, and there's going to be a better opportunity with that science program to learn from all of those. And so I think that, yes, we need to be very clear on this. We do have, thankfully, within the MOU, the environmental targets, so we do have that immediate gut check on just where are we, how close are we, and then, based upon what we know about how long it takes to get work done, we're going to have a pretty good understanding on, are we falling behind? Are we ahead? And if we're ahead, we're not going to believe it. We're going to keep pushing, because we need to keep driving on this. But yes, that is a very, very important question. And so thank you for that.
Yeah, and I'll just, from experience, probably everyone in this room has had this experience, but this is going to need a lot of funding, as folks said. And, there's a lot of sources out there that you need commitments from funding from to make this happen. And I think if there's some clarity that those commitments need to be made in order for you all to move forward, it has a greater likelihood of being real and being committed. And so I'd really like us to think about how we can incorporate some deadlines in there or milestones that that are realistic, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, board member, and thank you for the responses. I think definitely what it continues to call to mind is that it feels like we're ready to really get into implementation. And I think a lot of this we have to have good enough when it comes to the plan we adopt in the fall, because we're going to learn a lot as we implement. And to your point, Mr. Manley, there has to be just an incredible sense of urgency now, and not, kind of waiting. And appreciate the highlight of the work that's gone down on the habitat side. I think it reflective of that urgency. So thank you. All right, seeing nothing further from the dais, you're off the hook for now. Appreciate this first panel. What we will now go ahead and give ourselves is a 45-minute lunch. When we come back, we will be coming back to our second panel, which will be the Golden Gate Salmon Association and the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. We're running only about 15-ish minutes, 20 or so off schedule, but let's go ahead and come back here then at, oh gosh, let me quickly do a little math. We'll come back at, let's just say 12:25, and apologize, 1:25. We will not travel to the past, although that'd be a good way of creating more time for this workshop. So let's come up at 1:25. We will all see you then. Thank you, everyone, for a productive morning. Look forward to further discussion here. All right, everyone. It is 1:27, and we can bring ourselves back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I'd like to hand things over to Chris Schutz as we come now to our second panel, again, Golden Gate Salmon Association and the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance. Mr. Schutz, good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Chris Schutz for the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Next slide, please. My presentation begins and ends with the overarching maxim, count the water. In that regard, I start by pulling data from the 2023 SED and the recirculated SED and putting the data side by side to compare the water costs of different alternatives. And I refer to them as the SED, you could equally say the draft staff report or chapter 13, but for consistency, I'll use the SED terminology. I'm going to note a key theme. In discussing the public trust, the recirculated SED generally equates the public interest with water supply. What we'll see when we make comparisons is that the VA has virtually no water cost. Others presenting after me will describe why the VA has almost no benefits for fisheries and other public trust values and resources. Above all, the recirculated SED provides no explanation for why the VA is the limit of feasible protection for public trust resources. Also, the recirculated SED offers no analysis for additional targeted options for reducing water supply effects while better protecting the public trust. Next slide, please. I assembled this table from data provided in the 2023 SED and the recirculated SED. The sources are in the two columns farthest to the right. In this table, I compare the water cost overall and by region of three alternative flow requirement scenarios compared to baseline. These alternatives are 55% of unimpaired without water supply adjustments, or WSA, 55% of unimpaired with WSA, and finally the VA. I report modeled reduction in water supply in acre feet and by percent. In this table, I report on all years without regard to the water year type. Before we move on, I call attention to the note at the bottom of this slide. Between 2023 and 2025, the baseline changed, so the comparisons, at least numerically, are not exactly correct. In the next slide, I'll offer some high-level observations. I imagine you'll want to revisit the table when you have more time. Next slide, please. So here are the big takeaways from the table on slide 3. The average water costs across all years are these. VA, 1%. 55% with WSA, 5%. 55% without WSA, 14%. The VA yields average increases in several regions, including Southern California. The largest costs of regulatory flows are to areas of export. East Side and Bay Area water costs are substantially reduced by the tributary-specific WSAs. Next slide, please. In this table, I added some new elements. I added the water costs by region for 65% of unimpaired without WSA, which is next to 55% of unimpaired also without WSA. Then I added the values for critical years only for 55% of unimpaired without WSA and 55% of unimpaired with WSA. Water users generally go straight to what happens in critical years, so I show that. Next slide, please. So what we see in slide 5 is that the water cost under the 55% requirement across all years is only about 56% of the water cost under the 65% requirement in all years. We also see that the water cost in critical years is generally greater than the water cost average over all years. In critical years, the WSA saves an additional 45% compared to 55% without the WSA. Finally, it's important to remember that for the VA, not shown in this table on slide 5, there is almost no water cost in critical years. And under the VA, there's no proposed change in drought management generally, and also no benefit to fish in the worst years for fish. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to turn to how the recirculated SED addresses the public trust. That's found in section 13.6.1. The section starts with what one might call the standard of review. First, there's a quote from the Audubon decision about the board's affirmative duty to protect the public trust to the extent feasible. But then there's a quote from Roby in 2006, limiting feasibility to what is in the public interest, quote unquote. There's a quote from Racanelli that's really about the lack of need to evaluate each individual water right. And finally, there's a mention of Fish and Game Code, section 5937. Next slide, please. Then the section turns to a list of how the board says it's implementing a public trust analysis. It lists the topics and data the board considered. It has a statement of intent. And it has a statement that the board duly considered the public trust and the plan, and that the plan is what the board finds feasible. Next slide, please. In my view, there's a couple of important standards of review that section 13.6.1 leaves out. First is another quote from Racanelli stating a requirement that conditions in a water quality control plan must be supported by precise and specific reasons founded on tangible record evidence. Second is the fact that the Delta is in crisis, as stated in the Delta Reform Act and many board documents. And finally, there's the Light decision affirming that in a clash of public trust and the rule of priority must yield. Next slide, please. Let's start with the Light decision. The board likes to quote the Light decision, but it is extremely reluctant to apply it. The regulatory side of the revised plan does place public trust over the rule of priority in two ways. First, it requires compliance by tributary. This is consistent with phase 1. This is necessary and appropriate. Second, the tributary WSAs create exceptions based on hydrology and use, notably for the McCollumney and the Calaveras. I won't say I support the details, but structurally, this is also necessary. But after that, the recirculated SED splits the baby and applies WSAs across all watersheds equally. You haven't shown that to be necessary, and you haven't shown why the 55, 45, 35% breakdown based on a third of water years is the right answer. You declined to look at the structure of the NGO Alternative 3 that Reclamation analyzed to the 2024 BIOPS, which looked at the interplay between storage and flow. You declined, as I understand it, because it would have been unfair to some users according to the law of priority. You didn't give the public trust its due, in this case, as stated in Light. Thus, you end up protecting all diverters based on the water cost to those users that stand to lose the most water. It's similar to managing only for critical years. The result of that is you don't protect the public trust to the extent feasible. Next slide, please. Slide 11, is that where we are? Goes to the heart of the problem. The precise and specific reasons for the decisions that the recirculated SED does not explain. Why is it in the public interest to limit the protection of the public trust to what you can do with a 1% water cost? Is there not also a public interest in restoring the Bay Delta watershed's public trust resources, especially when the legislature and this board has found those public trust resources to be in crisis? The recirculated SED claims to have balanced uses. Where do we find the balancing? Nowhere does it say how the board assigned weight to public trust and other resources. The recirculated SED really can't say how the proffered VA flows balance public and consumptive uses. They're not the result of a public trust balancing. They're a result of the acceptance of what the VA parties offered. You allowed them to do their work for you, and here we are. Next slide, please. So 15 years after the Delta Flow Criteria Report, where indeed are we? I made a scorecard and put it on 6 slides. To read the scorecard, first look at where this board and or the legislature addressed an issue. That's at the bottom of the slide. Then look at the results under the VA and the results under the 55% with WSA alternative. Behind the metaphor, the message is serious. Category 1, the Delta is in crisis. The VA is just in denial. One doesn't respond to a crisis with the incrementalism of the past. And the regulatory path doesn't respond to the extent of the crisis. Next slide, please. Category 2, percent of unimpaired flow. One purpose of the VA is to preempt and bury the percent of unimpaired flow concept. The regulatory path is not fully fleshed out, and it is not really ready as a backstop. We heard this morning talk about how the implementation of curtailments and such was going to take another, I don't know, a year to fully prepare. The backstop is not ready as a backstop. Next slide, please. Category 3, rules for droughts. For the VA, it's business as usual. TUCPs, no change. For the regulatory path, it's WSAs first, but it can revert to TUCPs and business as usual as any time. Next slide, please. Category 4, rules for new diversions and water rights. Both the VA and the chosen regulatory path punted entirely. Even without the VA, the bar for new diversions is case by case. Next slide, please. Carryover storage. The VA doesn't even have a hint. The regulatory path backpedaled substantially. There's weak compliance and lower requirements, and carryover is treated separately from flows. Next slide, please. Category 6, incorporate the 2008-2009 BIOPS into the plan. Remember that? That was in the 2018 framework. To preserve existing protections and guard against rollbacks by the first Trump administration. This idea was forgotten a long time ago. Next slide, please. So, to summarize, the water user community, enabled by the state, has delayed the update of the Bay Delta Plan for 15 years. Delay, deferral, and denial of crisis were the primary goals of the voluntary agreement. Stated differently, it's business as usual for as long as possible. At the same time, the goal was to enable more large water development projects, now including the new gold rush to divert more surface water to backfill irresponsible groundwater extraction. Water users never tried to work with the percent of unimpaired flow approach or any substantial increases in delta inflow and outflow. Instead, they preemptively brought small amounts of water and seemed to have persuaded the board to accept them. Remember, voluntary agreements, 15 years to date, and likely 15 more years to come. 1% water supply, water cost. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to take questions. Probably after Mr. Nelson has made his
Thank you, Mr. Sheets. Mr. Nelson.
Presentation.
Thank you. Barry Nelson with Golden State Salmon Association. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Appreciate the chance to be here today. I'd like to start by just clarifying the record somewhat. This morning, Secretary Crowfoot said that he was proud of NGO conservation community involvement in crafting the voluntary agreements. It is true that some NGOs were involved early on in those discussions. They were frustrating. Feel free to ask them questions. But in the last many years, before the VA framework was released, all of those groups were excluded from negotiations, and there are no NGO signatories on that document. I just want to make sure the record is clear on that point. What I'd like to talk about today are implementation challenges. If the board approves the voluntary agreements, which seems unfortunately likely, I'd like to talk about the challenges the board is going to face if we go down that road. Next slide, please. I'll talk about 5 areas: funding, habitat flows, the Bureau's position on the VAs, the backstop, close with some recommendations. Next slide, please. These are our challenges I think we can predict with a high degree of confidence. First is that the VA budget calls for $740 million in new, I'm going to highlight new, federal funds to implement the VA program. I'll point out that the big, beautiful bill that passed recently had $1 billion for the Bureau of Reclamation, most of that likely to be directed to the priorities of California water users. There is not a penny in that bill for the voluntary agreements implementation. The current federal administration has been more focused on cutting funding in environmental programs than increasing funding. I think it's extraordinarily, vanishingly unlikely that there will be $740 million in the next few years, which would be necessary in order to fund things like habitat restoration that would depend on those funds. The water users are not going to agree to backstop all of those missing federal funds. It's already been proposed quietly that we should double count existing funds, things like the CVPI Restoration Fund, a 34-year-old federal salmon restoration program, that those should be counted as VA contributions. That's frankly absurd. And as a result of that, because of these funding issues, it's likely that you're going to hear calls for delay. Next slide, please. Because of the reduction in federal funding, it is very likely that habitat restoration efforts are going to be reduced and delayed. I mentioned the CVPIA double counting. I've already heard quiet reports that CVPIA restoration projects should be counted as VA habitat restoration projects. It's absurd. That's not a new contribution to habitat restoration. That's part of, frankly, the baseline that the VA should be building on. And then finally, evaluation of the slow pace of habitat restoration compared to the promises is going to be hampered by the lack of clear milestones for performance. And I'm pleased to hear board members raising that issue. And I'll get back to that in recommendations. Next slide, please. On the flow side, it's important to remember that the rollbacks of the VA baseline, as Chris Schutz already mentioned, are underway. The rollback from the 2008-2009 biological opinion, the new Action 5 rollback, the incidental take changes that you heard Director Nemeth describe to you, those rollbacks have already reduced the water that the VA program would produce. It is possible that those rollbacks have already more than swamped the modest contributions that the VAs would contribute on average, meaning compared to the framework you saw in 2018, there may be less water today in the VA proposal than you had on the table then. These are worse environmental conditions. Next, water purchases. This is something I've testified about in the past. There is a very poor record of large-scale water purchases for the environment happening. They depend on funding. They frankly depend on the priorities of a lot of water agencies to make them happen. It's extremely likely that they will not be in place by January of 2027. 2027, which you heard your staff reporting is the deadline for having those VA assets in place. And then there's what we have described at length, flawed accounting. The board is going to have to review hundreds of plans in order to make sure that the environmental water the VAs promise are real. Israel. I think it is likely that establishing reference operations for some criteria in project operations will be difficult to impossible. Things like TUCPs, old and middle river flows, planned water deliveries, end-of-year storage, flood operations. It's going to be very difficult for your staff to create numeric, enforceable reference operations in order to determine that the environmental water the VA's claimed promise is real. And the paper water can already be seen today. The Friant contribution to the VAs is not real water. They've promised water to be delivered by not recapturing water pursuant to the San Joaquin River settlement. They're not allowed to capture that water under a settlement that has been approved by the courts and by Congress, and the state has supported. That's not real water. That's water that's already committed to the environment. It's therefore extraordinarily likely that full VA flows will not be provided in a timely fashion. Next slide, please. The lack of protection for existing flows is going to undermine VA flows and encourage even more projects. You have a large project before you already to divert existing flows. You're likely to see even more proposals to divert existing flows. And then finally, in a media story in July of last year, the acting regional director for the Bureau said that the Bureau is, quote, targeting D1641 in what appeared to be a clear statement that the Bureau is planning not to fully comply with D1641. I don't know what form that will take, whether it's TUCPs or something else, but it's important to note that the Bureau is promising to undermine another of the foundational baseline components of the VA proposal. Next slide, please. So where does that leave us in terms of flows? Some of you may recall this slide of my photograph of my aunt's Jello mold salad. It has layers in it at the bottom, and just like the VAs, at the bottom are flows protected by existing regulatory requirements. Next up, the green layer, unprotected existing flows. The new VA flows are that layer sitting on top. So where do all those layers stand? Next slide, please. Again, from bottom to top, the ESA, CISA, the existing regulatory requirements already hit by rollbacks, possible Bureau violations, and extraordinarily likely TUCPs. Existing flows that are above those regulatory requirements are threatened by proposed projects. And then finally, those new VA flows are likely to be delayed or incomplete because of water purchases, challenges with regard to water purchases, and then flawed accounting approaches are likely to lead to paper water. It suggests that the VA approach to flows is like my aunt's Jello mold salad also, in that it's pretty squishy. The draft document doesn't prevent any of these flaws. And as a result, it is possible, it is likely that this approach will produce worse conditions than we see today at a cost of up to $2 billion in taxpayer funds. Next slide, please. Next deep concern is the elephant in the room. The Bureau does not support the voluntary agreements. The previous federal administration signed the MOU. The current federal administration has never been before you saying that they support the voluntary agreements. You didn't see them testify today. I don't believe they've testified before you over the course of the past year, even and told you that they will implement all of the commitments in the voluntary agreements. And in fact, the current Bureau of Reclamation does not support the VAs. They're actively pursuing multiple rollbacks. There's no commitment to providing the federal funds that are in the VA budget. And the Bureau has stated that we're likely to see noncompliance with existing Bay Delta standards. Next slide, please. Then the final flaw is with regard to the backstop. We're concerned that that comprehensive evaluation of the VAs may delay the backstop. I mentioned the lack of milestones related to funding and habitat. It's going to make it very difficult for the board to conclude that the VA program is not performing adequately. And then the findings that are required in order to trigger the backstop are extraordinarily likely to simply trigger more litigation and delay. Next slide, please. So the voluntary agreements are filled with flaws and loopholes. Not a surprise, given that there was no public interest in that room as the VAs were finalized. I simply want to highlight, this is not a conspiracy. The job of the project operators is to maximize the benefits to their water projects under the regulatory rules that you impose. Their job will be to exploit the loopholes and flaws in the voluntary agreements if they're approved. The VAs as currently proposed are going to fail. They're not designed to succeed. They're designed, as Chris mentioned, to delay science-based protections and facilitate new diversions. Next slide, please. Few recommendations. The first one and the core one will not surprise you, and that is we simply see the current VAs as a fatally flawed approach. We urge you to reject them and adopt a science-based, unimpaired flow approach. If the board doesn't do that, here are 4 things we recommend that you do. Next slide, please. First, require makeup water for the rollbacks now. These rollbacks have been underway now for quite a few years. The most recent 2, Action 5 and changes to the ITP, have just happened. The document says here, this language here, in 4 different places, and that is if there are rollbacks, this accounting document would require update. I hope that's polite language for the board would require makeup water for those rollbacks to keep the VA's flow benefits intact. If that's the board's intention, do it now. Don't wait. The rollbacks have already happened. They have been happening on an ongoing basis. Don't wait until the plan is adopted and then wrestle with this issue. Wrestle with it now and include the makeup water in the plan as you adopt it. Next slide, please. Next, eliminate the paper water now. You can do that by rejecting Friant's proposed contribution, which is not real water. It's water already legally committed to the environment. And then next, convene an independent panel to determine if establishing objective, enforceable reference operations is even possible. And with regard to flexible issues like TUCPs, OMR flows, planned water deliveries, flood releases, end-of-year storage, I think it's going to be extraordinarily difficult to develop objective reference operations to measure VA flow contributions against. Next slide, please. Develop an effective backstop. You're going to need it. That starts with clear milestones for funding and habitat. As I mentioned, the findings look like they're designed, or that they could produce delay in adopting a backstop. We urge you to delete or simplify some of those findings. And with regard to CVPI habitat double counting, the VA program is promising to increase habitat restoration. It's important to note that there have been active habitat restoration programs for over 30 years in the watershed. The board should have a database of a restoration trend over the last 30 years in order to determine whether and how much the VA program is actually proposing to increase habitat restoration, or whether it's just repackaging restoration programs we've seen for decades. And then finally, carefully evaluate the early implementation restoration actions. I'll point out that I believe early implementation restoration projects have been underway for 8 years. That's the life of the VA program. So at this point, before you commit to 8 more years of this approach, take a look at the existing early implementation restoration actions and see what they have produced, not just in terms of whether fish are occupying a floodplain, but what they're actually producing system-wide and what they're producing in terms of population-level benefits, because it's sure not obvious when you look at what's happening in the ecosystem. Next slide, please. And finally, acknowledge the elephant in the room. Stop pretending that the Bureau of Reclamation supports the voluntary agreements. The Bureau is not here to testify. Perhaps they'll testify later. But if the Bureau does not testify before you in this hearing, ask them, write to them, Ask them if they will commit to all of the actions in the voluntary agreements, if they will not pursue rollbacks, if they will provide the federal funding required. I'd like to ask a simple question, and that is, how can the board hold the Bureau of Reclamation responsible, accountable, for a voluntary program that they have not told you they support? Next slide, please. This is a sobering moment for the fishing community. We're going to get a fishing season in 2026. That's great news. We don't know what that season looks like yet. The last 3 years have been staggeringly painful. We're getting a season this year because it was wet several years ago. But as Carla Nemeth pointed out, our climate is changing. And if project operations don't reform, salmon are going to see bad years more and more and more frequently, and the occasional wet year isn't going to be enough to save our industry or save the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you both. Much appreciation for your continued leadership, expertise, engagement here with the board on this. I hear the frustration. I know that folks are frustrated out there, but hopefully you continue to see this board being responsive. Some of the concerns you shared are concerns that this board has as well. I think what we've acknowledged as well is that we're trying to do as best to get this step right, knowing that in implementation is where a lot of the learning will be done. To the comment about sort of delay and whether or not the board's proposal on the regulatory pathway right now is fleshed out enough, I think we've always been consistent that we were going to need an implementation methodology. If you look back at the mid-90s and the previous decision that this board made, there was an update to the plan, but it was, as we all refer to D1641, the water rights decision that implemented it. So I don't see us behind when it comes to the detail around implementation and where we are. And in fact, see us at a real important moment where the work that the board would do these next years, say the VAs were, let's just remove them from the discussion for a moment, a hypothetical, and the board is just updating its standards. What would happen year one? Nothing without the implementation methodology. And I think that what is important is that we develop that and get that work done, because it is work that needs to be done to make the regulatory pathway implementable anyway, and is how we're looking to protect flows that are being proposed on the voluntary agreement side. So when we think about where we are in this moment in this project, when we think of not just what the VAs are proposing, but in totality what the Bay Delta Plan is proposing with the backstop, in which I continue to hear concerns around still yet, and want to make sure that we are doing our best to refine in this moment what is being proposed in the program of implementation. I find myself, here supportive because in totality, it pivots us and it gets us to the actual work of implementing water rights, not just in times of extremity here and when it's dry, but truly figuring out how we implement a more transparent system that is not just about the major project operations, but as we've said, really bringing in water right holders writ large into the system. So again, I appreciate the concerns you've voiced there. Obviously, a bit of a difference of opinion when taken in totality, not just the VA contributions, but what the board is proposing on the regulatory side as well. And the fact that the work ultimately these next years is the same between those two, is the balance that I'm finding myself with. But again, I do appreciate the continued engagement around what the concerns are and how we can refine, but maybe some differences of opinion there. I guess my question would be actually when it comes to the peer review, scientific peer review that was done on the draft supplemental environmental documents that supported the VAs. We went to peer review. We had 7 PhDs that reviewed the science supporting the VAs and supporting the board's path here. When it came to that document and the feedback from those 7 PhDs, did you all find particular flaw in some of their conclusions, knowing that I'll say that there was support certainly from the PhDs that reviewed. There was also concern. It's not as if the peer review came back that said everything is perfect. but it seemed on balance, the comments were supportive, but was wondering if you all found any particular issues with the scientific basis report, or importantly, the peer review that was conducted on it.
I'd say the first answer would be, that's a question you should ask Dr. Pierce and Dr. Rosenfield. They're the fish experts here. My recollection of the review from Dr. Poff was something along the lines of, it's better and anything's better, and it was it seemed very perfunctory to me. But again, I would, in making that statement and using that criterion to judge the overall voluntary agreement approach. But again, I'd recommend that you ask that question to the following panel.
If I could offer a couple of additional thoughts about that. First, I completely agree. My sense of that document was that its conclusion was, well, it's better than where we are today. That does not mean it's up to meeting the challenge of an ecosystem that's in crisis. The HABs crisis in the Delta, the fishing crisis, the extinction crisis in the Bay Delta. It doesn't mean it's up to that challenge. Second, and I think this is very important, I think that peer review, understandably, this is what they were charged with, assumed that the water the VAs would provide is real, and did not take into account the fact that by not protecting existing flows, by not having rules to govern future water projects, there's a likelihood that future water projects will result in conditions worse than we are today. I don't think those conditions were in the charge that the peer review evaluated.
Appreciate
and again, I agree. Ask the PhDs on the next panel, not us.
Appreciate those points. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's additional question or comment. Board Member McGuire.
Thank you very much for the constructive and thoughtful presentation and remarks. There's so much we could talk about and so little time, but because this is such an important issue, and this is perhaps one of our last opportunities to speak publicly, I just want to emphasize one really important aspect of this entire program to me. And that is that fundamentally, this was to be responsive to, this action is to be responsive to the Delta Reform Act, which we've talked about today quite a bit. And that the underlying premise, I think, of any voluntary agreement pathway should be fundamentally to increase Delta outflow conditions. Now, the level to which those conditions need to be increased is subject to much debate and discussion, and I think that conversation will continue. There's different perspectives on that. But that is a very important metric if we're talking about metrics, engaging whether or not a certain program has merit to it. And there's a lot of, we can go through the Jello mold, and there's a lot to, we can go down through the layers. I don't want to do that right now and get into each piece and part. But as a decision maker, for me, that's one big test question that I need to be able to answer, is whether or not whatever pathway we're looking at is able to meet the mark. And second, I don't really want to point fingers at any individual participants in the program, but this has been a long evolving program over many years. We've had new folks come on to the HRL program in the past year, which is encouraging to hear such interest in participating in the restoration of the watershed. But at the same time, there's lots of moving parts. And so I think I would concur that it would make sense at some point in the coming months to get an update from the HRL parties as to their continued support and acknowledgement and interest in the pathway that's being laid out. Because I do see that there are nuances or some differences in terms of how the board's program implementation is being proposed, and how some of the HRL specific measures had been envisioned through their documents and different strategies that had been developed. So I'm finding myself in a position where I'd be very interested in a true up of that to ensure that the HRL parties, including some that you've mentioned here today, continue to be supportive and intent on participating should the board adopt this approach.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. I agree with a lot of the concerns. Obviously, I've expressed some of those today already, particularly on the issue of, will the contributions of the VAs be eroded through, as you said, the categories you said were rollbacks and also lack of compliance with the standards that undermine the VA flows. I think those are two on my mind that I'd really like us and I'd like staff to be looking at how we tighten up in terms of ensuring that we can give the VAs a chance at success. I also am pretty skeptical that the at least current federal administration will be, up to the funding and partnership that I think the previous administration had committed to. But I also think that we can, what we're trying to do here is give folks a shot at making this work. And I support what Board Member McGuire said. I also think that as we think about, again, just to reiterate, I want to make sure that what we're doing today allows that, or not today, but what we will adopt allows us to adjust and move within the 8-year time frame if things don't pan out or if major partners pull out or don't contribute. So, or undermine the program with other actions that undermine the base flows. Question actually to staff, and this may be something that we we respond to in writing later, because I'm sure you'll put these in comments. But Mr. Nelson referenced the accounting document and that, and this is slide 13, that in the event of substantive provisions of project operations are modified in a manner that affects reference conditions, this accounting document would require update. And I'd like to, I think we need to do a little more in terms of clarification of what that means, how we deal with this issue. But if there's anything that staff want to speak to, the intent of this or where this is now, would want to hear from staff.
I'll add, I think we're open to clarification related to those provisions. There was another component to the provisions, that was spoke to doing so through a public process with notice and opportunity for comment. So that would be doing, the intent was that would take place in an open process. I think there's another question of what, possible analyses that need to support such a possible change, if it's a significant change, whether we need to be looking at, do we have all of the documentation that we need to support those types of changes? We have that. Other parts of the plan are clear about the issue that some of the changes in the plan we would need to evaluate and ensure we have the appropriate documentation. But we can work on some suggestions for clarifying some of these provisions and, possibly bolstering them if the board would like us to do so.
Yeah,
Could
and
I, could I add an additional thought there? That's helpful, and we'd appreciate an opportunity to participate in a public process in that regard. As I said, I assume that that means this accounting document would be adjusted to maintain VA benefits by requiring makeup water in some fashion, and that'd be enormously helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think it would be, we have 3 days of listening to folks here, but I do think it'd be helpful for, coming out of this, especially if we're trying to adopt this final this year, that we can, be interested in making sure we can give some direction to staff on this to the extent we feel comfortable, at the end of this hearing process, just so we can make sure things are able to move forward effectively and folks know what the intent is.
And I'm sorry, I forgot one point. I focused on makeup water in my comments, but there's another reason why this needs to be addressed now in the document before you adopt it, and that is that, frankly put, the project description in your document is no longer accurate. It no longer describes the voluntary agreements as they're before you today. So, from our perspective, makeup water is substantively what we recommend, but we think legally the project description is incorrect and needs to be changed, and the modeling probably also has to be redone to reflect the fact that between Action 5 and the ITP changes, as Carla and Nemeth outlined to you, we're seeing greater exports and more impacts to fish and wildlife. She outlined that yes, we increased exports, and yes, it produced a salmon take at the pumps. Those changes are not in the document before you today.
Yeah, I think we certainly heard, I think, a commitment to provide more information. I know the vice chair had said that had asked Director Nemeth on that to make sure that we can analyze what's needed to be able to get to the bottom of that question.
If I can, I think, to be clear, I don't think we've made a determination yet what exactly those impacts yet are and whether or not it poses a problem to the project. And I think we do need to better understand what those are. And obviously, we heard about the ITP. To your point, we'll see if we hear from the Bureau of Reclamation and any of their considerations here, not being able to speak for them, but they'll definitely we'll need to have to figure out whether there's a certain threshold here and what it means for the project. But it does speak to just future, perhaps changes to those regulatory, we'll say in the context of the Endangered Species Act and the BIOPS, amounts that the VAs are floating on top of it is something I think this board identified at the last year's workshop as well, that, it's a concern. And I think that, to Board Member McGuire's point, and also Board Member Firestone, this project is about increasing those outflows. And I think the challenge all amongst us always is that it is a complex system. And there are multiple requirements. There's FERC requirements. There's flood, releases that are happening in the system. And I think what it leaves, and currently a system of protections that is based on water year types and blocks of water, which kind of makes it hard to really sometimes suss out what are the protections. What are we seeing in the ecosystem? And I think that's why all the more important that, again, it's not just a Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. It is an unimpaired flow regulatory approach that is there, that also gives us, I've always said and believe that it is a measuring stick. It's a way of viewing what is in the system based off of what's naturally hydrologically available. And I think that is what, in tandem with the assets and the tracking and the accounting, gives us a tool to really understand, well, what is the ecosystem actually seeing as a percentage of unimpaired flow? Is it more? Is it less? And keeps us a bit truer to the outcomes that we're all keeping an eye on, I believe. And I'll note that, certainly the Bay Delta watershed is critical to the California. So is the Colorado River. And not to get into Colorado River issues by any means in this proceeding right now, but interesting to note that there too, water users are looking at a percentage of what's hydrologically available in order to better wet ourselves to what's in the system, what are we protecting, and more clearly understanding how we share amongst each other. So for what it's worth, a little further addition to, I know the concerns we have writ large, maybe some of the way that we can continue to both see the system for the water year type protections and blocks of water that are in it, but also the measuring stick and unimpaired flow to really understand, well, what is the ecosystem actually experiencing? What are we being protective of? And how not to get lost in the accounting and the numbers, which can sometimes maybe obscure, what this project actually is and where we're going with it. Board Member Firestone, I interrupted you, and to the point again you were on when it comes to changes to the ITP, changes that we're seeing Bureau of Reclamation doing in the ESA space as well. All things we're going to need to better understand amongst ourselves that there's a threshold here and what it means for our project.
Thanks.
Looking to my other fellow board colleagues, if they have anything further right now. We are, just for a note, running about 45 minutes behind schedule currently, but it's okay.
Could I take 30 seconds to respond to something Board Member Firestone
by all means,
said? She said, give folks a shot to make this work. My question in response is not just whether all the water would show up under the VAs the VA that is promised, but is that really the best you can do? Is 1% water cost the best you can do? You looked at the overall average water cost of your 55% with the water supply adjustments as being 5%. I think you all need to explain to us why that's not affordable.
Sorry, the question was, I know this is, but I just want to understand, the question is why isn't the regulatory one affordable? Or sorry, I couldn't understand. Yeah. Oh no, I mean, to be clear, I think we have adjusted the regulatory pathway to be something that I think absolutely is a reasonable protection from at least a starting point. Or let me put that differently. I think it's, I think that what we want is the regulatory pathway, and the proposal was intended to be a regulatory pathway that is implementable, that allows folks to meet in-stream flows, get that framework in, not have it be a super shock to the system. And as you pointed out in your presentation, I think address particular tributaries, vulnerabilities, and needs. I personally think that your point on the, I don't know that the water supply adjustments are they're certainly not perfect. They're kind of a, any tool that we have in the Bay Delta Plan that we're applying to this huge watershed is going to be blunt. And I think we need something that is reasonable for people to successfully implement so that we can get a system in place, be able to evaluate how it's working, and kind of on-ramp folks into us all speaking the same language, being within a system that works, and then being able to look at, do we need to increase within the range that we've adopted? But I think it's a starting point. And to what the chair had mentioned, I think earlier on, is at this point, and I've just came on the board right after adoption of phase 1, but without implementing regs, we're not going to see change from the status quo. And so what I think the proposal before us does is give the VAs a chance to show what they can do, to see some good habitat projects and flow and science dig in and see if we can improve things in the immediate term, and at the same time work through the implementation that's needed to be able to operate a water rights system and have a real backstop and unimpaired flow framework that folks can actually implement. And so I do want to make sure that that folks are taking that process that pathway seriously and looking at, can they operate within that? It seems extremely reasonable to me. Anything is going to have some cost to water supply because, to Board Member McGuire's point, the objective here is that we're increasing outflow and improving, actually trying to stabilize fish viability and improve salmon and achieve doubling goals. So there will be some impact, but we're trying to do that in a way that is really balancing the reality of water supply hits on folks and the challenges of water managers.
And if I could, but I'd just add to that, is that it would be fair for the board to give the V8 approach a chance to succeed if the assets were real and if your analysis showed that that program would succeed if well implemented. But I think neither of those things are true. The assets aren't real, the funding's not real, the flows aren't real. And as the next panel, I suspect, will discuss, your own analysis shows that even if I'm wrong about that, your analysis shows that the effort wouldn't succeed. That's why we object to giving the VAs a chance. Obviously, our community, the ecosystem, the Delta communities have an enormous amount at stake, and giving effort that seems doomed to fail years to test it out doesn't seem like the right approach to us.
Vice Chair.
So good discussion. I'm hoping we can move along, though, because we have, other panels and want to make sure, I think ultimately we're here to listen because we're honing in and potentially going to move forward here. So looking forward to, thank you for the good comments, but looking forward to what others have to say and just using this as an opportunity to say, we're not all going to agree. In 2018, I was a no vote because I disagreed with the approach. And I'm hoping that you all, if we do move forward with this, you've brought up some good suggestions. And I'm really looking forward to, if we do move forward with adoption, to the next phase of your participation in the numerous committees that are going to be established. So just wanted to use this opportunity to say thank you for your really good input. And then secondly, on this issue of Action 5 and the ITP, I don't feel at this point that we really know what to do about it, but I don't even know the true extent of it. So hoping that we can direct staff to work with the department, hopefully the Bureau, so that we can get some additional information to determine the extent of the impacts and then, maybe look at this language if needed. So just wanted to chime in at this point on that issue.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you again for the discussion here. Thank you both. Look forward to further discussion. Next, we'll move on to panel number 3. And I'll note we're about 15 minutes behind our schedule. So when it comes to individual commenters, we will not likely get to you until about 4:30 at this moment, but we'll see how the rest of the discussions go with the panels. Next is Restore the Delta and Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. So I invite folks to come take a seat. Thank you. Good afternoon to you both. It's good to see you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. So I will be discussing my comments related to harmful algal blooms, and then we'll move on to our other panelists here. Could we go to the next slide? One more. So, first of all, I'm going to start out with some of the kind of tribal impacts and some specific experiences here. One of the initial impacts related to harmful algal blooms was the cancellation of several tribal events during the summer of 2023 after cyanotoxins were detected at a location on the Sacramento River. Due to the tribe's connection to this waterway back since time immemorial, being able to host events here is especially important. One of these events was a language camp intended to teach tribal youth their ancestral language on their ancestral land, which is what makes this cancellation especially impactful. Although these were just two specific events, I fear the potential future impacts of harmful algal blooms related to things like this, especially given the additional exposure pathways for tribal members, which I will elaborate on in the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. So for the second slide here, I'm going to get into two specific aspects of the plan update here, which particularly stood out to me in relation to harmful algal blooms. So first is the provision allowing for the flow requirements to be reduced to 35 to 45% during low flow years. Is especially concerning, especially since these low flow periods are the times when we're seeing the highest rates of harmful algal blooms occurring, just putting some additional stress on that system and putting us at additional risk for harmful algal blooms due to lower flows, potentially higher water temperatures, potentially more areas of stagnant water. And secondly, the harmful algal blooms monitoring section lacks an enforceable numeric standard. While monitoring is mentioned a lot and is quite clearly important, that monitoring is much less impactful unless there's a specific numeric standard to go along with it. So I think that's a key component that's missing there. And one more slide. So for the exposure pathways is something that I touched on and is something that I have concern about related to a numeric standards. The exposure pathways for cyanotoxins for tribal members ties in with this lack of a numeric standard because certain activities conducted by tribal members on the waterways for ceremonial or cultural uses can involve greater amounts of contact with the water, greater potential consumption of water, greater contact with riparian vegetation. And all of these things just carry risk that I feel is not properly accounted for. As an environmental scientist with the tribe, with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, my job is to help keep tribal members properly informed when water quality threats are occurring. And just because there is a lack of information about these exposure risks, I always have to be playing it safe as much as possible and telling people to not use the waterways if there is even the slightest amount of risk of harmful algal blooms occurring, which I feel, again, highlights that lack of an enforceable numeric standard. So thank you so much, board members, for your time, and I'll pass it along to our next panelist.
The next speaker is Spencer Fern, and he should be on Zoom.
I was to say, yeah, I'm here on Zoom. I just unable to put my camera on. Not sure that it matters, but I just want to say thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the board for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to highlight some of my concerns with the harmful algal blooms that were mentioned in the Chapter 13 amendment to the Bay Delta Plan, and it'll jump off with some of the comments that Zach has made. Next slide, please. Go. Should be able to get my camera up. There we go. Okay. So as I mentioned, some of the concerns that I have about the Chapter 13 of the Bay Delta Plan and the concerns I have around harmful algal blooms is they have mentioned that there in the document there's a mention that there will be 6 additional hotspots that are going to be added for regular monitoring. And the specific quote is right there. They're going to add on to the additional existing locations that are already there in the Delta and following a tiered monitoring approach. However, the number feels static. It feels like they're predetermined 6 locations around the Delta. And I will be the first one to make the point that I believe that more monitoring is a step in the right direction. That is absolutely something we need when it comes to the Delta as its whole. We've had harmful algal blooms here for the last 20 plus years, and with the exacerbating effects of climate change and its impacts on these dead end areas of the Delta that end up experiencing harmful algal blooms in a more consistent basis, I feel the number of the 6 sites should be a start. And I know it was mentioned earlier today in one of the previous in the morning presentations that they'll be checked out annually, but this is not mentioned in the Chapter 13 section on harmful algal blooms. Just wanted to point that out. There is no mention of an actionable HAB standard. Going to echo what Zach just said a little earlier. I know board member Firestone mentioned it in response earlier today about having that in discussions for objectives around harmful algal blooms. But again, we're talking about the Bay Delta Plan, and which is supposed to be a penultimate tool for managing water quality, and it's not mentioned in there as of now. In terms of that, there's also no timeline for when there will be enough monitoring to make decisions on harmful algal bloom management. We could spend eons monitoring, but if there are no meantime solutions to at least putting something in place for guardrails, it feels like we're not managing a threat to water users in the Delta and other parts of California, for that matter, considering the movement of water through California. So next slide, please. Speaking on the movement of water, I wanted to highlight the voluntary agreements and the regulatory pathways and their impacts on HABs. Some of the arguments that were made in Chapter 13 was the first argument that I've noticed here or noted here is that the reduced storage levels could lead to warmer, stable water conditions, which could lead to higher HABs incidence. And I would make the same argument that removing downstream flow from other parts of the Delta as freshwater flow, cold water to able to flush the areas out would be the same impacts at those dead end areas throughout the Delta. And further on in that argument, they mentioned that cyanobacteria being present in reservoirs might cause a recreation problem as well as a conveyance problem. But I would say that highlights harmful algal blooms as much more of a pressing issue than the movement of water in general, and why we should be prioritizing harmful algal blooms and how we manage those threats, which I do think there could be a little more fine-tuning in Chapter 13. As I mentioned, there is also the argument about dead-end sloughs and how they're likely to be remain unaffected by net flow reduction. And I do think that this is a very poor argument because, yes, the areas that are already experiencing harmful algal blooms because of lack of flow would definitely, it stands to reason that they wouldn't suffer more if more flow is being removed from the system, considering we're dealing with issues here. But on the counter side of the argument, we should be arguing about finding new ways to circulate flow through these areas, these dead end areas, so that we can remove HABs from the Delta, ideally in a way that makes sense. Because as of now, the few things we can control, which are your nutrient loads and your flow and monitoring and reservoir releases, these seem like arguments that we should be making to manage the problem instead of trying to react to the problem as it comes forward. And next slide, please. Chapter 13, and one of the things that I think is really much of an afterthought is the immediate public health. I mentioned it a little earlier when I was talking about the harmful algal bloom standard having something in place, some guardrails. I think there's way too much of a focus on just monitoring as a means of HABs management. And again, I want to make it very clear. I believe that there should be much more monitoring throughout the Delta. And I think that helps inform users of the water, people who are nearby, or even just having advisories out in general to make sure that people are recreating safely. But in this chapter, a lot of the focus I've seen, and again, not saying that we shouldn't be focusing on it, but there's more of the impacts on recreation access and looking at it from a blooms may or may not have a problem here. But my concern is that when there are harmful algal blooms present, people are still recreating in these areas with HABs, and part of that is due to lack of information on harmful algal blooms. I can tell you from my own firsthand account from sampling sites throughout Stockton where we had blooms this past year, I saw people recreating in boat launches. I saw people jumping into harmful algal bloom infested water, and I think that highlights the issue again about the lack of a public awareness, public health, response to public health concerns, and which is why I'm highlighting that we need to get some sort of a harmful algal bloom standard put in place. I'm going to end off with saying that the State Water Board has a duty to oversee water quality and the protection of the Delta. Aside from that harmful algal bloom standard, which I do know, and from previous conversations around this topic, that requires some time. I'm just going to reiterate that we need to see some meantime solutions to managing HABs so that people can safely recreate, because at this point we've had this problem in the Delta for 20 plus years, and I don't see it getting any sooner to something that can possibly help people understand the problems that come from harmful algal blooms. And on that note, I will pass it over to Cynthia to talk about the environmental justice impacts. So next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Cynthia Cortes. I'm the Policy Program Manager with Restore the Delta. Next slide, please. As my colleagues elaborated, existing water quality standards have created the ideal conditions for the proliferation of harmful algal blooms throughout the Delta waterways, and that would only worsen with the proposed update. On this slide, you'll see a picture of a HABs outbreak that took place in downtown Stockton. While HABs are a significant threat affecting public health, ecosystem health, and the local Delta economy, it is not the only threat Delta communities face. Delta communities are burdened by water quality degradation, compounding environmental stressors, and the erosion of a once self-sustained local economy. Poor water policies, such as that being proposed today, disproportionately and disparately impacts Delta environmental justice communities. Increased salinity continues to be a challenge that will worsen with sea level rise due to climate change. Adequate in-stream flow is necessary to manage salinity. Salinity intrusion threatens the Delta's aging levee infrastructure and the prime agricultural land that it surrounds. Loss of vegetation reduces levee stability, increasing the risk for levee failure. And levee failure in the Delta would result in major irreversible damages to Delta agriculture and result in loss of life. Salinity intrusion alters soil composition, damaging crops grown within the Delta and altering, once again, the prime agriculture land. Adequate aquifer recharge is crucial for preventing saltwater intrusion and ensuring a sustainable supply of clean groundwater. Increased occurrence of groundwater contamination would result in increased water treatment costs passed down to ratepayers. The board provides no analysis demonstrating that proposed updates will improve salinity management to address the challenges described, nor attempt to mitigate worsening conditions for climate change. Reduced in-stream flows allows for the accumulation of water contaminants, raising public health concerns. Exposure to increased concentration of these contaminants facilitates the bioaccumulation of contaminants in fish. That then exposes people consuming fish to toxins. Ingestion of contaminated fish is a concern among sustenance fishers and anglers. Accumulation of contaminants are a health risk for boaters, fishers, and others recreating in Delta waterways and simply just living around. Water degradation has historically alienated communities from Delta waterways, only allowing people that have the means and resources to safely recreate. However, conditions are now deterring tourism and collapsing fisheries, impacting industries contributing to an annual $7 billion Delta economy. Updates to the Bay Delta Plan will have implications that extend beyond water quality. It is the board's responsibility to consider and analyze the impacts proposed updates will have on these various factors. The updates being discussed today fails to do so. Next slide, please. The board continues to consider proposed voluntary agreements. The VAs perpetuate California's history of the discriminatory practices that laid the foundation for California's water management system. The VAs were crafted through an exclusionary process that left out communities most vulnerable to changing conditions. The modern water management system was built on historical injustices and systemic exclusionary policies. The same water rights holders that have benefited from California's history of discrimination are authors and parties to the voluntary agreements, further placing disparate impacts on Delta tribes and communities. The board continues to consider the VAs failing to remedy these injustices. The board, in adopting the voluntary agreements, is willfully delegating its authority as the enforcer to the same water users responsible for the existing crisis, disregarding its responsibility to balance all beneficial uses of water. While VA parties have claimed that voluntary agreements are ready for implementation since 2018, the existing proposal remains incomplete. It is evident that the board had no intention of meaningfully integrating feedback or addressing concerns raised, and that has been reinforced by the board's opening remarks today. We are only here today because of a failed attempt in the legislature this past summer to exempt all water quality control plans from CEQA review. That was not the only attempt, however, that was not the only attempt in the legislature to bypass water board authority. Next slide, please. Pending before the board is the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition civil rights complaint that was filed over 3 years ago and accepted for investigation by the US EPA in 2023. Despite months of facilitated negotiations, the board has failed to take steps towards resolving the complaint. The complaint was noticed for closed session for about a year, and we have received no response or report back. We are watching the dismantling of civil rights laws and the systems that have paved the way for creating an equitable society on the federal stage. That does not relieve this board from its obligation to respond and resolve claims of discrimination and exclusion brought against you. You cannot claim today that the board is in compliance with Title VI, the Clean Water Act, and the Puerto Cologne Act that govern California's water quality standards. Delta communities deserve a healthy environment, water for economic prosperity, and strong stewardship of resources for protection with a changing climate. And thank you for the opportunity to present before you in this panel.
Thank you as well. I appreciate the continued engagement. First, just on harmful algal blooms, hopefully folks have seen that the board is responsive to the concerns. I know it doesn't go so far as establishing a standard, but I think as even Mr. Fern acknowledged, it still requires a lot of work. But we are committed, and importantly, not just through this proceeding, but other actions, whether identified in our strategic yearly work plan or otherwise, are meant to show that the board is, one, taking harmful algal blooms seriously, and importantly, if you look nationally, the state of California is further along in this discussion than any other state. I know that doesn't give comfort for folks when there aren't actual standards in place yet, but I hope what you see is definitely a willingness from this board to make sure we are tackling this issue along with our regional water quality control board. Again, the Bay Delta plan that we have in front of us is important. It is a central tool. It is not the only tool. And we have work ongoing, both the regional board, but I feel at the state board level when it comes to harmful algal blooms. A quick note on the civil rights complaint. I really appreciated the time that we were able to spend together along with the feds in better understanding the concerns of tribes and environmental justice communities in the Delta. As you know, there's been a change in federal administration, and we are trying to do our best to ensure that we resolve those in a meaningful way. And even absent settling that out with the feds, have been taking steps that we discussed in those meetings. I know it's hard because we are under certain non-disclosure sort of agreements that we all signed in that. So, my desire to more fully respond to your concerns around the civil rights complaint aren't because of, are there, and my lack of, comprehensiveness in my response around all that is, if anything, to respect the confidentiality agreements that we entered into in that process. But know that it is important to this board and ultimately critical that we're consistent with our racial equity resolution and all the work that we've done here. I just want to, just again, appreciate you continuing to engage, your feedback, hear you loud and clear on your feelings around voluntary agreements. Ultimately, though, the board isn't delegating its authorities down to the voluntary agreement parties. And if, as you heard and may have heard from those parties, concern about the board's oversight around it, it is important that we not delegate, and that is something that I know that there may be differences of opinion on, but this board isn't looking to cede its authorities to those water users. And in fact, maintain actually more oversight than we currently do when it comes to project operations, discussions, and the parties that are part of those agreements. Looking to fellow board colleagues for further question, comment. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. I'll echo some recognition and thanks for the work that you all have done and continue to do with Delta communities on HABs monitoring, on public health education and management actions, and the partnership around monitoring in the Delta in particular, both from with the tribe and Delta communities. I just want to echo also I hear and our intent is to have included in this not just monitoring, increased monitoring, but also the special study to develop a model to help be able to actually predict and test efficacy of management and mitigation measures, because I think we don't want to just monitor, we want to figure out how we address them. And it's obviously complex. Flows are certainly a component of it. And we need to have the tools to be able to address the problem. So the first, I think that special study, as well as the increased monitoring, and also the commitment to continue to take actions to implement the freshwater harms, the HABs monitoring strategy, and particularly the Delta CHABs monitoring strategy that I think I think all of your organizations have been part of with other partner agencies. I wanted to clarify, one of the concerns that was raised was that only 6 monitoring sites would be required, and I just wanted to see if staff wanted to speak to that. There's not a limit on additional monitoring as if it's developed through the Delta monitoring strategy, right? Or can you just elaborate a little bit more on if there's limitations?
Yeah, I'm going to invite Laura Turtle Club of our staff to chime in on this. There's a few other points I think might be helpful for her to chime in and clarify relative to, where the actual provisions are. They're actually in the plan. Chapter 13 summarizes some of those provisions, but the plan has all of the operative provisions. The Chapter 13 is really the assessment. And I think Laura can speak to some of the conclusions that we've reached related to the assessment as well, if she's on.
I'm on. Can you hear me? I don't know what's going on with my camera, but I can speak to that. So Diane is correct that the requirements for monitoring in the plan do include monitoring beyond 6 additional new locations. The 6 locations are locations that we have identified regularly have HABs in the Delta, but the requirements for harmful algal bloom monitoring are also added to the existing baseline monitoring locations that include phytoplankton and other water quality monitoring. And it would follow the tiered monitoring approach described in the Appendix A to the Bay Delta Plan. So the monitoring would be required during the bloom season of each year at locations throughout the Delta. So it would actually establish a pretty comprehensive new set of regular status and trends monitoring locations that would help to begin the implementation of the Delta CHAB monitoring strategy. But the program of implementation in the Bay Delta Plan also commits to special studies to help identify other actions that could be taken to manage HABs, to create predictive models to help us better understand the outcomes of management actions on HABs. And then there is also the explicit requirement for a new special study to evaluate the effects of cyanotoxins on native estuarine fish species.
So just to summarize, though, is there a limit of 6 new monitoring sites? I think that was a concern that was raised, right? Was that by you, Mr. Fern? Yeah. That can be a response later if that's a clarification later if needed.
No, there's not a limit to 6 monitoring sites. That this would include a monitoring network throughout the Delta for HABs. There are 6 new locations added that are specifically for HABs, where HABs regularly occur, that are not currently monitored for other constituents like phytoplankton and water quality. But the HABs monitoring is not limited to just those 6 locations.
Okay, so
Can I, and I'll also clarify that the monitoring program is subject to regular review and modification as appropriate. And, on this HABs issue, it's a complex issue of what's the appropriate forum for addressing HABs. The water boards have a lot of efforts, as do other agencies, to evaluate and respond to HABs. We are working as part of a multidisciplinary effort to try to ensure that all of those needs are met, and the board is meeting its responsibilities, and that the responsibilities related to the Bay Delta Plan are appropriately reflected there. So it is, we are working in this larger framework of actions and science that is needed to address HAB. So, the plan is speaking to the part of that work that is really appropriate for the Bay Delta Plan. That's not to say that's the end all be all of what should be done to address HABs. It's this part of it, and we are working as part of this more comprehensive effort by the state and the various state and local agencies that are involved in understanding HABs and addressing HABs to ensure that those problems are addressed. The primary issue that the plan addresses is how do changes in flows affect HABs, and what are the appropriate management actions related to that? I think some of the analyses that are included in Chapter 13, it's complicated, and one of the things we're trying to understand are how do changes in flows during the winter and spring, when you don't tend to have HABs growth occur, how do those affect the summer and fall flows, and how do reductions in flows that may happen? And we know under the plan, if you have increased flow requirements, you'll likely have some decreased flows in the summer and fall because less water is being moved through the Delta for water supply purposes. And that's where some of the conclusions that Mr. Fern was speaking to are coming from, as we've assessed. We've identified in Chapter 13 that the increases in flows under, the higher flow alternatives evaluated may cause some flushing of flows through the system that reduces some of the HAB spores, but at the same time, reductions in flows during the summer and fall because of that effect of having less water available in storage leads to less water supplies being moved through the Delta, could reduce flows and could have impacts related to HABs. It's complicated. We want to better understand these problems and how our management actions are going to affect the HABs issues. That's why the first step is really building a model to better understand what effects the changes in flows at different times of year have on HABs production.
Great, thank you. And I guess just lastly, I'll say, I also, am frustrated that we haven't been able to resolve the civil rights complaint. I think we share the goals, and we are moving forward with, the urgency of trying to update the Bay Delta Plan, of addressing HABs, getting civil rights protections in place procedurally. And I think if I just want to reemphasize, just because we're not updating, this hasn't been scoped, and I think it's more appropriate to be developing HAB's objectives statewide with a fuller group of interested parties than this proceeding has been scoped. And so I want to make sure, though, that it's clear that the priorities that you all and many others have continued to highlight as priorities need to be our priorities within the other processes, our strategic priority discussion, which I think we're having at the next board meeting, to make sure that that's clearly something we're committed to moving forward with, creating objectives for, because I couldn't agree more that that's necessary to make sure that we address this very real environmental justice issue, tribal priority, and community need. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Looking to other colleagues, seeing nothing further. Thank you both. And Mr. Fern, much appreciation. Looking forward to the further discussion here amongst us. All right, let's go ahead now and move to panel number 4. And this will be San Francisco Baykeeper and Friends of the River. Just a note on time, we're still about 50 minutes behind our schedule. So again, after this panel and after board discussion, we'll actually start to take individual comments, which maybe about at 4 o'clock or so, but we'll see how time goes here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Busher, San Francisco Baykeeper, is going to be the first presenter for the panel, and he's joining us virtually, so I'll hand it off to him.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Eric Busher. I'm the managing attorney at San Francisco Baykeeper. Before I dive into my presentation, I just have to relay a story. I was reading a book by Catherine Rundell with my kids. They're in 2nd and 4th grade. A couple nights ago, the main character is this 12-year-old girl. She stands up in town square and tries to rally the people against the bad guy in the novel. She says, he's taking our future, and the future needs our protection. It's a fragile thing. The future needs all the help it can get. And that was a clarifying moment for me about why I do this, why I'm here today, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I do have to say, I am dismayed at some of the things we've heard so far today from the board, because it seems like there's been a determination that we're going to conduct an experiment on the Bay Delta ecosystem through this plan update. Despite what seems like a predetermined outcome, I think it's important that we talk about the future that we see and the future that you all can avoid and can bring into being. The draft plan that was released in July, tweaked in December, and the analysis that accompanies it makes clear that the current proposal will not materially change flows into, through, and out of the Delta. And as a result, the trajectory of decline and crisis that this board has long recognized is overwhelmingly likely to continue. And I won't spend much time on these first several slides because they are all things that the board has previously written, most of which I have previously repeated back to you at public meetings last fall. Next slide, please. In 2009, when the board issued its notice of preparation, it did so because native fish populations were experiencing significant declines. Next slide, please. A year later, pursuant to the Delta Reform Act, the board analyzed the best available science at the time and concluded that the current actual flows were insufficient to protect public trust resources and that current water policies had been disastrous for native fish. Next slide, please. 7 years later, in compiling the best available science in 2017, the board repeated that the Bay Delta ecosystem was in crisis, that fish species had experienced precipitous declines despite 20 years of efforts to reverse them, and that steelhead and salmon specifically were at all-time lows of abundance. Next slide. The board repeated these findings a year later, in 2018 explaining that more flow and more natural flows were needed to halt and reverse the declines that were leading to extinction of native fish and to resolve the crisis conditions that existed throughout the Bay Delta and its ecosystem. Next slide. 5 years later, the board reiterated the purpose and need for the update, 14 years after it had started. Little had changed about the overall needs of the ecosystem, about the science supporting the need for more flows, about the overall status of existing conditions. As the board articulated, current regulatory requirements are minimal, they're insufficient to protect the ecosystem. Next slide, please. And the board recognized the fundamental problem it had been working for 14 years to resolve. There is too little flow, and the regulatory requirements are only about a third of the actual flow that exists. Moreover, those unregulated flows are not mandated by the board or ESA regulations currently and are likely to be reduced in the future due to climate change and new water infrastructure projects like the Delta Conveyance Project, Sites Reservoir, or new diversions to groundwater storage or recharge. So with that context, I'd like to go to the next slide and touch on some of the fundamental ways that the current draft fails to match those findings and the board's own analysis over the prior 16 years. First, the VAs, and to a lesser extent, the unimpaired flow approach with the water supply adjustments, do not materially change flow conditions that exist in the ecosystem now. And as a result, there is no evidence or any basis in the best available science to suggest that fish populations, and as a result, the fisheries and communities and people will materially change or improve. When the status quo is a crisis and is declining toward extinction, small tweaks and little benefits do not move the needle. Second, as staff indicated this morning, and as I think Board Member Firestone echoed, the water supply adjustments to the unimpaired flow approach materially reduce the benefit that the previously proposed and analyzed unimpaired flow scenarios would have provided. And the voluntary agreements abandon the board's goal of mimicking the natural hydrograph, a goal that the board and the best available science have long recognized is fundamentally necessary to restore the ecosystem and reverse, not just slow, the downward trajectory we're on. Third, unaccountable paper water and long-term earth moving are not the answer. In-stream flow is fish habitat. Fourth, while we recognize that flow and non-flow actions must be taken together, those actions must be based on the needs of the ecosystem, and as you'll hear from my colleagues, the habitat promises and the voluntary agreements are untethered from what actually constrains fish populations today. And fifth, the water supply adjustments don't just materially reduce the benefits previously analyzed in the unimpaired flow approach. They also don't guarantee better long-term water supply because they are untethered from reservoir storage or year-over-year requirements. They provide more water for consumptive uses in any given year, but fail to actually ensure long-term reliability of water supply in the face of drought or climate change. Next slide. And last, I want to talk about the problems with the existing backstop, because I share Chair Esquivel and Board Member Firestone's concerns and desire to have a backstop that works. It is a vital step in this process. First, the stoplight process that's described in the current draft plan guarantees that no regulatory backstop will take effect until a decade or more from now. If the experiment fails, which the best available science says it will, it is likely to be too late at that point. We've needed urgent action for years. The board and other agencies have recognized as much, and instead the board is choosing an experiment that delays the urgent material changes for a decade. The board should not wait 6 years to begin to measure and assess if the experiment of the voluntary agreements are working. It should implement measurable standards and requirements now, not ones to be set in the future. Second, the best available science is clear and has been for more than a decade and a half. Instead of using that science now, the board sets it aside to conduct an experiment. And then, as that experiment goes forward, sets up what I count to be at least a 7-step process before the VAs can be abandoned if they are not reasonably protecting beneficial uses. The VAs should have to demonstrate that they can meet water quality objectives and protect beneficial uses before implementation, not afterwards. Third, we know that one goal here is to avoid continued long-term litigation over the plan and its implementation. But the draft plan makes unnecessary promises to VA parties of future processes, future decisions, and future review based on extra legal, non-statutory requirements, and then gives them the right to sue over it. The board should delete the laundry list of requirements and new standards on pages 94 and 95 that are a giveaway to the voluntary agreement parties. And finally, the green and yellow light standards to continue the VAs are arbitrary. The draft plan says the VAs should be allowed to continue if they are meeting their share of contributions to 25% of objectives in the hope that maybe they will achieve them by 2050. This is incompatible with Port Cologne or with a healthy Bay Delta. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boucher.
For a presentation. Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, board. My name is Devin Pierce, and I'm here as the lead scientist of Friends of the River. And I want to follow up on the presentation.
Just want to double check that your mic is on. It may be. It is on.
Can you
okay.
not hear me?
It's green.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's green.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
I'll speak up. I'm here today to kind of focus on some of the scientific aspects of this plan, and importantly, our scientific ability to understand the results of the plan and the outcomes of this plan, which has been a major point of discussion today. Next slide, please. These observations I'm going to make come from my review of the plan documents, as well as the peer-reviewed scientific literature, and a lot of discussions with my scientific colleagues, both recently and over the years. And the strong consensus that everyone agrees on is that flow is the master variable. This is a phrase that I've seen in your own board's documents, staff reports, and elsewhere, because it's true. That statement is the fact that flow is what influences the success or failure of all the other actions that may be taken under VAs or any other plan. It is really what's driving the health of the system. As you've heard already, the VAs offer very limited additional flows, and they don't have the protections that we would like to see backing those up. This is not because there is not science to show that more flow is important. There's, for example, this paper on ecologically functional flows describing the amount of water that would be necessary flowing through a system to protect not just the health of the ecosystem and the fish, but all the other hydrological processes that maintain that system. That is significantly more water than is offered under the current plans. And finally, the flow cannot be replaced by these other non-flow habitat modifications, and I will go into that now. Next slide, please. Just to remind us of where we are in this process, this is about the last 95 years of flow records, outflow from the Delta. And the top panel, you can see what the unimpaired flow would be, categorized by these water year types that we use to characterize water years from wet to supercritical. Supercritical would be a very rare thing. About 2% of the years occur that dryness level, that level of drought in an unimpaired system. But due to our water extractions, we are imposing the actual in the lower panel so that, in fact, now many years from the ecosystem's perspective are supercritically dry or dry years. So that is an ongoing drought imposed by our extractions. And you can see that gradual change over the past decades as more and more water has been removed. The actual flow coming out of the Delta has dropped down to unsustainable levels of unimpaired flow, low percentages. Excuse me. Next slide, please. And again, it has been said, the VAs barely move the needle on that, on increasing flow, providing less than or approximately 1% increased total outflows relative to the current baseline. And again, from that previous slide, that current baseline is much lower than a historical baseline and is really at an unacceptably low level that is imperiling the ecosystem. And under the VA plan, the required flows during the springtime period that's most critical would be essentially unchanged from the current baseline, either in minimum year types or across the year types between 1995 and 2021. In contrast, the regulatory flow approaches using percents of unimpaired flows, either with water supply adjustments or as a level 55%, would provide at least double the flows during those periods. Next slide, please. And as a replacement for flow, the VAs are offering these non-flow assets as habitat improvements. And I want to be careful not to criticize individual projects too directly. Of course, habitat is an important thing. A lot of thought has gone into some of these projects to provide habitat where needed. But as a package, it lacks intentional planning. It lacks, there's a haphazard assortment of projects that were created in some cases opportunistically, in some cases because they were already in plans, but not necessarily in a scientific manner to address limiting factors. As an example here, this is for rearing habitat in the figure. Similar figures exist in the report for spawning habitat. And what you can see is that in some cases, there are changes to the amount being offered under the VAs that even when the amount that exists already exceeds the doubling goal objective, or this somewhat arbitrary 25% of doubling goal objective, which I also don't fully understand based on the report. But that is used as an alternative target. We would expect no population response to a habitat improvement like that if the carrying capacity of species is low for other reasons, which is the case here. Those other reasons being lack of adequate flow. So, well, next slide, please. So again, the non-flow actions, in order to provide the response we want, need to be addressing limiting factors. And in many cases, they are not. There is a framework in the report to assess meaningful floodplain events, meaning events that inundate floodplain areas appropriately. But if you actually look through the report, under many of the conditions, those events will be met in a very small percentage of the time. Again, flow is what's driving the success of that habitat improvement, not the existence of that physical habitat change. Temperature is another one that may seem separate from flow, and that you might imagine there are other ways that you could manage it, but really temperature is driven by flow. Better flows, you're going to have better managed temperature conditions in all the rivers. Finally, predator removals is another project that is proposed in many places in the VAs, and there's just really not good evidence that that is going to result in population level responses in a sustainable manner, even locally, for fish population, for native fish populations. Removing predators is not the solution. The solution is providing sufficient flow that the fish have opportunities to evade those predators and successfully migrate out to the ocean. Next slide, please. So as I have tried to lay out here, what really is a concern that I have is that we're proposing the VAs as an experiment, essentially, an 8-year project. Let's see if this works. But they're a badly designed experiment. And they're badly designed in a couple of different ways. I mentioned the haphazard nature of the assets, that they're not, they don't present a cohesive package that you would have designed if you were going out to design the experiment. They're sort of an opportunistic assortment. And I understand why that is, but it still means that they're unlikely to result in the kinds of responses that we want. You guys had asked questions earlier, I believe Board Member McGuire, about the peer reviews and what those might suggest about the success. And I did notice a number of places in those peer reviews where it was pointed out that there was a low likelihood that we would be able to detect responses of the VAs, both over the time frame, also due to the variability within the system. So it's sort of setting up an experiment that we don't really expect to see a result from. The signal to noise ratio, meaning that we won't be able to detect it. And then I think a bigger concern for me is that even if we do see signals, there's essentially no way to connect specific VA actions, either in totality or individually, to those responses, because those responses are likely to be at least as much due to the particular assortment of wet and dry years that we get over the next 8 years and other factors like that. So whatever result at the end of this experiment, we won't be able to know either. We're unlikely to detect an effect, and we will not know whether it was really due to the responses, a response to the VAs. I just lost a point that I was going to add to that. Oh, it's okay. We'll have to go for another time or in my written comments. I'll just close by saying that I really feel that the science is quite clear, that flow is the variable that we should be concerned about here, and that while well-meaning habitat improvements may have locally positive benefits, they're not a cohesive way to make a plan that will really result in population responses and recovery, not just for target species like salmonids that we've heard a lot about, but for the entire ecosystem, the food base, all those different species that are not carefully monitored require that ecosystem to be cohesive, and flow is the variable that will do that. So I'll pass that to my colleagues.
Many thanks.
Good afternoon, members of the board and board staff. I'm John Rosenfield, Science Director for San Francisco Baykeeper, and would like to talk about some of the biological effects that are described in the SED and put those in context of Fish and Wildlife beneficial uses and the board's obligations. Next slide, please. As we've discussed at length before, the status quo of Fish and Wildlife beneficial uses in this ecosystem is decline. We're looking in the upper left at the population trend of winter-run Chinook salmon, which are endangered, and below at the population trend of white sturgeon, which are now a candidate for listing under the California Endangered Species Act. Next slide, please. Those are the big fish in the ecosystem, but let's look at the tiny fish that everyone is very concerned about. The fish and wild in the upper right, I'm showing the time trend, two different surveys and their indices for longfin smelt. The y-axis is log transformed, so that's a big decline that you're looking at. And Fish and Wildlife Service very recently determined that longfin smelt are very likely to go extinct in the near future if current conditions prevail. Below, we see the time trend for delta smelt. I think you all know what that looks like. We can't find delta smelt in the sampling programs that used to produce them in abundance. These trends show that fish and wildlife beneficial uses are not being protected and that fish populations are not viable. These trends are the result of the Water Board's refusal to act on the best available science and predatory delay by the VA parties. Next slide, please. As we've heard also today, other other beneficial uses related to fish and wildlife beneficial uses, but not the same as fish and wildlife beneficial uses, are severely impacted by the status quo conditions of flow and diversion of flow. Next slide, please. The HRL, or the voluntary agreements, are an extinction plan. There is no evidence in the record that the voluntary agreement will move the needle off that status quo, which is decline. For example, here's a table that I put together that's adapted from a similar table, two tables in the SED and tables that the board has produced in scientific basis reports before. The rows show flows associated with beneficial outcomes for various species and attributes of the estuarine ecosystem. There's a species and resources that are involved. The next column is the flow magnitude. The next column is the season in which that flow occurs. And then the remaining columns are the frequency with which those critical flows are exceeded under various alternatives from including the baseline, but including the VA, the proposed WSA, and then the 35 through 65% unimpaired flow alternatives that you all have studied in the past. I've highlighted in gray critical flow thresholds where the VA is projected to be identical to the baseline, no change. I've also highlighted in yellow two critical flow thresholds where the VA will produce the necessary flows less frequently than the baseline. In the other cases, the VA has a higher frequency by 1 or 2%. This is not evidence that the flows of the VA will achieve the plan's objectives for viability or reasonably protect beneficial uses. Next slide, please. For 4 populations of fish and wildlife in the Bay Delta, the SED estimates population level effects by water year type, but it doesn't aggregate those effects into a series of water years or a time series to show like what is the actual impact on the population from these year at a time snapshots. So I attempted to look at this in two different ways. First is to take the average of historic and recent abundance indices for two species, longfin smelt and starry flounder, neither of which is likely to be impacted by any habitat proposed in the VA. These are estuarine species. They live in pelagic waters. For both species, the far left column is the historic average of abundance indices as measured by the relevant sampling program from 1980 to 1994. The next column is the actual average of over the last 15 years or so. You can see that there's been a huge decline. The next three columns are what would happen if you applied the percentage change implied in the SED for each water year type over the time series of the last 15 years. What would happen to the average population? You can see that the increases are meager, perhaps invisible, undetectable. No evidence that this is going to produce viability or reasonably protect beneficial uses. Next slide, please. That last slide was just taking the increase of the population and assuming no compounding effect of benefits produced by the VA or the WSA. But here I wanted to take a more charitable view, in fact, an aggressively charitable view, and assume complete compounding, like an interest rate, right? If you have a benefit in one year and a benefit in the next year and a benefit in the next year, they're adding upon each other, right? So that's the assumption that I made. And also, I'm assuming that the benefits projected for the VA actually occur, which I have extreme doubts about, but just taking them at their word. Now I'm looking at what is the likely change to the long-term population growth rate for the same two species, longfin smelt and starry flounder. On the left bar for each one of them is the historic actual population change turned into a value called R, the population growth rate. It's very negative for both species because both species have declined a lot over the long term. If we assume that the VA improvements, air quotes, change the population growth rate, then you see the second bar. It's an improvement, but it still leads to extinction and loss of beneficial uses. Similarly, if we took the WSA, which is more water, so it's more of an improvement, population will continue to decline. That is not reasonable protection. Declining to extinction is not reasonable protection. And finally, I looked at the WSA plus the addition of San Joaquin River flows, which is not an alternative being considered here, but just to show that as you add more water, things do get better. If you add enough water, things might actually achieve viability, but still you have negative population growth rates. If you adopt the voluntary agreements, this is your legacy. Extinction of native fish species, loss of beneficial uses associated with commercial and recreational fishing, tribal cultural uses, recreation, etc. You have another choice, which is to implement a flow standards, flow objectives that would actually have some chance of achieving viability and reasonable protection of beneficial uses, but the voluntary agreement and the water supply adjustments as proposed are not those alternatives. I'll pass it on to Mr. Bobker.
Thank you, Dr. Rosenfield.
The members of the board, you're all eyeglass wearers. You've all been to the eye doctor for an examination. So this will be familiar to you. Next slide, please. Okay, which is better? Number one, or next slide? Next slide, please. Oh, no, keep it there. Or number two. Let's go back a slide. Which slide is better? Number one, where fisheries are at, native fish are at record low levels. Salmon fishery is collapsing. Toxic algal blooms are occurring more frequently and with greater duration. Or number two. Let's go, thank you. Where, just to use examples, tree crop acreage has nearly doubled in the last decade. Agricultural revenues are following a steady upward trend. Let's go to the next slide. Now, okay, that's a crude comparison. But the point is that we see that all the risk, well, actually, let me take a step back. We are not here in this room. We have not been in this proceeding for how many years because California agriculture is drying up and blowing away. We're not in this room because people are dying of thirst in cities. We're here because one of the world's great ecosystems is in danger, where species are going extinct as we speak, where we are going to lose ecosystem services for people. That's not hyperbole. We all know this. We all know that there are existential threats to the Bay Delta ecosystem. But the path that the board is taking is putting all the risk on the ecosystem and none of the risk on the consumptive uses that are driving the decline of that ecosystem, and that's sad. The great Roman historian, Titus Livius, 2,000 years ago, when Rome was transitioning from a republic to an empire, said, "We are in those fateful last days when we can endure neither our vices nor their cure." And boy, does that resonate with me beyond this room, but also in this room. We have spent the better part of 2 decades documenting and I'm sorry, but it's a complex system, but what we know isn't that complex. We know that flows are the driver of ecological condition. We know that habitat is great, but it can't substitute for flow improvements. We know that, in fact, flow and habitat are intimately integrated, that flow is actually very often what creates adequate habitat, deals with predation and invasives, and addresses other threats to the system. We also know that implementing important flow improvements will have impacts, and there are outlier impacts that we need to deal with. And my community and many others have been willing to work with the board to try and identify sophisticated system-specific tools to try and do that. You know, it's complicated, yes. There are trade-offs. There's balancing that you have to do. But in the end, as I say, actually, what we know about the system isn't that complex, and there are trade-offs that we can make that actually balance. I'm going to tell you a little short story here, which is that in December 2018, I was in this room when this board adopted the Phase 1 amendments to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. At that time, I was working for the Bay Institute, as you guys all know. What did we do in reaction to that December 2018 amendment of the plan by the board? Well, we did 2 things. The Bay Institute sued you. We sued you because we thought that your decision hadn't met the legal standard for protection of the Bay Delta estuary, and that the scientific record was strong to support what was needed to do that. What was the second thing we did? We gave our annual award to your board chair, Felicia Marcus. Why did we do that? We did it because we recognized that the board had done something important. It had made a substantial change to the flow requirements for the Bay Delta. It had brought in water users beyond the 2 projects. So while it may not have been sufficient in our view, it was substantial. There was a change. I thought that's where we'd be at the end of Phase 2, and I have to say that I continually am stunned that we are not. It's almost, you know, I'm almost speechless, to tell you the truth, which is a rare occurrence for me. I don't think we're at a place where, boy, they're just trade-offs we're making, and, you know, okay, you make the best of it. I think we're at a place where you haven't balanced it all. I think you've abdicated your responsibilities. And I like you all. I know most of you pretty well. I don't cast any aspersions of what your motivations are, but we're in a place where you are making a big bet then I don't think you have the luxury to make. I don't think you have the luxury of betting on a VA approach that won't move the needle, for which there is no real scientific basis that it's going to work, and for which, even if it is implemented, you might not know the difference in terms of the effects on the estuary ecosystem. I don't think you have the luxury of assuming that members of the State Water Board 8 or 10 or 12 years from now will be more clear-eyed or resolute than you are willing to be today. And most importantly, I don't think you have the luxury of assuming that the fish and wildlife beneficial uses won't be irreparably damaged and that species won't be extinct at that time. That is not anything any of us wants. I know you don't want it. But that's the road you're going down if you adopt the VAs and you adopt the water supply adjustments. And I beg you, don't go down that path. Don't let that be your legacy. But, again, this is not hyperbolic. This is not, we know these existential threats exist for the system. And, it's getting, the last opportunities are going to slip through our fingers. Now is the time to make some hard decisions. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments here. Honest frustrations. I think your positions are pretty clear. I don't think I have any further questions, but I look to my fellow board colleagues in case they do. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, maybe we could go back to Dr. Rosenfield's presentation. Oh, no, that had our values. Can't remember the slide numbers. Well,
It's the final slide in my presentation, I think.
Let's see. Go one more back. Sorry, I don't have it up in front of me, but
Not the right slide.
okay,
Yeah, that's my presentation.
Keep going. I'm sorry. Next time I'll have the thing up so I can.
While you're doing that, I wonder if maybe.
If you don't mind speaking to the mic for folks can hear.
While we're maybe looking for the slide, I wonder if we could briefly respond to the question that you asked about the peer review.
Yeah, by all means. I think it was lightly touched on earlier.
Yeah. I will say I brought that up, and then at that moment I forgot a point that I wanted to make that's not necessarily directly about the peer review, but is quite related to that, and that is this issue of our ability to understand and detect differences at the end of that, and I want to highlight that I think that the way that essentially the hypothesis of this experiment, the null hypothesis should be that there's no effect, that if we continue essentially the same flow conditions that we have currently under baseline, and we do these VA habitat modifications, the null is that there's no effect, and our ability to detect an effect should be the alternative hypothesis in this experiment. But that is exactly the opposite of how it is set up. And I'll just quote, the VA pathway would be extended at the end of the 8 years unless there is, quote, significant evidence that continuing implementation of the VA pathway will not provide reasonable protection of beneficial uses or will jeopardize the continued survival of native fishes. And that's an opposite way of setting up an experiment, such that you're putting the burden of proof on finding evidence and assuming that if you find no evidence, you just keep going as is. So that to me is a big weakness in the way the entire thing has been set up. And that point specifically is coming from the Bay Delta plan, but there were multiple places throughout the peer review and under my reading of the peer review where those various reviewers that you noted did highlight positive things about the plan, but that their overall review of it found these kinds of weaknesses and many more. Thank you for that.
I can say that I read the peer review report and I read it entirely differently than, I think I can understand the confusion, but I read scientists answering a question of, will the VAs make things better? And if they came out the way that it's projected in the SED, sure, but that's not the right question. The question is, do the VAs or the water supply agreements meet the obligations, the requirements of the board? It's a very, very different question, right? And in one peer reviewer in particular noted, well, I can't say whether this sure, it contributes to viability, but I can't say whether it achieves viability because y'all haven't defined viability. And I think, Mr. Bobker and I have been a brokered record on that for 20 years about needing to define what your plan is trying to achieve before you say whether it achieves it or not. In this case, you haven't even said whether it achieves it, and you definitely haven't defined it. And, we're trying to look for like, well, what would we define as viability? Nope, it doesn't achieve that.
Do the salmon doubling goals at least somewhat speak to that?
The salmon doubling goals are better defined quantitatively than the board has defined viability. I mean, biologists can define viability because it has a meaning in biology of,
Is there
advance
already
of extinction.
made a definition for that viability for the board to pick up? Or is like all of this still,
Well, the
kind of
definition
a
is
judgment call?
There's definitely a general definition that the board is not, the documents don't acknowledge, which is what is the, viability is a low chance of extinction over a given time frame. For the salmonids, it's a low chance of extinction over 100 years, according to papers by National Marine Fisheries Service, right? But pick your chance of extinction, pick your time frame, and measure whether your plan is likely to exceed the, improve upon the species chances, right? And then there are, there are quantitative results in your SED that I'm doing my best to try and interpret in terms of an overall response rather than just like above normal years, 6% difference in population growth. That doesn't mean anything in terms of viability, right? That's what I tried to show on the screen, that if you take that in context, that's a very, very small improvement if it occurred relative to the decline that you're trying to reverse. And in fact, it does not reverse the decline, right? It might mean the difference between going extinct in 10 years instead of going extinct in 5 years. In both cases, that's no one's definition of viability. It's no one's definition of reasonable protection because it's not anyone's definition of protection.
I appreciate that, Dr. Rosenfeld.
Yeah, and this is this is exactly that issue. Slide 7, I think. I just wanted to unpack, I think it's the same issue. So the goal here is to, one of the two main goals is viability and then doubling for salmon and I know this is in our report, but the 55% without water supply adjustments, where would that look like on this graph?
Those numbers are, the 55% flat unimpaired flow without, or, within an adaptive range that was proposed last time we talked about phase 2, was not analyzed in this way. Or, this is my own analysis, right? But it comes from numbers that are presented in the report that were not produced for the 55%. It was produced in the draft staff report. I'm trying to remember but it was produced as like median changes. But it's very obvious from this pattern, and I believe it says something equivalent in the SED, the current SED, that the WSA approach is less water and therefore less population growth. I mean, the population change effects, the estimated populations, all of that is based on flow. And it's based on flow for a reason, because there's no other variable that produces a relationship that you can model. And there's a good reason for that, because there's not a relationship that's available, that's modelable, not for lack of trying.
Yep. Okay, so, and my understanding of what the proposal is right now is that we're adopting 55% with, and that was based on these flow abundance analyses to change the trajectory of decline and achieve viability. We have created this on-ramp, let's call it, for existing water users to do water supply adjustments to mitigate some of that shock into the system of that would happen with 55%. That does, I mean, my understanding of our analysis is that does greatly reduce the benefits of 55%.
Well, I mean, just to be clear, like, I know it's called the WSA/55%, but as I understand it, that 55% is in the wettest part of years, whereas the 55% in the previous unimpaired flow thing was the starting point for all years, but, you know, like it wasn't restricted to the upper 1/3 of years. So those two 55% are not the same thing.
Agreed. And what we're adopting here, though, is my understanding is it's an implementation plan that starts out with those water supply adjustments for existing water users, but that what we're adopting allows the board to move up to 55% without an additional basin plan amendment. And so I just want to make sure with staff that that's the case.
That is correct. Yes. The idea behind the water supply adjustments is really related to allowing the water user community time to absorb water supply impacts and adjust to the changes in the regulatory provisions. So it's an incremental implementation. If that happens to be adequate for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses, you wouldn't necessarily have to modify those water supply adjustments, but the plan provides for allowing the board to do that as part of its periodic review if it finds that additional action beyond the 55% of unimpaired flow with water supply adjustments are needed.
Why not make adjustments based on trying to make tether it to storage conditions and seeing how your initial implementation works, and then make adjustments? I mean, given the earlier discussion about where the lion's share, almost all the risk lies on the fish and wildlife beneficial uses, it seems like maybe your starting point is the wrong place. And this comes from somebody who, as I said earlier, we have always acknowledged that there are some outlier conditions, and each system is going to be operated a little different, and that the unimpaired flow approach, which is a great general approach, will need to be adapted for each system, but it should be done in a much more sophisticated way than a kind of a one-size-fits-all drop in the percentage, and then maybe you get an improvement later. I think just given the urgency of the situation we're in, that you have the wrong starting point, and you should reconsider it. It sounds like you've got the architecture. Why not start in a different place?
Thank you, board member. Looking to fellow board colleagues. Seeing none at this time. Thank you three again. Really appreciate this discussion. Next, we will move to individual commenters. I have, I think, on my list here about 10 individuals that have signed up who are in person. I appreciate everyone that's joining us virtually. I will try to prioritize those folks just so we can get them through here, and then we'll go on to our virtual commenters. On the virtual side, I'm seeing on the platform maybe around 20 individuals or so. So maybe in total 30, 35 commenters currently, at least as I see on the platform virtually and in the room. But we'll just start in. And importantly, like I said, we'll take our individual commenters first. Once we're done with individual commenters, that is in person first, we will take a quick break just so we can then get into our virtual commenters thereafter. So first, I'd like to call up Ashley Casely, be followed by Jim Ray, then Morgan Snyder, and Nicholas Snyder.
Okay, so it's on?
It is on. Good
Okay,
afternoon.
thank
Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Ashley Casey. I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Water Forum. Over the last 25 years, the Water Forum has served as a diverse coalition of water purveyors, environmentalists, business leaders, and public agencies dedicated to the co-equal objectives of reliable water supply and protecting the ecological and recreational values of the Lower American River. I'm here today to provide a technical perspective on how habitat restoration, like those described in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, align with the biological needs of the American River ecosystem. Our decades-long science-based monitoring on the American River demonstrate that while flow is a critical master variable, flow alone cannot recover the native species if the physical landscape remains degraded. The habitat restoration that the Water Forum enlists are designed to address the physical limiting factors, specifically the lack of spawning gravel and rearing side channels that currently prevent salmonids from thriving even when water is abundant. By integrating flow with specific engineered habitat improvements, we maximize the biological benefit of every acre-foot of water that is in the river. Our habitat restoration includes significant gravel augmentation. This addresses the sediment starvation caused by Folsom Dam, providing the specific substrate size necessary for Chinook salmon and steelhead to deposit and protect their eggs. Our restoration also includes the creation of side channels and alcoves. These provide slow water habitat where juvenile fish can grow, find cover from predators, and seek refuge when high flow events would otherwise wash them downstream prematurely. Finally, integrated science and monitoring is the key to determining the success of any habitat program. The Water Forum has demonstrated its ability to deliver this, resulting in important groundbreaking findings and peer-reviewed publication that has advanced the state of the science. Programs that can effectively collect and synthesize data are best suited to allow for the responsive adaptive management that is needed. The Water Forum history proves that the most durable gains for the river come from sophisticated collaborative stewardship of the physical landscape. The habitat restoration components of the American River regions portion of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program represent a scientifically rigorous approach to addressing the complex needs of the American River's iconic fish species. Thank you for the opportunity to share these technical insights with you as you consider the future of the Bay Delta Plan.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up our next commenter. Hold on, my screen went away on me. Jim Ray, be followed by Morgan Snyder, Nicholas Snyder, and then Tony Ferenzi.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and board members. My name is Jim Ray, and I'm a businessman in the Sacramento region, working in the housing industry and supporting economic development. I'm also a member of the Business Caucus of the Sacramento Water Forum when we represent the Sac Metro Chamber, Association of Realtors, the North State Building Industry, the Associated General Contractors, and the Sacramento Regional Business Exchange, among others. The Water Forum objectives are support reliable regional water supply and protection of the natural resource of the American River. And we're currently in a housing crisis in the state, and trying to meet the ambitious regional housing needs assessment depend entirely on a reliable and affordable water infrastructure. Excuse me. To build housing, we need absolute assurance that local water suppliers have long-term reliability to service new connections. The projected loss of 1 million acre-feet of groundwater storage in our region with the rigid, unimpaired flow approach increases the risks and constraints to economic development. The unimpaired flow regulatory would force local water agencies to invest significantly in more expensive alternative supplies if they're available at all. Those costs will be passed on directly to developers and ratepayers. Unlike the rigid regulatory path, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach provides the water supply certainty that business and lenders need for important economic development while balancing the ecosystem that Ashley just described and providing the satisfying the economic needs of this region. By protecting our regional groundwater bank, the aquifer, the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal ensures our region will remain a viable place for investment, even as climate change increases and drought becomes more frequent. We urge the board to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal in 2026. It's the only path for our region that protects both environmental heritage and our region's ability to build the housing our workforce needs. Thank you for considering these comments.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Ray. Much appreciation in the participation today. Next, I'd like to call up Morgan Snyder, be followed by Nicholas Snyder, then Tony Ferenzi, and then Vanessa Buenos Rosto.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Morgan Snyder, and I'm the Director of Policy and Programs at Restore the Delta. I'm here today to share concerns with the proposed adoption of this update to the Bay Delta Plan, and I want to specifically address some of the comments that were made earlier that misconstrued the process and the implications of water quality for communities. Today, Secretary Crowfoot made a statement that HRL was and will continue to be an inclusive process. I want to be clear, Delta communities, environmental justice communities, and tribes were not given a seat at the table from the start. The commitment to better engage with tribes does not appear to extend to community. Engagement at this point, to be frank, feels a little too late. The agreements have already been made without our input. And the historic inequities in the system that have estranged our communities from access to our waterways are compounding reasons why the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition filed that Title VI complaint you heard about earlier today. 4 years have gone by since that complaint was filed, an entire year of which the complaint sat on the Water Board's agenda, yet the Water Board has failed to resolve these inequities highlighted in our complaint. And these inequities we see present today in how the voluntary agreements were developed, and more broadly in what the board plans to propose to implement. We urge the board to reconsider a regulatory pathway that prioritizes unimpaired flow standards through the system. I would also like to speak to the comments made by Director Nemeth this morning. First, the presentation appeared to be relatively out of scope about what we're discussing here today. But I do want to note that the proposed changes to the ITP came about in direct response to the Bureau's recent adoption of Action 5. This comes following DWR's original objection to this move by the Bureau, stating that it would reduce the operational ability to move water through the State Water Project. The ITP application, paired with DWR's November letter, do not align. Director Nemeth also failed to highlight the proposed increase of water through the CBP under Action 5, thereby misattributing operational challenges to ESA constraints. Despite the presentation, water quality implications under this revised ITP and implementation of Action 5 remains unclear, but I appreciate the board's commitment today to better understand those impacts and implications. The Water Board has an obligation to uphold the public trust doctrine, yet our communities are regularly excluded from the very waterways that run through our communities due to toxic algae and more broadly declining water quality. This proposal perpetuates the trends that have led to declines in water quality for the benefit of water districts and upstream users. The Delta is our home. The Delta is our economic development, our future, and the heart of our state. This plan does not prioritize the Delta, it prioritizes profit. And I implore the board to reconsider the implementation of the VAs and instead prioritize regulatory pathways to ensure healthy flows and waterways throughout the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Thank you for hanging on throughout the day. I know it's been a long day and appreciate your good comments. Next, I'd like to call up Nicholas Schneider, be followed by Tony Ferenzi, then Vanessa Buenrostro, and then Willie Whittlesey.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and other board members. My name is Nicholas Schneider. I am the General Manager for Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. I work in the American River, and its tributaries where we live and work. We care about water supply, the ecosystem, and our communities. We believe that a healthy water supply is a healthy river system, and vice versa. Georgetown is a small reservoir operator in the American River region, and we have no other water supply available to our community, and we are isolated in the Sierra Nevada mountains. If we lose any of our water supply, our community of 12,000 people could be in jeopardy of not being able to provide water to those people. The unimpaired flow regulatory approach would force local agencies to invest in significantly more expensive alternative supplies, which we don't have. The American Rivers Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal is one that was developed with this learned, adapt, and impact-oriented mindset. Water contributions for the American River will be provided with an emphasis on ensuring enhanced flows in the driest year types. The dry and critical water years will benefit the American River and points downstream in times when the system needs it most. These flow contributions will be provided in balance with upstream reservoir operations in the consideration of continued groundwater sustainability. I'd like to address a comment that was made earlier by one of the last panel members about houses aren't going to be thirsty. Unfortunately, if we go with unimpaired flows, there is a potential that we are going to be thirsty in our region. We do not have alternate water supplies to rely on, and this is the only way we can do it. If we can have HRL go through, we would be very appreciative. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Tony Ferenzi, followed by Vanessa Buenrostro, and then Willie Whittlesey and Robert Witcher.
Good afternoon, board members. Thanks for having us here today and hearing us. I'm Tony Ferenzi. I represent Placer County Water Agency. PCWA is party to the Water Forum Agreement, which you've already heard about here, on the American River. I would like to state our accomplishments under this agreement in relation to the HRL alternative. For over 20 years, we have successfully managed between wet years and dry years, between surface water and groundwater. For PCWA as an upstream reservoir operator on the American River, we've had the privilege of contributing 220,000 acre-feet of surface water to groundwater recharge and 210,000 acre-feet of water to in-stream flows over this 20-year history. We've increased groundwater levels, and results are showing that we are significantly increasing base flows in the American River. The model results in Appendix H to Chapter 13 predict a 1 million acre-foot loss of groundwater storage in the American River Basin under the unimpaired inflow scenario. That scenario shows a temperature increase in the river of between 2 and 4 degrees. This outcome would reverse a generation of investment and be unviable for both the environment and the economy of the American River region. The HRL scenario in the same Appendix H shows an increase of only 0.5 degree in the American River. Our HRL proposal is one that was developed, as Nick had just said, with the learned, adaptive, and impact-oriented mindset gained from the Water Forum. PCWA's contributions to the HRL will be in addition to what we are already doing in the Water Forum. So with this demonstrated success in mind, PCWA urges the board to adopt the HRL alternative. Thank you very much for hearing us.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up, apologies, let me see where am I on my list. Vanessa Buenrostro, and then Willie Whittlesey, then Robert Witcher. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here with us.
Sure. Hello, my name is Vanessa. I am the policy analyst for Restore the Delta. I'm here to voice my concerns on the EJ and energy impacts on the Bay Delta plan. I'm also speaking from personal experience. As a South Oxnard native, the health and well-being of my community and Delta communities have been sacrificed for industrialization. I want to raise a couple of concerns. First, the proposed plan updates mandate significant changes to the Central Valley Project and State Water Project export operations. On page 29, Table 3, the plan establishes export limits ranging from 35 to 45% of Delta inflows during February and 35% from March through June. The State Water Project is California's largest single electricity consumer, and pumping water from the Delta to Southern California requires massive energy inputs that will create burdens for our communities, especially those of low income. Second, while the plan acknowledges energy concerns related to wastewater treatment, it fails to meaningfully analyze them. The board acknowledges treatment is energy intensive and cost prohibitive, but provides no quantification of these energy costs, no evaluation of alternatives, and no analysis of cumulative impacts as salinity conditions worsen under the flow objectives. On page 41, section 4.3.2.1, the board states, and I quote, "Desalination through reverse osmosis processes can reduce salinity and POTW influent, but is energy intensive, may be cost prohibitive to construct and operate," end quote. From an environmental justice perspective, the plan fails to assess who bears the burden of these overlapping demands. Communities already experiencing grid reliability challenges, air pollution, and economic vulnerability are likely to absorb higher utility costs and increased health impacts. Lastly, while the plan acknowledges that hydropower is an important water use, it provides no assessment of actual hydropower impacts. The plan requires 40% unimpaired flows from the Tuolumne to Merced rivers from February through June, yet does not evaluate how this may reduce renewable energy and generation, affect grid reliability, or increase reliance on higher carbon electricity sources during peak demand. Without a comprehensive environmental justice and energy analysis, this plan risks protecting fish while increasing pollution and cost burdens on overburdened communities. We urge the community to fully assess these interconnected water energy impacts before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buenrostro. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Willie Whittlesey, be followed by Robert Witchert, and then R.D. Valencia.
Chair Esquivel, board members, good afternoon. I'm Willie Whittlesey, General Manager of Yuba Water Agency. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you to provide some initial comments on the December draft Bay Delta Plan updates. We will be providing detailed written comments as well. I'll begin by saying that we appreciate the fact that the draft plan incorporates Yuba Water's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. For the last several years, we have worked with resource agencies, other water agencies, and a diverse set of interested parties to put forward a significant commitment of new flows to be dedicated to increased delta outflow during times of greatest ecological need and value. Advanced habitat enhancement projects that can restore ecological functions for native fish that have been lost across much of the lower Yuba River watershed, which, as you know, was heavily modified by the impacts of hydraulic mining. To find a robust framework for science and governance that can help ensure that the flow and habitat assets are deployed effectively and tracked accurately, along with the associated funding requirements. Our comments on Healthy Rivers and Landscapes will focus on ensuring that the program and the specific provisions affecting Yuba Water Agency over the 8 years are defined clearly and consistent with the overall program commitments. For example, we appreciate the small but important updates to Appendix B1 that now better define elements of our operations so they can be used to accurately track and account for our flow commitments. We will be identifying additional conforming edits to incorporation into the plan. We'll be requesting targeted edits to ensure that the benefits of habitat enhancement projects are accurately accounted for, and we will be requesting additional clarity for new proposed HRL flow contributions in the Yuba watershed to ensure that there are no redirected impacts to Yuba Water Agency consistent with the MOU and term sheet. We will also be providing technical comments on the proposed unimpaired flow-based regulatory approach. Across all of our comments, I'd like to take this opportunity to emphasize that on all issues, we will work hard to ensure that our comments and recommendations are constructive and actionable by the board as you work to finalize the plan for adoption. The December draft plan, like the July draft, is a product that incorporates important feedback submitted in the many workshops, hearings, meetings, and comment periods held to date. We understand that that iterative process will continue. As we move forward, it's my goal to do everything we can to contribute to the board's next steps in a constructive, efficient, and reasonable manner. Thanks again to you and the State Board staff for your consideration of these issues. I look forward to the work to come, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whittlesey. Appreciate those constructive engagements and comments, and for, as you've heard from the dais here, helping us make the regulatory pathway an implementable one. So I appreciate that. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Wickert.
Chair Esquivel, my name is Robert Wickert. I'm an elected board member of the Sacramento Suburban Water District. Vice Chair Diamato, thank you for hearing us, the entire board. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I also want to thank Chair Esquivel and Director Crowfoot for making my point. My point was that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is enforceable. And that was made quite clear this morning. It is enforceable. It requires monitoring, it requires reporting, and to resonate a bit with Board Member Firestone's concern about we don't want to wait 8 years to decide if it's working, I've asked one of our staff members, Michelle Bononis, who you might know, to put together in our written comments some near-term signs of success so that we don't wait 7 or 8 years to find out if things are working. I do want to say very clearly that the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program advances the region's flow management standard, which provides protection for cold water fish by increasing water supply reliability as well as adding spawning and rearing habitat. I say cold water fish. Everybody in this room knows that hot water kills fish. So it's not just flow. We have to be very, very mindful of the temperatures. And the board's own data in Appendix H shows clearly, I think Mr. Frenzy mentioned it, that the unimpaired flow regime actually makes things worse with regard to temperature. And I certainly don't want to see that happen. I also want to point out that my agency and many others have done what we call conjunctive use, where we use surface water in times of high surface water flow instead of groundwater and then bank that groundwater. We have saved in the groundwater bank 470,000 acre feet, while we've also increased the American River base flow by 15,000 acre feet as a result of that storage. Our agency and others have committed 30,000 acre feet per year to groundwater substitution to enable increased springtime delta flows in dry and driest years. We think that will help, and we're implementing that along with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. The Healthy Rivers and Landscape program is also consistent with conservation as a way of life. We're all aware of that, and conservation, of course, can result in increased river flows. As pointed out by others, the unimpaired flow regime would require additional groundwater pumping, deplete our groundwater storage, potentially eliminate our ability to meet the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and result in increased surface water depletion and possibly return to the chronic groundwater subsidence that we saw prior to our implementation of good groundwater management 25 years ago. For these reasons and others that I don't have time to tell you, I urge the board to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, which I feel will be a benefit to the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Weichert. Appreciate your comments here, your time hanging on. I know it's been a long day, so thank you. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Artie Valencia, be followed by Michaela Mendoza, and then I believe our last in-person commenter will be Mike Jones. If there is someone here in the room looking to provide comment in person, and I did not just call out your name, please do check in with the board clerk or just pop up after our last commenter.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Artie Valencia. I'm the Flood and Land Restoration Program Manager at Restore the Delta. I'm here to raise concerns with the proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including the illegitimate voluntary agreements proposal. Proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan do not supply our waterways with the necessary flow to prevent water quality degradation for Delta communities that have experienced in the past several years, much less reverse and restore the system. Instead, the board is continuing to consider the voluntary agreements, delegating its regulatory authority to the same industry responsible for existing degraded conditions. While there's a plethora of concerns with the proposed update, I'm going to highlight some here that pose a significant threat to Delta communities, the ecosystem, and the local Delta economy. First, adequate in-stream flow is crucial for preventing saltwater intrusion in the Delta levee system and groundwater aquifers. Saltwater intrusion is weakening already aging levees in the Delta, increasing the risk of saline flooding resulting from levee failure and threatening surrounding the community, Delta ag land, and permanently altering the ecosystem. Adequate aquifer recharge is crucial for preventing saltwater intrusion and ensuring a sustainable supply of clean groundwater. We also are finding it increasingly difficult to stay grounded in the current state of the waterways due to the fact that for several weeks during June, flow data and river stage data for monitoring stations had disappeared for several of the stations. Next, proposed updates did not provide the flow necessary to support conditions necessary for salmon migration and spawning. Water temperatures have to be cold enough to support egg and fry survival, and flows are integral to maintain water levels in the gravel beds of salmon reeds. Proposed voluntary agreements substitute crucial in-stream flows needed for temperature management with habitat. And while we support habitat restoration, we are currently working on a local restoration project ourselves. Habitat is not a substitute for robust numeric in-stream flow standards informed by the best available science. Restore the Delta at the moment, for second year in a row, we are sponsoring a classroom for the California Aquarium Education Program, a program teaching the next generation of environmental stewards about life cycle, aquatic habitats, fish survival needs, and climate change through hatching and raising salmons in the classroom. In order to ensure the success of programs such as these, there are needs to be healthy spawning habitats to support the survival of these salmons once they're released. And sustain California's fisheries and watersheds. Proposed updates will further alienate communities for local waterways, worsen the Delta fish crisis, and pose a significant financial burden on Delta communities to remedy the consequences of that result. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Michaela Mendoza, be followed again by our last in-person commenter at this time, Mike Jones.
Hello, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Michelle Mendoza, and I'm the Outreach Coordinator for Restore the Delta. I'm here to provide public comment pertaining to our Sustainable Agriculture Program and the impacts of the Bay Delta Plan update on Delta agriculture. So Delta agriculture provides $4.6 billion annually in economic value, spanning more than 400,000 acres of farmland, 80% of which is considered prime agricultural land by the USDA. The Delta relies upon freshwater flows to sustain generation of farmers. Delta farmers face multiple threats: subsidence from oxidized peat soil, salinity intrusion linked to sea level rise, and an overallocated system. Toxic algae indicative of a changing climate and inadequate flows, as well as a complex national and global market. Yet fundamentally, freshwater flows are critical for maintaining Delta water quality and the tens of thousands of jobs supported by Delta agriculture. But the proposed voluntary agreements threaten adequate flows through the system, significantly weakening regulatory oversight of flow standards. Under the proposed update, upstream water users would determine adequate flows, rendering downstream users, including farmers in the South Delta, at a disadvantage. The voluntary agreements, inequitable in their very development, will be detrimental to the future of Delta agriculture. The updated plan also assumes the availability of land for habitat. It remains unclear if, one, the proposed scope and acreage are available, and two, whether the best available science supports the proposed habitat projects. It seems regulatory oversight has been sacrificed for underdeveloped and unbacked plans for environmental mitigation. The proposed update is not backed by science and puts the future of Delta agriculture directly at risk. We urge the board to reconsider the adoption of the voluntary agreements and instead support a regulatory flow standard backed by science and protective of the economic drivers in the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia. Sorry, my list got messed up here. Okay. Mike Jones, do we have as a speaker in person? Not seeing. I think we may be done with our in-person commenters again, unless there's someone here in the room going once and going twice. Let's go ahead and just give ourselves just a quick break so that we can have the mental fortitude to make sure we're listening to our virtual commenters, which we have about 23 that I'm seeing right now. So let's go just a quick 10-minute break. Let's bring ourselves back here at 4:23.
Well, you were looking at me, so I thought that you were trying to like.
No, I agree. I don't think it makes sense. For sure. I guess I thought maybe there's webcast is on. Webcast is on. Webcast is on. Okay. And that's good.
All right, everyone, we are at 4:23. Appreciate the 10-minute break. We will now get to our virtual commenters and really appreciate all of our virtual participants for hanging on. I know it's been a long day and for waiting here after we get through the individual commenters here in the room. So without further ado, I'd like to first call up Mary Butterwick. And just for folks to know, this is just all in order of received and so far as the requests and whoever's still on the platform. So first person, Mary Butterwick, then we'll be listening to Adam Messner, then Wes Chung, and Judith Kirk.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Butterwick, and I'm a resident of San Francisco. As a retired botanist who cares deeply for the environment, I am here today to oppose the Phase 2 Bay Delta Plan update draft, which includes fundamentally flawed voluntary agreements and inadequate water supply adjustments. The Sacramento River and Bay Delta are in an ecological crisis due mainly to inadequate flow releases. The VAs cannot achieve the goals of the Bay Delta Plan because it produces very little new protected water that is so desperately needed for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses, including fish and wildlife, recreation, commercial fishing, and tribal needs. The VAs also lack viable enforcement mechanisms and any clear demonstration that this approach will be at all effective in protecting the beneficial uses of concern. In addition, the VAs would leave most of the existing flows subject to further diversions for future projects. This is completely unacceptable. The best available science shows that health of the aquatic ecosystem is strongly linked to the amount and time of freshwater flow. According to the State Water Board's 2010 Flow Criteria Report, 75% of unimpaired flow would need to flow to San Francisco Bay to fully protect ecosystems and water quality. Clearly, substantial increases of protected freshwater flows are needed. Yet the December 2025 draft plan would significantly reduce the in-stream flow requirements, with water supply adjustments proposing 55% of unimpaired flow only in the wettest third of years, 45% in the middle third, and 35% in the driest third of years. I urge the board to reject the VAs and adopt a science-based update to the Bay Delta Plan that protects an adequate percentage of the Bay Delta's unimpaired flows. The board's time and resources would be better spent developing a legally robust program of implementation and enforcement. Specifically, the water quality objectives need to include numeric in-stream flow standards upfront that require increased flows sufficient for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses. The board has the legal authority, the scientific expertise, and the responsibility to protect all beneficial uses and public trust resources. With 7 native fish species on the brink of extinction and the future of the commercial salmon fishery at stake, the board is running out of time to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Butterwick. Appreciate your comments here and continued engagement. It's good to hear from you. Next, I'd like to call up Adam Messner, be followed by Wes Chung, Judith Kirk, and then Stan Dodson.
I apologize. I've got to pull my notes together here. Is it possible to come back to me in
course.
just 1 minute?
Of course, no problem at all. We'll come back to you right now, Mr. Messner, and instead we'll go then to Wes Chung.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Wes Chong. I'm a community member south of the Delta, and I'm voicing my opposition against the VAs, which is false advertisement because it's only an agreement between Newsom and people who like water buffaloes who want the water for the least beneficial uses like growing almonds and alfalfa, or crops that are very water intensive. And it's not an agreement between people who actually matters, who have the best uses for the waters, like tribes and wildlife, and for example, salmon. And many species are going extinct because of the colonial practices and ideas around how we use water in this state. And I've talked to many farmers market farmers who I procure my food from, and they're small farms, so they always have to compete and pay more for their water when bigger farms are getting a lot of the water for free or at a advantage that's very unfair. And that would also affect many of our migrant workers, many undocumented, who are being terrorized by ICE everywhere in this country. So there's a lot of impacts that VAs are not addressing, and I would like you to consider not supporting VAs or any projects that is an accessory of this agreement, like the Delta tunnels and Sites Reservoir, and focus more on community and ways that we can conserve water. So thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you for those comments, Mr. Chong. It's good to hear from you again, and thanks for holding on. I know it's been a long day, and appreciate your comments here and contributions. Thank you. Now we'll go back to Adam Messner, who will be followed by Judith Kirk, Stan Dodson, and then David Warner.
Thank you very much. Hello, Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Adam Messner. I'm a lifelong conservationist. I fish, I hunt, and I care deeply about California's natural systems, especially our rivers and salmon. My wife and my teenage kids, one of which is with me in my car right now, are also conservationists. I'm not a radical environmentalist. I believe in sound science, responsible management, and realism about water as a scarce resource on which many of us depend. The collapse of salmon runs is not theoretical to me, it is personal. The shutdown of the salmon fishery has real consequences for fishermen, coastal communities, and people like me with a strong connection to our rivers and our oceans and to the creatures within them. These are not abstract impacts. I understand water is precious. Early in my career, I was a consultant in Sacramento, and our firm facilitated CalFed meetings. I saw good intentions repeatedly overridden by political pressure and short-term compromises that ignored sound science. We are still paying the price for those shortcuts today. The voluntary agreements do not reflect sound science and will not support viable conditions for salmon. The unimpaired flow approach is grounded in careful scientific review, keeping a meaningful percentage of water in stream from January through June, especially increasing flows in wetter years, gives salmon a fighting chance across all year types. A target like 75% aligns with how these rivers evolved and how salmon are adapted to survive. This is not about money or one group versus another. It's about making balanced decisions, honoring science, and leaving a legacy for the next generation of Californians who deserve healthy rivers and viable salmon runs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Messner. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Judith Kirk, be followed by Stan Dodson, David Warner, and then Alicia Rea. And Ms. Kirk should have been invited to come off unmute and or share your camera. you may be away from your desk at this moment, and so you won't be hearing this, but we'll come back to you and we'll check in with you there. We can move on then to Stan Dodson, be followed by David Warner, then Alicia Rea.
Thank you. In the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, I grew up boating on the Delta between Antioch and... Hello? You guys hear me?
We can. I'm sorry, that wasn't from us.
I apologize. I grew up basically on the Delta between Antioch and Stockton on the San Joaquin River and up to Locke on the Sacramento. I navigated its main channels and explored many miles of sloughs. I hunted for duck and pheasant, fished, and maintained crawdad traps. Currently, I live in Tuolumne County, where I recreate on the Merced, Tuolumne, Stanislaus, McCollum, and American rivers. I hold degrees in forestry, natural resources, and watershed management, and currently work as a program director at the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center in Point Heart. I am against the proposed voluntary agreements. They fail to provide immediate standards ensuring water quality, and they ignore repeated warnings from state and federal fish and wildlife agencies regarding failing ecosystem standards. The current water quality plan is 30 plus years old, while voluntary agreements continue to be used as a stalling tactic. Your own scientific staff has determined that restoring this ecosystem requires at least a 55% unimpaired flow. Yet in some water years, the voluntary agreements offer a fraction of that, often barely moving the needle above the disastrous status quo. In fact, Chapter 13 provides no proof that voluntary agreements would achieve any desired environmental outcomes. The Bay Delta ecosystem is not just in a slow decline, it is in a free fall. The Delta smelt is functionally extinct in the wild, and winter run Chinook salmon and white sturgeon are teetering on the brink. The unnaturally warm water from highly depleted flows is causing toxic algal blooms that threaten people, pets, and wildlife. And saltwater intrusion harms farmers and Delta residents and creates further negative effects to native species by altering spawning habitats and by generally benefiting invasive species. The core premise of voluntary agreements is that we can substitute physical habitat restoration for water volume, yet for fish, flow is habitat. Without cold, fast-moving water to flush out toxins and carry salmon to the sea, a restored floodplain is nothing but a graveyard. Another major problem with voluntary agreements is their lack of accountability and enforceability. Because these agreements skirt regulatory mandates, they lack the teeth needed for long-term compliance or any triggers that would force changes if fish populations continue to decline. And I'm concerned that off-ramps would allow water agencies to walk away from their commitments during severe droughts, exactly when the environment needs the water most. Now, our governor, for various reasons, is leading the charge for voluntary agreements. But in doing so, he's clearly putting politics above water quality. I ask this board to fulfill your mandate to ensure water quality by embracing the science, by rejecting voluntary agreements, and by adopting a Phase 2 Bay Delta plan with strong science-based and enforceable flow standards that retain the 55 to 65% of the natural flows. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
And thank you for those comments. Much appreciation, Mr. Dodson. Next, I'd like to call up David Warner, be followed by Alicia Rea, and then we'll check back in with Judith Kirk. Mr. Warner, yeah, in a moment, or by now, a little, there we are.
Hi, I'm Dave Warner from the Bay Area and have been following your progress for years. My daughters don't know how bad the smog was in the 1970s and 80s in Southern California. I thank Mary Nichols, who was the first appointed to the California Air Resources Board in 1975. Imagine the pushback she had. It stuns me that now I almost always see the mountains that surround the LA basin. You have the same opportunity, maybe for my grandchildren to see thriving rivers and a thriving delta. My daughters might have something to say about that. You are in a quagmire. You have an ecosystem in crisis, a weak solution at best, and heavy pressure from the governor to take the weak solution. Quagmire is a pretty good word. The definition is a soft, boggy area of land that gives way underfoot. As you know, your scientific basis report for the Tuolumne River VA highlights significant concerns, including predation and temperature, to name two. When you're weighing public trust choices, please consider that the water isn't needed by these water agencies. I will focus on two major urban agencies, but there's also a basis that others can do with less water too. A number of Bosca directors have spoken at your meetings, all saying they need the water that would otherwise be left in the rivers by the Bay Delta Plan. Their premise is a pretty soft, boggy area too. Their latest study shows that lower projected demand in 2050 than their prior study 3 years earlier, even when it assumes 37% population growth in the next 25 years. However, they also have a scenario that says demand will decline substantially. And in that, the SFPUC water system that provides 2/3 of their water has an excessive drop model. You already know about their drop model. Anyway, then Bosca representatives start talking about demand hardening, that consumers are tapped out when it comes to conserving water. I know at least one respected scientist who'd roll her eyes at this. Such talk is anecdotal at best. The SFPUC said that demand hardening was happening in 2007. Uh-oh. I did my own analysis of how the regional water system's demand changed during the last drought, comparing winter and summer demand changes to pre-drought levels. My hypothesis was that if we were starting to see demand hardening, we would see winter demand drop proportionally less than summer demand. It didn't. My point on demand hardening, ask for the data before you give it credibility. But my main point is that it's very unlikely that the water proposed to be left in the rivers by the Bay Delta Plan is actually needed by these agencies. The long-term trend has been declining demand despite population growth. Now, significant population growth looks far more uncertain. Of course, water managers are going to say that they need the water. It's their low-risk answer. However, the ecosystem is telling us in so many ways that it does need the water. And your scientific basis report for the proposed VA shows to say otherwise is on pretty boggy ground. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Appreciate those comments, and thank you for delivering them here after I know has been a long day, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alicia Raya, be followed by Christopher Kroll, then Judith Borse.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Alicia Rea. I'm a third-generation Mexican and Chicano resident of Stockton. While writing this, I was moved to tears, trying to figure out how to speak creative and eloquently enough to convince you all, strangers in suits, to value the livelihood of my city and the lives of my neighbors. Let me begin with my elders and now ancestors who migrated to Stockton from Mexico to labor in agricultural fields, warehouses, hospitals, schools, you name it, and did so while somehow surviving the violence, racism, and poverty of everyday life in Stockton that have always been looming threats in Stockton still today. In the 60s, my great-uncle once landed in the hospital suffering injuries from receiving a beating from vigilantes for simply traveling too north in our city. Then he was welcomed as a Mexican man. Both of my parents survived the brutal war on drugs in the 90s, and my father, although alive, walks around today with a bullet in his chest as a result of gang violence of that time. The bullet was placed too delicately in his body to remove. Somehow, although enduring poverty myself and its repercussions, I managed to graduate from UC San Diego with a BA in political science as a transfer student. I decided to come home to help make Stockton a better place, which led me to the work that I do now with youth in Stockton ages 14 to 24. Among my many responsibilities, I support a program that aims to reconnect youth from EJ communities like ours to the waterways that they have been severed from due to the historical racist practices and systemic barriers that work together to bar them from stewarding and recreating with the waterways in Stockton. And because of the extreme degradation of our delta, we have always had to travel outside of Stockton to connect with the waterway that lives among us. Last year, we had to reschedule a planned kayaking trip at the Big Break Regional Shoreline 4 times due to the presence of harmful algal blooms that created unsafe conditions for our youth to recreate. Can you imagine what it was like to explain that to them? In 2026, not only do our youth still have to worry about the presence of violence in Stockton, which even the most peaceful of people are not safe from, but also the presence of food deserts, food insecurity, asthma rates being in the 99th percentile, low graduation rates, and all of the other social ills that plague our city. And now, if they will be seen as human enough to deserve to have a thriving ecological habitat to grow up in and around, our generational stressors are not being alleviated, but rather increased. So tell me, have any of you walked home in the south side of Stockton in the scorching heat the way that our youth do, with no tree canopy, a looming threat of violence that surrounds them, both structurally and physically? With what level of ease do you think that these youth walk with? If you were in their shoes, and I know your decision would be clear, you would do everything to protect them, in which your case decision makers is to support a plan that won't kill their fish, further toxify their waterways, and snatch jobs from their future. Your legacy decision this year will shape the future of Stockton and other Bay Delta cities for generations to come. And despite my stories, the scientific analysis is there. Listen to community-based organizations who have the experts. You've waited this long to do something, so take the extra time now, intentionally, for good. Revise the proposed plan, include local advocacy groups, and may your legacy reflect a commitment to saving lives. Fight for our youth like they are your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. I really appreciate your great comments here and participation in this. Just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Christopher Kroll, be followed by Judith Borst, and then Cindy Clark.
Thank you, board members. My name is Christopher Kroll. I live in Berkeley at the bottom end almost of the Bay Delta system. I've lived next to or within a mile of the bay for most of my life. I've recreated there, and it's an existential part of my life as a resident of the Bay Area. And I'm very concerned about the health and well-being of the Bay. I have spoken several times through this process in front of you all, but increasingly feel that the concerns of people like me who live in the Bay Area and are concerned about the health of the Bay are being ignored. They're not being heard. I don't feel the Water Board here's the people from the Bay Area who are concerned about the health and well-being of the Bay around which we live. The science has been established, and you know it. You've heard it again and again today. We know what the science is. We need more flow to maintain the health and well-being of the system, from the rivers in the Sierra to the Bay I love so much. We need more water to continue this system from the mountains to the Bay to survive, if not thrive. You know that. So why is this even being discussed? I don't understand. Again, what part of the statement I just said is not clear to the State Water Board? I don't understand. Governor Newsom is almost gone. Please make a decision that is not dependent on his pressure. The critical decision before you in adopting a revised Bay Delta plan should be based on what science tells you the system needs, not Governor Newsom's election needs in 2026. The proposed revised plan fails in that regard. It ignores what science tells us the rivers and the Bay need to survive. This winter, we have seen alternating very wet and very dry periods. Right now, we haven't had rain. We had a little bit of rain last night. We've had almost no rain in January. The climate is changing, and less what it was 50 plus years ago when the current water delivery system was developed. We all need to change and reduce our water consumption in a drying climate. This includes me as an urban consumer of Sierra Nevada water, as well as almond farmers in the Central Valley. Voluntary agreements don't get us there. The VAs maintain a failed status quo. The system now is failing. You know it, I know it, everyone who's spoken today, well, most people know that. The Bay Delta is in a steep decline. You have the opportunity here by the actions you take now to stop that or make it worse, and that's what you're going to do, one or the other. Maintaining required flows should be the focus of the revised plan. Again, the science is clear on this. I know this, you know this. I ask that you reject the voluntary agreements and approve a Bay Delta plan with at least 55% of unimpaired flows at all times. Actually, more is needed. And with that, I urge you to do the right thing. You are the ultimate authorities who are going to decide whether the Bay Delta dies in our lifetime. Please do the right thing. Thank you very much for your listening to me.
Thank you very much for those comments. Much appreciation, Mr. Kroll. Next, I'd like to call up Judith Borks, be followed by Cindy Clark, then Judith Kirk, and then Mike Bassi.
Hi, this is Judy Bortz. I don't know if can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good evening. Good to see you.
Okay, great. So I live in Redwood City, and I'm a longtime member of the environmental community with 350 Silicon Valley and now Climate Action California. The proposed Bay Delta plan should balance the needs of the water users, but appears to favor the voluntary agreements approach rather than explicit regulations on water flows needed by the Bay ecosystem. I ask that the Water Board institute explicit water flow regulations based on scientific analysis to support this most critical and largest aquatic water ecosystem in our state. The plan has not been substantially updated, since 1995, and many changes, including climate change and multiple years of extreme drought, have impacted these waterways. Current flow standards are inadequate and has resulted in the collapse of fish populations, including salmon, which have not been open to fishing for the past 3 years. Listening to Baykeeper's presentation earlier shows that voluntary agreements have really failed, and we need to do something different. Repeating the old stuff isn't going to work. With climate change and expected sea level rise, one of the foreseen adaptation measures is to use wetlands as a natural barrier to storms and tides, but the current low flows of the bay ecosystem often result in wetlands not receiving enough silt to sustain them. The low flows also cause more frequent and longer occurrences of toxic algal blooms that harm both people and animals. Our world is experiencing water and drought issues across many countries. We can learn from these other places like Tehran, which is in a massive drought situation for 6 years now, with lack of water to sustain its population of 10 million, and is now deciding it must relocate the capital to another part of the country at cost of billions. Tehran failed to manage its water resources, which has resulted in major unsustainable groundwater depletion from overpumping and failing infrastructure. The crisis stems from the decades of mismanagement, heavy agricultural use, and abandonment of traditional water systems. Tehran is further down the road and in more dire straits than us in dealing with water issues, and we must not make the same mistakes. Land subsidence in California's Central Valley is causing the land to sink by up to an inch a year on average since 2006. The irreversible compaction of underground aquifers has caused up to 28 feet of sinking in some areas. The Bay Delta Plan must fully assess the water needs of its users and develop comprehensive plans to oversee the health of the Bay. I have lived in the Bay Area for over 30 years and want to see our waterways managed scientifically to meet the needs of both the people, commercial needs, and agriculture. But we must also make wise choices, including altering the crops we grow that can be sustained with reasonable amounts of water. Climate change is going to bring more challenges to meeting our water needs, but if we plan now, we can adapt. Please do not continue the policy of voluntary agreements, but establish needed flow standards to keep the Bay healthy and strong for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Borks. I know it's been a long day, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Cindy Clark, be followed by Judith Kirk, Mike Bassey, and then Mark Moulton.
Great. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Super. So my name is Cindy Clark. I want to thank you quickly for this opportunity to speak today and also thank board members for your service to our state. I come here today, I'm just representing myself. I'm retired, but I spent the 8 years recently doing water policy in California, federal regenerative agriculture policy, and I'm a member of the California Bar Association. I was born in California, and I've lived here long enough to remember my mother shopping at Safeway for salmon all summer for $3.99 a pound. We also went to the Delta and we swam all day long and hunted and ate crawdads at night. And at the time, we didn't have to plan our day around toxic algae blooms. But so much damage has been done since then by climate change and by increasing diversions of our water to investor-owned large-scale industrial agriculture. And the costs have been staggering. Today, it's estimated that 94% of salmon die before they complete their journey to the sea. There's been also the decimation of our billion-dollar fishing industry, which employed thousands of people. And many of those were small businesses and supplied locals with reasonably priced fresh fish. Native tribes have been losing a major food source and a vital cultural icon. And without salmon, a keystone species, entire ecosystems are damaged, and not only on the inland rivers and the wetlands, but also in oceans and forests. Organisms are suffering from the lack of this important food and nutrient source, from whales to other sea mammals, bears, and even eagles. So we need a solution that is science-based and holds people accountable. Voluntary agreements do neither. They fail all Californians by not including, when they were written, input from vital stakeholders like tribes, fishermen, and citizens on beneficial uses. The board should quickly adopt and implement a Bay Delta water quality control plan that includes strong new science-based protections that require increased flows of at least 55% in Central Valley rivers in most years. This would spur innovation to deliver water more efficiently, far more sustainably, and serve all Californians now and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Really appreciate those good comments. Thank you for your contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Judith Kirk, be followed by Mike Bassey, Mark Moulton, and then Catherine Hugg. Ms. Kirk, again, you should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute and/or camera. Not hearing from you here again. We will try to circle back before.
I'm unmuted.
There you are, Ms. Kirk. Apologies. Good to hear from you. Thank you for joining us here.
I'm Judith Kirk, born and raised in San Francisco on the Bay, which will be an algal-filled pond if the Delta fails. This is my third year of testifying before the Water Board about the Delta, and what I've learned is that what I and others have to say about the Delta is not wanted by the board and has thus far been blatantly ignored. The Water Board has broken the law and has not completed the mandated Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan that is 30 years overdue. The board is appointed by the governor and answers to him and not to us California residents who treasure and depend on this Delta. The reason we have no plan is that in recent history, the governors and their water boards don't want a plan. They want to continue the so-called voluntary agreements that let Big Ag control who gets 80% of California Delta and river water, and for that, there's always a price that benefits the governors. This current governor wants the money he will get from Big Ag for the presidential campaign he has been determined to achieve since he was mayor of San Francisco. Big Ag needs the governor so they can plant crops in the desert areas of the southern San Joaquin Valley where crops shouldn't be planted, and they will bring a whole lot of money. In recent history, governors have tried a number of ways to get that water to Big Ag. In my recent history, it was the peripheral canal, the 2 tunnels under the Delta, and now it is one giant tunnel under the Delta. The people of California have said no to all. The legislature has heard from the people, from the science, and from the courts, and has refused to give the governors what they have wanted. Newsom even tried an end run around the legislature after its session ended. And thanks to the legislature hearing from so many of us, it didn't work. He's still trying. To the board, follow the law, make a plan based on what the science says is needed. No voluntary agreements. Include the great Central Valley residents, farmers, and all tribal people who thus far have been shut out of the discussions, and make sure the Delta has a 65% unimpaired flow objective and no harmful updates. Do not take still more water from the Sacramento River before it even gets to the Delta for the unbuilt and unneeded Sites Reservoir. Learn from the Southern California how to recycle water as they do so well. I'm speaking today, which means I still have hope that the board will do its job. If we had a science-based plan, you could be sure you would get the clarity, timeliness, and results you keep demanding. Again, do your job. You are pathetic. Someone needs to say it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed, Ms. Kirk. Appreciate your comments and obviously hear the frustration, but do know that the board is listening. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mike Bassey, be followed by Mark Moulton and Catherine Hugg.
Did you hear how I ended it? What? Did you hear how I ended it?
No. And Mr. Bassey, you should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute and/or on camera. And hear from you in a moment more. We'll move on, but we'll definitely circle back. All right, next let's hear from Mark Moulton, be followed by Catherine Hugg, then Barbara Folger. Mr. Moulton, you similarly should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute and or camera. You are unmuted.
No,
Okay.
wait a minute.
There we go.
It says my video is disabled by the host. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, Mr. Moulton.
I'd like to.
It should pop on again, or at least invite you to come off.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Good to see you.
I'm Mark Moulton. I've testified before, and I'd like to do it again. People have made all the points that I want to make, probably much better than that I can. But one thing that I bring that I want to mention is that my family's been in the state since the 1880s and civic leaders and involved in finance and politics and business. So I'm a very strong advocate for California's economic success. At the same time, I want to confess to what I consider to be, to some degree, a failure of vision that we have personally had. And that is represented by my grandfather's work to finance the water system in Los Angeles. He was well regarded as an owner of a municipal bonds company. And one of the things that they did basically was to kill the economy of the farmers in the Owens Valley and steal their water by hostile takeover. And that it was, pretty well done by the 1930s, but it was further done, adding insult to injury, when they stole the water further north by piping water out of Mono Lake. And a part of what I'm trying to say to you all is everybody's discussed the kind of pressure that you're under, and political pressure and economic pressure and all these kinds of considerations. But I think that when there were 3 million Californians in 1914, when my grandfather started his business, they did not have a concept of limits, and we've reached them. And I urge you to conduct your decision-making with the backdrop that we here in California do need to figure out what our priorities are and be very careful of our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moulton. I appreciate those good points, and thank you for the continued engagement in this project. Again, the voices that we're hearing here are really critical and do impact ultimately the way the board is viewing this work, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Catherine Hugg, be followed by Barbara Folger, then Deepa Shiva.
Hello? Hello?
Good evening. Good to hear from you, Ms. Hugg.
Yes. I'm Catherine Hugg, a California resident who is concerned about the future, about moving forward in a time when protecting the Bay Delta watershed and Central Valley rivers cannot be compromised. The state board knows that the revised Bay Delta plan's voluntary agreements are a step backward, not forward. I urge the board not to succumb to the politics, that pressure of politics, but rather to make decisions that will ensure sufficient flows. All of us must think beyond personal and corporate profit to building a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Ms. Hugg. Thank you for the continued contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Barbara Folger, be followed by Deepa Shiva, then Jesse Reeder. Ms. Folger should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute and/or come on camera. If we don't hear from you in a moment more, we'll move on, but circle back.
Here we go. Sorry, it
No,
disappeared.
no, sorry in the least.
It
Good to hear
disappeared
from you.
behind my notes. Good afternoon. I am Barbara Folger, a San Francisco resident for over 50 years. I've been active in trying to increase the health of the San Francisco Bay Delta for the last 11 years actively. I'm both a duck hunter and a conservation photographer. In the previous 25 years, climate change has drastically changed water availability where I hunt near the Sacramento River. Ducks and other migratory shorebirds arrive to find their usual breeding grounds changed. Some years there are floods and some years drought. I have also studied the greater sandhill cranes, which depend on the water in the San Francisco Bay Delta for their migration. I have photos of these spectacular birds flying across a rising sun as they move from their nightly roosting places to feed in nearby fields. The San Francisco Bay Delta provides habitat for over 500 species of fish and wildlife. All of these will be adversely affected by less water going through the system. Wildlife cannot change water distribution, but we do, and many times we hurt fish and wildlife. In California, water is a public trust resource. It belongs to all of us. Big Ag uses 80%. They need to improve their soil health to hold more water and thus decrease water use and runoff. We all need to reuse water, reduce the amount we use, as well as fix the millions of pipes that leak unaccountable acres of water. There's a finite amount of water on Earth. In fact, there is less fresh water on Earth than oil. With the increased need for water to cool huge buildings for AI companies and the Trump administration's backward policy to increase oil drilling, which needs enormous amounts of the purest water for fracking, which then cannot be reused, we are looking into a dire future. If we do our best to keep the planet healthy, we might have a better chance to leave it in fairly good shape for our children and our grandchildren. The proposed plan will not do this. Please do not adopt the proposed voluntary agreements. There are no accountability measures if water users fail to meet the flow, habitat, pollution, and temperature requirements. This plan has no teeth. I urge the board to adopt and implement the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, which will require increased flows of at least 55% in the Central Valley most years. This is a science-based plan. Now is the time to protect our state. Do not degrade it further. Thank you for letting me take this time.
Thank you as well for that time and those comments and participation, Ms. Folger. Thank you for being here with us, holding on through a long day. It's much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Deepa Shiva, be followed by Jesse Reeder, Kevin Goads, and then Dr. Tom Hofstra.
Okay, I'm trying to start my video and unable to start it.
It should.
Yeah, okay, yes.
You should get an invitation here. Okay, there we are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to listen to all of us here. My name is Deepa Shiva. I live with my husband Harry and my child Hermes in Menlo Park, California. And I'm an investor in health technologies and climate tech. The reason I'm here today is I'm a mom of a child who cares immensely about this environment. I'm here to support him to speak here, so I'm going to bring him here.
Hello, my name is Hermes Shiva Podash. I live in Menlo Park, California. I am 8, and I want to be a paleontologist when I grow up. And I care about nature. So right now I'm here to talk. About salmon. Salmon are very important in 2 ecosystems, not just one. They are very important in river ecosystems and very important in ocean ecosystems. They go swim up the river to lay their eggs, then they die, then they swim down the river, then once they hatch, they swim down the river to the ocean where they live for 4 years, and then the cycle repeats. So I am encouraging the Water Board to reject voluntary agreements and there should be 55% every year, because the salmon need water. You can't have them ending up in any field. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shiva, for your comments here, and importantly, Hermie, good to meet you, and thank you for those well-delivered comments here before us.
You make the right decision.
Thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you both. Really appreciate your comments and participation today. Next, I'd like to call up Jesse Reeder, be followed by Kevin Goads, and then Dr. Tom Hofstra.
Hi, I'm Jessie Rader. Thank you for letting me be here. I'm calling in from Chico, California. I'm a volunteer with Friends of Butte Creek, which works to protect Butte Creek as a stronghold for threatened spring run Chinook salmon. But I want to speak on behalf of several rivers today. I grew up on the Feather River. I vacationed all my life on the Yuba. I've spent significant time on the Tuolumne. 15 years ago, when this update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan was just getting started, I was part of a boating trip called Paddle to the Sea. It went along the Tuolumne River from Yosemite to the San Francisco Bay. And on this trip, some 200 people wrote handwritten letters to the State Water Board members asking for more water in the river for recreation and fish. Most of those folks were from the Modesto area and had joined in the big paddle for a day of canoeing. I had the privilege of making 4 copies of each of those handwritten letters and assembling them into 5 binders, which we delivered to the members of the State Water Board, all of whom I believe were your predecessors. So that's why I wanted to mention it here today, so you heard about it too. I have to tell you, there was one day on that trip when all the canoes got stuck on the bottom of the riverbed, and we had to pull them up and walk because the water was so low. There were nearby orchards using flood irrigation, and the water was deeper there than it was in the riverbed that day. I was also around and paying attention to this process when the voluntary agreement process started, and I remember a lot of us had high hopes for that at the start. But in the decades since, the Trump administration has shown us all, quite painfully, that rules that are without enforcement mechanisms are basically no good at all. Even if they start with good intentions, unenforceable rules are not up to the task. We heard from panel 4 today that the current regulatory backstop is an illusion and it's not fooling anyone. And frankly, the look of these voluntary agreements, well, it sort of smacks of Zuckerberg and Bezos sitting front row at the inauguration. Respectfully, I would like to ask the members of the State Water Board to please read the room, read the moment. Cozy side negotiations between wealthy business interests and an administration that produce agreements without teeth or enforcement, that is not what Californians are clamoring for in this day and age, in this political environment. To Newsom, that's not going to play in 2028. We want government that works for the people, that protects the public trust. This is it. This is the time to be on the right side of history. You 5 can be the people who saved the salmon, but we heard that the current path is breaking that trust and presiding over extinction. You have a historic opportunity and responsibility to protect California's heritage. Please take it. This past October, I had the privilege of accompanying a group of 6th and 7th graders on a 4-day rafting trip on the Sacramento River. These kids had been learning about salmon on the trip and in class beforehand, and the highlight of the trip was finding a handful of salmon skeletons on the riverbank. I wish you could have seen these kids picking up these skeletons and oohing and awing over them, running around with them, saying they looked like dragons. It was so fun watching these kids come alive in this weird encounter with our glorious California megafauna. But there were only a handful of skeletons, and there should have been thousands, and I desperately want our future generations to get to experience them. Please take this historic opportunity to put the water that is needed back into the river through the strongest enforceable regulatory measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rader. Really appreciate your good comments and your long following of this process and work. Really appreciate your words here this evening. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Kevin Goads, be followed by Dr. Tom Hofstra and Mark Morey.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. First, I'd like to clarify that the women in my family pronounce our last name Goddess. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today. My name is Kevin Goddess, and I represent Coastside Fishing Club, a group of around 12,000 registered members, and want to express concern about the voluntary agreements on behalf of our statewide membership. While the California Healthy Rivers and Landscape Plan and its voluntary agreements framework laudably incorporate critical non-flow elements like habitat restoration, fish passage improvements, and have benefited from modernized hatchery practices, including parental-based tagging for better stock assessment and new release strategies, these measures are rendered insufficient without legally assured science-based water flows. The Water Board's endorsement of voluntary agreements relies on promising but unproven scientific monitoring and unenforceable adaptive management policies, a strategy that risks conducting a mere post-mortem analysis on salmon populations rather than providing precautionary preventative flows needed for recovery. Data reveals a fundamental mismatch. Proposed voluntary water contributions often fall below half of the scientifically recommended flow volumes, a deficit directly correlated with the collapse of key salmon runs to mere fractions of their historical abundance. Let me state clearly, the limiting factor for our Central Valley salmon runs are not about lack of spawning and rearing habitat. They're about temperatures too hot to hatch fertilized eggs in the fall and flows too low in the spring to successfully get juvenile salmon to out-migrate from the Central Valley to the ocean. Although advanced hatchery techniques and CDFW monitoring provide better data, they cannot compensate for the absence of water in rivers at critical times. The collapse of the salmon returns and the closing of the fishing seasons has had profound consequences, uniting commercial, charter, and recreational fishermen in solidarity as they face devastating fishery closures. The economic toll is quantifiable, with recent full season closures costing coastal communities many millions in direct loss and thousands of jobs all along the coast and inland waterways. Often underestimated and underreported, the American Sport Fishing Association has estimated that sport fishing contributes $6 to $7 billion statewide, and many who fish for salmon also fish for other species as well. But the absence of salmon is enough to keep many at home and off the water. The recreational fishing community recognizes and supports holistic restoration, but understands that habitat projects and new release strategies are secondary to the primary need for wet waterways. True restoration requires moving beyond a framework that merely documents decline via new science to one that legally guarantees the water necessary to make all investments succeed, thereby securing the future of salmon and the fishing heritage that they support. Now, to say that COSIDE has skin in the game is an understatement. We have scales in the water. We operate a smolt acclimation net pen project that puts 750,000 Maqualamy smolt into Pillar Point Harbor every year. This is in partnership with CDFW and the Commercial Salmon Trawlers Advisory Committee. This is an ongoing effort for 17 years. So we are committed, and we ask that you make the same commitment to the fish and the people of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goddess. Really appreciate those comments. Apologies for mispronunciation of the last name, but many thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. Tom Hofstra, be followed by Mark Morey, then Dr. Jennifer Pfeiffer, or Janine Pfeiffer, apologies.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair and board members. My name is Dr. Tom Hofstra, staff ecologist for the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center in Twainhart. CSERC has worked for decades to protect water resources, particularly in the upstream regions of the Sierra Nevada that are the source of much of the state's water supply. I'm here today to highlight the critical failure of environmental stewardship and public policy reflected in the proposed 2025-2026 Bay Delta Plan update and Chapter 13 of the staff report. This plan does not represent progress. It represents a dangerous pivot towards political compromise over scientific requirements. We are facing an ecological crisis, yet this plan offers only weak solutions that guarantee a future of decline for our most precious natural resources. Current and proposed flow levels are simply inadequate to stop the extinction of native species like Chinook salmon, longfin smelt, and white sturgeon. The plan ignores repeated urgent warnings from state and federal fish and wildlife agencies. The science is clear, yet the plan utterly disregards it. Furthermore, this update results in a net increase in water diversions. The plan leaves the estuary in an even worse condition than it is today. The Delta cannot withstand further delays in implementing enforceable science-based flow standards after decades of failing to meet them. Low flows exacerbate toxic algal blooms in the Delta, creating significant health risks for local communities and wildlife. The plan fails to provide immediate standards ensuring water quality, which is a mandated requirement of the Water Board. The VAs are illusory and inadequate. They are secretly negotiated deals offering insufficient commitments for regulatory exemptions. They rely on non-binding habitat restoration pledges rather than legally enforceable flow requirements. The backstop itself is too weak, reducing bypass flow requirements in drier years compared to earlier proposals. VAs could cost taxpayers billions while failing to protect wild salmon runs already on the brink of collapse. There is insufficient oversight or meaningful monitoring to ensure these VAs achieve their stated ecological goals. This plan is a blueprint for environmental failure. We deserve a plan that honors scientific requirements, implements enforceable flow standards now, and protects our ecosystem and communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hofstra. Appreciate you sticking through the day and providing your good comments and continued engagement here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Morey, be followed by Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, then Katie Wagner.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening. Thank you for being here with us.
Great. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Mark Morey. I serve as a board member for Kayaks Unlimited, a cooperative kayak club located in San Francisco. I kayak in the Bay a couple times a week. Our organization is a dedicated community of dozens of paddlers who use the San Francisco Bay nearly every day of the year for recreation. Beyond our personal paddling, we take pride in our community paddling program that introduces local youth groups and nonprofits to the Bay's waters, often giving young people, many from underserved communities, their very first experience on the water. We have already taken 2 groups out this year and have a Girl Scouts troop and a historical group on the calendar. This is just one example of beneficial use of Bay waters. Because we operate from a human-powered perspective, our members have a unique vantage point on the Bay's health. We are firsthand witnesses to the shifting conditions of our local ecosystem. In recent years, we have become increasingly alarmed by the impact of low freshwater flows. In many places that should be vibrant, moving tidal environments, they are frequently reduced to stagnant pools of algae and muck. These conditions are the perfect breeding ground for toxic algae blooms, which pose a direct health risk to our paddlers and the people we introduce to the Bay. I am here today to urge the board to reject the proposed voluntary agreements. These arrangements prioritize political compromise over ecological necessity and do not provide the safeguards required to protect the Bay's water quality. Instead, we ask you fulfill your responsibility under the public trust to protect the environment by mandating unimpaired flows of over 50%. Decades have passed since the Bay Delta Plan was meaningfully updated. The status quo is clearly failing. We need a plan grounded in biological reality, one that ensures the San Francisco Bay remains a safe living resource for wildlife and for the thousands of people like me who recreate on its surface. Please do not favor upstream diversions at the expense of the health of the people who use the water for recreation and education. We all need to make the Bay a place that everyone can enjoy far into the future. Thank you for your time and for considering the perspective of the San Francisco paddling community.
Thank you for your voice here, Mr. Morey, and thank you for your time as well and delivery of these comments. It's much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, be followed by Katie Wagner, then Ken Basarati.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good to see you.
We're all still here. And I am grateful for the opportunity to address the State Water Resources Board. And I'm also grateful to witness the heartfelt testimony of people who have devoted 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 decades of their life to this issue. There are 2 points I want to make. One is the fact that scientists have been calling for co-equal management, co-equal goals of the Delta for decades. And that means managing for a healthy ecosystem while also managing for water supply to Californians. I don't see this happening in the current plan, and definitely not with voluntary agreements. If I was a rancher and I was setting up a farm, I wouldn't set up a fence full of holes. And I have watched the Delta smelt go to functional extinction within my lifetime. I started at UC Davis when it was still in the hundreds of thousands. Now there have been 6 years and it hasn't been found. The parallels to the smelt and the Clear Lake Hitch, which I know the State Water Resources Control Board is very familiar with, are uncanny. Both fish are of cultural significance to tribes. Both fish have been underestimated and neglected. Both fish serve as sentinels for ecological damage. And we all know that even with the best made plans, once we get a hostile federal government in position, scientific research is canceled, restoration projects are defunded, and policy regulations are denied. So I'm asking all of us to do the really hard thing, which is to think about not only water conservation measures, but water conservation enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Katie Wagner, followed by Ken Bassetti, then Kathleen Clark.
Thank you. This is Katie Wagner. I'm a resident of Los Angeles County, and thank you all for sticking it out past 5. This has really been a pivotal week in American history, and the board has an opportunity now to make history itself, to either preserve the Bay Delta or to contribute to its end. The decisions you make are your legacy. The board should reject the proposed voluntary agreements and adopt a Bay Delta plan that requires increased flows of at least 55% in Central Valley rivers in most years. There is no scientific analysis in the draft report to show that the VAs will come anywhere close to protecting fish and wildlife beneficial uses or public trust resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wagner. Appreciate you hanging on. I know it's been a long day. Much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Ken Bassetti, followed by Kathleen Clark, Nicole Lee, and then I believe our last commenter for today will be Nancy Neff.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening. Thank you for being here with us.
Yes, good evening, board members. My name is Ken Bassetti. I'm the president of the California Striped Bass Association Isleton Delta chapter. I'm a lifelong fisherman and a previous commercial salmon fisherman who at one time possessed a commercial salmon permit for my boat. I no longer fish commercially, as I now only fish recreationally with family and friends. I am definitely not in favor of the Bay Delta plan being discussed due to the harm it will do to salmon and other fisheries. I implore the board to reject the voluntary agreement scam and adopt common sense and stronger protections to ensure sufficient cold water and river flows to restore the Sacramento Basin, salmon runs, and to also restore the health of the Delta. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well. Thank you, Mr. Bassetti. Much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Kathleen Clark, followed by Nicole Lee, and then Nancy Neff.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Ms. Clark.
Yes, my name is Kathleen Clark. I'm a resident of San Francisco. I've also lived for an extended period of time in the Central Valley, and I have a property in Tuolumne County. I'm also a healthcare provider. And since I've lived in so many places, I've heard the opinions and arguments from all of the stakeholders. And as I've processed this information, I really can't support the voluntary agreements at all. I think the result would be increased water temperature, increased opportunity for toxins and algae blooms to happen, and that would greatly impact all of the people that recreate both on the rivers and in the Bay Delta, the boaters, the fishermen, the duck hunters, and so on. The other thing I observed is many people fish not for recreation, but to put food on their table, particularly in the Central Valley. And in my opinion, that would be another opportunity for serious health issues. I also support the idea of a very healthy, biodiverse ecosystem and would hope that having better water flows would keep the fish population and aquatic life in a healthier state. I would like to end just by talking about the opportunity for your group to invoke the doctrine of the public trust, which means that the waterways belong to all of us, not just one entity. I do understand that the ag sector is such an important component of our California economy. I mean, we're considered the breadbasket of the country, if not the world. But I see great opportunities with the science and hydrology available for people to use their water more efficiently in their ranching and farming operations. And living in the Modesto area and knowing almond growers, which is a very water intense crop, most of that crop gets exported. So perhaps there are other great opportunities to make money growing crops that aren't quite as damaging to our water system. So thank you for your time and thank you for listening to my opinion.
Thank you for your time, importantly, Ms. Clark. I know it's been a long day, and I just appreciate your contributions here to the discussion and your voice. It makes a difference for us here, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Nicole Lee, followed by Nancy Neff, and then we'll have Captain Cameron Smith, and then I believe our last commenter is Chris Tucher.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Water Board members. My name is Nicole, and I'm currently studying environmental engineering at UC Berkeley, in addition to being a member of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta Chapter's Executive Committee. Right now, we're not just talking about a local river or a small population of affected species. The Bay Delta constitutes 40% of California's landmass and receives 50% of California's precipitation. It houses over 500 species of fish and wildlife and acts as a migration stream for keystone species such as salmon to travel in and out of. The Delta is not an infinite source of water for people to keep on siphoning from. The entire ecosystem of fish and fauna have to face the consequences of these droughts. For some context, these droughts are not natural weather phenomena. In the 40 years between 1975 and 2014, human involvement increased the number of dry years from 1 to 19. I was born in 2007, and growing up in the Bay, I remember being taught about the importance of conserving water before I even knew what the water cycle was. In my elementary school, we'd have posters above sinks telling us to not wash our hands for too long, and I was told to take shorter showers at home. We were told we shouldn't need to water our lawns every day unless it was necessary. The draft report does not give much evidence of the voluntary agreement's ability to protect fish and wildlife. It does not come close to guaranteeing any change will happen in our Bay's water control plan. So I asked the board to strongly consider the science and ecosystems in the Bay and to adopt and implement the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan to include science-backed protections that require and guarantee increased flows of at least 55% in Central Valley rivers. Thank you for listening and thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, Ms. Lee. Really appreciate your good comments here, and thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Nancy Neff, be followed again by Captain Cameron Smith and then Chris Tucher.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Neff from Palo Alto, California. I began rafting on California rivers in 1980 and soon learned to kayak because it was so awesome to be down in the middle of the waves. The first time I rafted down the wild and scenic section of the Tuolumne, I felt like I was falling in love the whole 3 days. It was so magically beautiful. Because of my love for the rivers, I have supported the Tuolumne River Trust and now Yosemite River Alliance for many years. I urge you to follow their recommendations and adopt the Bay Delta Plan and not the voluntary agreements. With 80% of California's water being used by agriculture, I believe that agriculture must improve the efficiency of its irrigation practices and use less of this precious public resource. Thank you for listening.
Thank you as well, Ms. Neff. Appreciate your comments here. Next, and again, these are the last two commenters at this point, as I understand it, Captain Cameron Smith and then Chris Tucher.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening, good to see you.
Same to you, members and the board. And name is Captain Cameron R. Smith, publicly known as Captain Cam. I am a 70-year-old disabled senior, commercial salmon fisherman, and guide, and someone who has spent an entire lifetime on California's rivers, bays, and coastlines. I have watched these waters change, and I have watched the system fail for decades. I'm going to be absolutely clear for the record. Voluntary agreements are not a recovery strategy. They are an extinction strategy. They are not enforceable. They do not add water. They do not protect fish. And everyone in this room knows it. Of course, everybody's gone home for this part, but yes. The Bay Delta Plan was supposed to establish binding regulatory protections, real flow standards, real temperature limits, and real consequences when those limits are violated. Instead, this board is being asked to replace the rule of law with voluntary promises, accounting tricks, and closed-door side deals. Voluntary agreements are being used here to strengthen regulation, not to strengthen regulation, but to avoid enforceable regulation altogether. This is not management. This is dereliction of duty. The voluntary agreement framework also reverses the burden of proof. It assumes continuation unless significant evidence of failure is shown, rather than requiring proof upfront that the beneficial uses will actually be protected. This is not precaution. This is gambling with the public trust resources. Now, let's talk about the science, because the science is not ambiguous. The only way to provide adequate flows and temperature for salmon in functioning ecosystems is by drastically reducing exports and diversions. The best available science, including the board's own findings over the last 15 years and peer review analysis discussed today, makes clear the recovery requires cuts on the order of 90 to 95% year-round to the water cartel's monopoly diversions from the Delta and its tributaries. Not tweaks, not seasonal promises, not voluntary targets, real cuts, year-round at the source. Anything less guarantees continued collapse. A voluntary agreement cannot force cold water into a river. It cannot stop lethal temperatures. It cannot prevent extinction. What it can do is provide political cover while salmon continue to disappear, exactly as they have for the last 30 years under the same failed approach. And let's stop pretending this is a process was neutral. The very entities that have been stealing public trust water from the Delta and continue to steal it today through excessive unlawful diversions, and the same entities that were invited into the closed door negotiations. That conduct violates public trust doctrine. It violates beneficial use requirements. It violates core principles of California water law. It violates federal law. It violates constitutional protections governing public resource and due process. The public was excluded. Tribes were excluded. Fishermen and river communities were excluded. Meanwhile, the water exporters and corporate ag business interests, including the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, Westlands Water District, Kern Water Bank Interest, and Paramount Farms, also known as the Wonderful Company, were invited in to shape the outcome. The ones stealing the water were given a seat at the table. The ones bearing the damage were locked out. This is not collaboration. This is capture. And I want this clearly on the record. This board has presided over the last 30 years over more than $1 trillion in combined economic and environmental damage caused by chronic water mismanagement. And this damage is ongoing. That damage includes the collapse of fisheries, the destruction of aquifers, catastrophic wildfire impacts, the skyrocketing water rates imposed on the public. That damage is not abstract.
Ken, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but just out of fairness, if you don't mind starting to wrap your comments here. Thank you.
Yes, I'm almost done. That damage is abstract. It includes the loss of human life. People have died as a result of the water mismanagement through disaster impacts, economic collapse, and policies that put profits over people. Those deaths are part of this record. What I want you have heard today from your own staff, scientists, and attorneys confirms what fishermen and river communities have said for decades. Small tweaks to collapsing systems do not constitute protection. This board can be heroes or it can be zeros. You can enforce the law, protect the public trust, and save these fisheries, or you can preside over the extinction. Salmon do not survive on spreadsheets. They survive on cold, clean, flowing rivers. If this board chooses voluntary extinction over enforcement protection, the responsibility for what happens next will rest squarely with you. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Captain Cam. Appreciate your comments and engagement here. I believe our last commenter will be Chris Tucher. And Mr. Tucher should be invited to unmute. There we are. Good to see you.
Hello, thank you very much and for your patience at the end of a long day. I'm Chris Tucher. I serve on Palo Alto's Utility Advisory Commission, which oversees our, it looks like I've got, one moment, please. I've got double coverage here. I had technical glitch.
No
Can you hear
problem in
me?
the least. We can. No problem in the least.
I apologize. I'm Chris Tucher. I serve on Palo Alto's Utility Advisory Commission, which oversees our city-owned utility, including, of course, water, which we purchase from SFPUC, coming from the Tuolumne River and the San Joaquin system. Thank you to you, the board, for listening to public comments today. I just want to go back to 2018. In August 2018, Palo Alto's mayor, Liz Niss, wrote to the water board, Felicia Marcus, to your predecessors to say that our city council had voted unanimously to support the Bay Delta plan, all in a quest to increase unimpaired flows in the Tuolumne and the other rivers that feed the Delta. That has not changed. Palo Alto's support for the Bay Delta plan remains, and today I just want to urge the board to adopt and implement that Bay Delta plan and reject the voluntary agreements. I'm sure you've heard this many times throughout the afternoon, but would we really entrust our essential rivers and our ecosystems that depend on them to voluntary compliance? These VAs are uncertain, they're unenforceable, they rely on federal support from the Trump administration that has repeatedly shown itself to be an unreliable and unpredictable partner and hostile to California's water needs. I just, want to remember that the Bay Delta Watershed, which covers 40% of California's landmass and captures half our precipitation, but because of so many upstream diversions, the delta is left in what I think is considered supercritically dry conditions, 19 in the last 40 years. And in plain English, as I understand it, the delta is in a state of perpetual drought. Meanwhile, 80% of California's water goes to agriculture. Most of that is corporate farms. There are a lot of great opportunities to use water more efficiently, and I think the Bay Delta plan would spur that kind of innovation. The voluntary agreements, in my view, are not only unreliable and merely voluntary, they also lock in a status quo that I think will lead to continuing to waste precious water. So I just want to close with one observation from the utility board in Palo Alto that in just 2 years, I've watched as our partner, SFPUC, a legacy entrenched user, has made me question how responsibly and realistically, how science-based some of our legacy water users are approaching water supply. Despite, significant water storage resources that SFPUC has, enough to endure a multi-year drought, they continue to champion a design drought that really is a once in thousands of years kind of horror scenario, combined with over forecasting demand, all of which leads to really a scare tactic that, we have more water and more ability to use, store, and distribute that water than many of our entrenched interests seem to think. And that just leads me to my final repeat, which is water in California, you know it better than I. It's a public trust, a public resource. It belongs to the people, and it's up to the state, you, the water board, to prioritize beneficial uses. And so I call on the board, please, to steer the state to do its job, which in my view is to implement the Bay Delta Plan in protection of our rivers, our wildlife, and our communities. Thank you very much for a long day, and I know it's the first of 2 or 3, so thank you for all you do.
Thank you as well for those comments, Mr. Tucker. It is much appreciated, and thanks for holding on with us here after you acknowledged a long day. So thank you. I believe we have one last commenter, and would like to go to Tom Rudenko, at least for today. Mr. Rudenko, good to see you.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been a long day. I'm saving the best for last here. So good late afternoon, board. Thank you for the time. I've lived in California my entire life. I grew up camping across California and the West because that's all my family could afford. My parents immigrated here from Europe after World War II, and they arrived in California in 1949 with nothing but a suitcase. And what amazed them most was the freedom to drive without fear to rivers, lakes, campgrounds, the ocean. Those places taught us kids to love and respect the land. And so as I've gotten older, I've come to see that our country has defining moments. Times when we choose to protect something, not because it was profitable, but because it mattered. One of those moments was the creation of our national parks, setting aside land and water for the public, free from commercialization, for this generation and all of those to come. So here in Northern California, we're stewards of one of the great natural wonders of the world, the Sacramento River system in the Delta. Its depth, breadth, and importance are extraordinary. And today, That system is in jeopardy if flows are not protected. The warning signs are clear. You can hear them in all the public comments today, all calling for protection of the environment. So these voluntary agreements, they're not enough. I urge the board to vote against them and to ensure enforceable flows that protect our rivers for future generations. Thank you all so much.
Thank you as well. Thank you for adding your voice to this important discussion, Mr. Rudenko, and for sticking with us through a long day. It's appreciated. All right, double checking with the clerk, make sure there wasn't any additional folks. First, always just a tremendous amount of thanks to everyone who's brought their voice here, who continues to bring their voice to this process and to this work. I hear the frustration. I know and sense that folks feel that this is a board not being responsive to the things that we're hearing. Know that my ears are open, we are listening, and attempting our best to balance what is, as we know, a very difficult task here before us. So just thank you everyone for the day's discussions here at the dais and amongst the panelists and individual commenters. This is only day one of day 3, so we're looking forward to 2 additional days hearing from everybody and continuing to make sure that we're doing our best to balance the multiple needs of the Bay Delta watershed, but of this state. And it's with a tremendous amount of humility and a lot of weight that we listen to today's discussions and here are trying to do our best to make the right call. So we will be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. We will start with just a very abbreviated presentation. It won't go back over everything we went over in today's staff presentation, but just a little opening to orient us. And then we will start the day off with our fishing panel. So hope everyone has a great evening. Rest up, rest well, and we'll see everyone here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We are in recess until